Chapter 155, The Benefit Concert. Chapter 155, The Benefit Concert. The wine master broke into laughter. He lifted his right hand and, with a small motion, a shimmering crystal glass appeared on the table before Lan Jue. It looked handmade, of sophisticated and rare craftsmanship. The wine master lifted the bottle set before him. He tipped it over the glass until 2 fingers of wine sloshed within. Lan Jue watched the display, his eyes bright. So is this my reward for capitulating? That's right. Lan Jue lifted the glass and swirled its contents, watching as the rich red liquid swung around in a clockwise direction. He dropped his hand and took a whiff. Very fine. I quite like the Leoville Las Cases. Certainly worthy of being called the best of the Bordeaux Super Seconds. What year, do you recon? The wine master tested quietly. Lan Jue took a tentative sip, sloshing the fluid around his mouth. The pungent wine rolled around, covering the sides and tip of his tongue, down to the base before slipping down his throat. Lan Jue hesitated, and frowned. The Leoville is among the more balanced Bordeaux wines across the years. They're all quite good, so it comes down to which ones are exquisite, and which ones aren't quite as wonderful. But this one seems boring, bland. Thin aftertaste. I can't place a specific year, but this must absolutely have been produced in the 70s of the former era. The 70s were the worst years for Bordeaux. Only the 1970 and 1975 bottles were acceptable. This wine isn't one of those. So one of the other 8 years, then. You really are stingy. This is definitely among the lowest quality Leoville there are. Even compared to a village wine. The wine master clapped his hands in approval. Good. Your analysis was very good. But you're here drinking my wine, so what is there to loathe? This particular bottle is from 1972. It hadn't been stored well, and as such is on the verge of going bad. I figured if we didn't drink it now, we never would. Older wines have a specific taste all their own, you can take larger mouthfuls. Lan Jue smiled. Drinking is certainly better than not drinking. So other than this business with the West's Paragons, where are we on your search for the product of the 3 masters? Wait a few days after the castle's visit. I'm still gathering information about it. We're waiting for the clairvoyant to come up with something as well. There likely will be some trouble in whole matter, but success will mean quite the benefit. I really do hope the quality and skill of these masters will have been retained after all these years. Lan Jue nodded. I have my doubts, truth be told. They're not masters, but the product of. As for us, what problem could we encounter? They're winemakers, aren't they? Not powerful adepts. We've never met them, who's to say what they're like? In the end, I trust the clairvoyant's visions. Like recently with you, his visions claimed the situation would be more threatening than dangerous. But he knows the state of things, and how they can change. A person's destiny can change as time marches inexorably forward. In the end, all we can do is face it with energy and positivity. The wine master paused then, and snorted gently. There isn't very much left in the realm of curious that holds my attention any longer. However, this, looking for the masters and their progeny, has always been a dream of mine. Whenever I think about chasing after this dream, I get more excited than I've felt for a long time. And the closer we get, the more it seems the masters might even still be with us. What? Lan Jue shot to his feet, nearly overturning the crystal glass in front of him. That's impossible. Nearly all of the 3 masters were born in the 20th century of the former era. The 1930s, more or less. It's been over 200 years, almost 3. Our genetic technology now is ages ahead of where they were, and even now a person only lives to about 150. How could there possibly still be a master among us? The wine master shrugged. At the moment it's a guess, but that doesn't mean it's an impossibility. Let me ask, how long does a paragon live? Lan Jue shook his head. I should ask you. I haven't reached that level. How would I know? In reality, it's different for each paragon, in accordance with their own situations, the wine master said, in answer to his own question. But I can tell you that if a paragon truly cherished their life, they could employ their own protomorphic powers to delay the problems that come with old age. It's not impossible. Lan Jue looked at him with a curious glint in his eye. So you're saying if these masters were paragons, then? We can't ignore the possibility. However, this is all still in the realm of conjecture. More information is needed to uncover the truth. At least it's got your attention, no? Lan Jue chortled. I was a mercenary. A spirit of adventure comes with the territory. I almost can't wait to get started. The wine master nodded. If everything from here on out goes smoothly, we could embark in a month and a half. As for this matter with you and the West's Adepts, don't worry. The Avenue will make sure you aren't given the short end of the proverbial stick. If they're truly interested in burying the hatchet, they'll need to show sufficient sincerity. Lan Jue sniffed a laugh, draining his glass in one gulp. Then I'll leave the issue to you. Let me have some more wine. 2 fingers only equates to a few mouthfuls. The wine master's face betrayed a hint of disgruntled resignation. I don't know why I never make no persona non grata here like I always threaten. Beep beep beep. Lan Jue's communicator cut the conversation short. A message. Come for dinner tonight. Short and simple, but it brought a smile to Lan Jue's face. The Wine Master's voice intruded. The gourmet? Lan Jue looked up at him. How'd you know? The old man laughed. Of course, because he invited me as well. There's a few hours yet before dark, let's finish this glass and you can head back to your store. As he spoke, he poured once again into Lan Jue's glass, though only a single finger this time. Lan Jue types in a response while the wine master spoke. Would it be alright if I invite 2 others? Certainly. Lan Jue drained his glass with a sigh. Older alcohol has a distinct bitterness. It's a shame the 1970s Bordeaux were such bad years. The wine master glowered at him. Right, off you go. Lan Jue chortled one, set his glass down and made his exit. Lan Jue paused as he exited the Gothic winery and pondered how he should spend the next hours. Eventually he sauntered from his shop pushing the old antique bicycle given to him by the keeper. He hadn't been to the school in days, he thought, it might be worth a trip over. Drinking the wine master's Leoville had awakened the glutton in him, though it had given him an idea as to what to teach next time. Alcohol was also a fine item. Wine culture was deep and complicated, be it Western reds, Eastern whites, or Scottish whiskey, even brandy. He liked them all, and had a working knowledge of each. It was time, he supposed, to teach the kids what he knew. When Lan Jue arrived at the school, he was taken aback. It looked like an entirely different place. The first thing he spotted from a fair instance away, 3-meter-tall banners had been plastered to the sides of the main gate. The figure on them was one he knew well. As he closed in, he spied 2 platforms that had been constructed by the gates. Poseidon Sounds of Nature benefit performance could clearly be seen written on banners nearby. A benefit concert? Lan Jue snorted a laugh as the words came into view. Mo Xiao certainly had an uncanny knack for advertising, he thought. It had started like any other performance, but had now become a show to benefit the victims of Taiwan's crisis. Now championing such a righteous cause, it certainly made the concert seem more special. Bumped up their profile quite a bit. It was certainly a wonderful thing for Gobi to open up their wallets, but the benefit for Gobi Entertainment was nothing to scoff at. It was supremely good publicity. It was no surprise the enterprise had been seeing growth by leaps and bounds since Mo Xiao took over. With his mind on Mo Xiao, his thoughts went back to the strange expression Huali had on his face that day when they had their heart-to-heart. Lan Jue honestly couldn't fathom why Huali didn't go for it with Mo Xiao. She was gorgeous and talented. The only thing he could think of was Huali must be intimidated by her aggressiveness. Though if he were being honest, Lan Jue figured he'd react much the same in a similar situation. Too strong a woman would make a man feel suppressed too. Huali was a guy with a great deal of ability, and his personality reflected that. Hera was still the best. Her gentle, beautiful face floated up in his memory. Visions of that white world flitted behind his eyes, and her moving voice echoed in his ears. Things would have been so different had she lived. I'd be with her forever. We'd be right here at the base of the stage watching Huali perform. Then we'd eat a fine meal at the Gourmets before finishing with an exquisite bottle of wine at the Wine Master's. Poseidon Sounds of Nature was everywhere, and its influence on the school was even more apparent as he pushed his bicycle inside. Scores of posters canvassed the school's interior. Platforms had been set up intermittently, housing advertisements and publicity broadcasts. There were even pamphlets specially printed for the occasion and souvenir kiosks. He couldn't fathom how Gobi Entertainment got the university to acquiesce to all of this. They'd come in and absolutely taken over. Lan Jue lifted his head and peered at the banners flapping in the breeze. Huali looked down at him, standing casually in a black suit. Those uncanny features were turned into an easy, captivating smile that seemed full of sunshine. Even though it was just a banner, those large blue eyes seemed to glitter, making hearts flutter. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare on their way to classes. This guy. Lan Jue shook his head, unable to completely hide his criticism. He tapped Huali's number into his communicator. Hey Jue, what's up? Huali's tired voice answered on the other end. Let's have dinner tonight. The gourmets invited us. Where's A Chang? 1. Punk. 2. Hooray for sexism. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, to go, or not to go? Chapter 156, to go, or not to go? Got something delicious cooking? Any cute girls? Shu Cheng's voice was clearly heard on the other end. Lan Jue was nearly speechless. How about you don't come, on second thought? We're looking for guests with some moral integrity. Shu Cheng snickered at the insult. Hey, I have moral integrity in spades. If there aren't any pretty women, I can live with it. Oh, speaking of, damn dude, your school's got no shortage of hotties, eh? I saw a picture of that one that looks like Hera. Like twins, bro. But look, if it's true you don't have any interest in her, perhaps you'll let me give it a shot, yeah, dot. Shu Cheng. Lan Jue's voice became a growl, heavy with the promise of violence. Ha, I'm messin' with you, bro. Shu Cheng's stupid chortling echoed through the communicator. After a minute he regained his composure. But seriously, Ju, she's like exactly the same. Well, not as nice, but you. Lan Jue hung up. Zeta. Huali, dressed in a fine formal suit, kicked at the man at his side. You got nothing better to do, idiot? Lan Jue's been all broken up about Hera for so long, what the hell are you doing bringing it all back up? Shu Cheng stood lazily to one side, a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. Running away won't solve some things, he said quietly. In fact, I'm surprised you don't see this as a good opportunity. Suddenly we have this woman here who looks strikingly like our lost Hera. Who's to say she isn't the reason for Lan Jue's resurgence? Huali narrowed his eyes, a curious light in his dazzling blue eyes. Let's hope that's the case. Zeta. After hanging up, Lan Jue's mind couldn't help but turn to that alluring figure. A strange sense of agitation filled him. She's not Hera. She's not Hera. She's not Hera. The mantra did seem to bring him a sense of ease. But what has she been up to these last few days? Almost without thought, his consciousness reached out through the soul collar gem around his neck. I'm back. He projected his thoughts out towards her. No response. HM? Apprehension shuddered through him. The benefit of the gem was that the user's thoughts were instantly transferred to the receiver. She should be able to know right away, unless she took it off. I'm back. He tried once more. Got it. This time there was a reply. Her response was calm, as though nothing out of turn had occurred. I'm ready to continue with the bodyguard duties. Tomorrow. Want me to bring you to school? Fine. The reply was short, to the point. Lan Jue couldn't pinpoint why exactly, but something didn't feel right. His consciousness reached out again. Where are you? Home. I haven't been feeling well, I took a few days off. Not feeling well? What's the matter? Zhou Qianlin was silent for a time. After what felt like half the night she answered. Since when have you been so concerned with everything I do? Lan Jue blinked. She was right, since when did he start having such concern for her? Are you going to begin classes tomorrow? He changed the subject. Yup. Then I'll see you tomorrow. All right. With their little chat concluded, Lan Jue lapsed into thought. Uncomfortable? Homesick? She was a very tough girl. What kind of sickness would put her out like this for so long? His mind tumbled over the issue as he pushed his bike towards the exit. Professor Lan? A surprised voice stopped him. He lifted his head and spied golden-haired Tang Mi trotting towards him. He nodded in greeting. Hello, Tang Mi. She looked him over a few times. It's great you're back, Professor. You probably aren't aware, but now there are a whole slew of students who want to join your class. They're saying you teach a whole bunch of things they can't learn anywhere else. Didn't you also go with the others to Taihua? So long as you got back safe, that's great. It must have been so scary with those monsters over there. I was lucky, Lan Jue said. I didn't run into any of the monsters. If I had, I probably wouldn't be standing here talking to you. Tang Mi patted her plump chest. Then we're all in luck. It was Lan Jue's turn to question her. Tang Mi, what about that black-haired girl I always see you with? I haven't seen you two together for a while. Tang Mi looked surprised, then a little hurt. All you men are always fawning over Qianlin. She's homesick. Lan Jue chuckled at her distemper. Just a teacher's concern for his students is all. Is it serious? I don't think so, she replied. I went to visit her. Probably just a cold. She feels weak, so a few days rest at home and she'll be fine. Lan Jue felt the inexplicable tightness in his chest ease somewhat. Alright, I won't bother you then. Class will begin again in a few days. Tang Ni called back. Professor, do you guys really just like those gentle sorts of women? Lan Jue answered with a serious expression. This is a school, young lady. Your task should be to study well, not busying your head with this sort of thinking. I hear you're already an Emperor-class mecha pilot, which is an amazing feat for your age. Such being the case, you should focus on studiously exploiting your natural talent. You don't want to squander this chance, during this special time in your life. 1. The young lady replied by sticking out her tongue. Don't be like that, Professor Lan. We students all find you fun and interesting, you shouldn't act so much like Director Wu. Lan Jue's expression suddenly changed. Director Wu is here, ... Tang Mi covered her mouth as she tittered. That's right. Teasing sometimes is good fun. But you really are acting like him. Acting like who? A stately, deep voice boomed from behind Tang Mi. The young pilot's face suddenly went stiff. Ah. Well, Professor, I have things to do. Time for training. She ran off without looking back. Director Wu watched Tang Mi flee with a shake of his head. This girl. So fidgety. She needs to adopt a calmer character, then she'd really be making progress. She actually has more talent even than her brother. The two of them are the pride of our school. Lan Jue nodded his head in agreement. I'm ready to begin classes whenever you like, Director Wu. Wu Junyi sauntered to Lan Jue's side. As long as you're feeling well, all's fine. This last trip got us all frightened, sad. For that I'm deeply sorry. We'll be having another activity at a later date to make it up to the faculty, but... Another activity? Lan Jue had to physically restrain himself from flinching. That's fine, really, he hastily assured. What happened out there was a tragedy, no one could have seen that coming. Giving his farewells to Director Wu, Lan Jue then made his way towards the electives offices. However, the two he'd hoped to meet weren't there. Wang Hongyuan's status as an Emperor-class mecha pilot had not been revealed. He was off teaching class as though nothing had changed. Jin Yan was also in class. Lan Jue busied himself with arranging his desk and organizing his teaching materials. He aimed to wait until they arrived so he could say hello. However, he fell to busy work to combat the unsettling sensation that had grown within him. Time passed, and though he can't remember leaving the school, he found himself standing at the foot of Skyfire Mountain when his thoughts abated. She's just sick? Should I go in and check up on her? Is that really the right move? I wouldn't want people to misunderstand. Just for a quick minute. A figure appeared at the peak of the mountain, on the edge of the woods surrounding the nearby villa. For Lan Jue, the various security protocols in place were there in name only. This was the East's equivalent to the White House, and was suitably large for its status. Its security was tighter than normal, more than likely due to the wedding incident. Lan Jue stood about 500 meters from the villa. Minuscule bolts of lightning raced across his eyes as he spied the dim, partially visible glint of infrared beams. It was the first, outwardmost defense system of the house. How many romantic love stories would be denied if all women's houses were like this, Lan Jue muttered. He chuckled at the situation, then was on the move. Flickering electric blue light arose, with Lan Jue hidden in its midst. He dropped to a squat position, and stuck his arm down into the dirt. Suddenly, soundlessly, he vanished. Anywhere lightning could go, so could he. He was a creature of thunder and lightning. This power to enter and escape at will was known by a specific name, fulminating. The hand he'd stuffed into the ground had grasped a buried cable. With that, the whole of the mansion's metal structure and electrical network were at Lan Jue's mercy. Everything became an extension of himself. He saw all. He spied Zhou Qianlin lying in bed, demurely covered in a pair of traditional white pajamas. She was covered to the waist in a comforter with her hair splayed out around her. She held a book loosely in her grip, and stirred on occasion. Her face was somewhat pale, and her eyes weren't as bright as they once were. She turned a few more pages then, as though tired, shut her eyes and put the book to one side. Flashing electric light spat from a socket in the corner, its sparks and embers congealing into a humanoid form. She looked at peace, resting quietly atop the bed, pure as a lily. She looked so weak he couldn't help but feel pity. He spied the soul collar gem, still attached to her neck. Lan Jue gently pulled the blanket up until it covered her. He reached out a finger and placed it against her jugular, searching for a pulse. A moment later a curious look overtook his features, speculation, which caused him to shake his head. He moved around until he arrived at the other side of the bed and climbed on. He gently placed the palm of his hand against her back. A moment later he let out a long, quiet breath. He turned over and climbed off the bed. He vanished into the nearby outlet as quickly as he'd arrived. A minute after his departure, Zhou Qianlin's long eyelashes began to flutter. She slowly opened her eyes to the world around her. He reached a hand out from beneath the comforter to touch her neck. The corner of her lips turned up in a small smile. 1. In China, while it isn't illegal for children in university/high school to date, it is highly frowned upon. Students are expected to focus entirely on their studies. Only after they've graduated are they expected to find a spouse. Of course they are then expected to already have a car, a house, and an excellent paying job, for men. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Discipline Awakening? Chapter 157, Discipline Awakening? A flash of electricity, and Lan Jue's hazy form appeared once again at the edge of the mountain forest. His face bore a peculiar expression. Discipline awakening? Her illness is from her discipline blooming? And how is it her discipline fell so much like Hera's did in the beginning? Hera never told me what her discipline was either, but these energy fluctuations can't lie. They're weaker than Hera's was, though, like it has just awakened. What's going on? His confusion gave way to joy, however, since in the end her problems weren't serious. On the contrary, a person's discipline awakening was a grand occasion. It had been 3 years since he'd lost Hera, but he remembered everything about her as though it just happened. In the beginning, like him, she was a talented mecha pilot. However, she was different from all of the higher-level pilots, too. Her talent didn't appear to have any specific combat proficiency. It just made her body better. Her responsiveness, flexibility, agility and physical strength all were beyond the levels of an average human. That was how she managed to reach the heights of mecha piloting that she had. By virtue of that strange discipline, her hand speed had been even faster than his. He'd asked her more than once about it, her discipline. With such high energy output, he said, why is it her discipline was never used in combat? It would certainly make her a sight more powerful. She said nothing more than that her discipline didn't fuse well with mechas. The result was she was never able to break into the god class of pilots, and remained an emperor. Every time he asked she was secretive, and would only tell him that there would come a day when he would find out what her discipline was. But she never expected that day. To feel that power again brought the memories flooding back, so similar to Hera's own. The difference in power was inescapable, but so too was that familiar feeling. She was already so similar to her, and then now at his age to have her discipline awaken, a discipline so similar to Hera's, inconceivable, couldn't describe it. Lan Jue knew nothing, not even if she would be able to cultivate her talent to be stronger. What in the world was this? With these questions still roiling unanswered in his mind, Lan Jue made his exit from the mountaintop. He swung up onto the seat of his bike and began rolling down the path. By the time he got back to the jewelry store, Huali and Chu Cheng were already waiting. Today's disguise for Huali was a hat and thick black-rimmed glasses. It wasn't a major effort to hide his identity, but then there were never very many people on the avenue. There wasn't much of a need for his snowman suit. Chu Cheng was seated on the counter, discussing something with Kur in quiet tones. Something unsavory, judging by the small grin on his face. Ding ding. The door announced Lan Jue's arrival. Boss, you're back, Kur greeted without hesitation. Lan Jue nodded in greeting. Chu Cheng's smile was gone, and he stared at the ceiling in the very picture of false innocence. His friend's very poor cover-up caused him to laugh. All right. No need to pretend. We all know what sort of man you are. Chu Cheng chuckled. Yeah? And what sort of man am I? A bastard, Lan Jue said without missing a beat. Xiao, Kur. You ladies give this scoundrel a wide berth, you hear me? He's no good for any of us. Xiao covered her mouth sweetly as she laughed, while Kur shot her recent conversation companion a glance. Well, he did just offer to take me out for a meal and a movie, boss. You think he harbors evil intentions? CH Chang was suddenly overcome by a fit of coughs. It did little to dispel the awkward situation. Well, I heard you were taking us out there, bro. Huali was telling me there's this gourmet on the avenue that makes some delicious grub. Lan Jue made his way over to the small crowd and took the glass of water offered by Xiuxiu. He took a sip before answering. No idea what he's making, though. We have the time, so how about we head underground? I can see how my 2 baby apprentices are doing, Off we go then. Hua Li arose and stretched. He looked tired. What's got you in such a sore mood, Ali? You've got that huge concert coming up, Lan Jue asked. Hua Li's pretty face revealed a hint of lamentation. Mo Xiao, as always. She's paying me back for disappearing like I did. She's got me training twice as hard as I would for any normal concert. I'm sleeping only a few hours a night. You guys have no concept of her cruelty. What's worse is this righteous kick she's on, all about how this is a benefit concert and we need the donations for the search and rescue operations. All of this and I have no means of rebellion, she's got it all locked down tight. Poor me. Ju, let's just elope and get out of here. Lan Jue chuckled at his pitiful companion. Let's do it. But first you'll have to find a habitable planet Gobi Entertainment hasn't got its claws in yet. Hua Li glowered helplessly at the floor. Goddamn, I wish I wasn't doing this stupid concert, Shut your face. Cut it out. Both Chu Chang and Lan Jue spoke together, Lan Jue going so far as to clap a hand over Hua Li's mouth. Don't you realize what kind of chaos it'd cause if someone heard you say that? The economic ramifications? Chu Chang had changed suddenly, from his normally distant and lackadaisical persona to someone a sight frostier. Hua Li slapped away Lan Jue's hand. Fine. Go check on your students. That fatty's progress has been pretty good, he's got some serious potential. The other one's still asleep. Lan Jue turned his attention to Xiuxiu and Kur. You two come along as well. We'll close the topside store for a little bit. Yes boss, Xiuxiu said, moving towards the door and locking it tight. It wasn't as though it mattered much, really, the surface store rarely saw any visitors. The 5 of them took the shop's elevator to its underground equivalent. Ah boss, you're here. Mika greeted them as the doors opened. Today she was dressed in a black suit and skirt combo, with her fiery red hair sitting atop her head in a bun. The second he saw her, Chu Cheng's eyes adopted a hungry light. Wordlessly he shot a glance at Lan Jue, though its meaning was clear. Lan Jue, however, seemed not to have noticed. Lin Guogua also trotted over. Hey boss. I guess you brought Kor and Xiuxiu down here to see how our training's been going? Lan Jue smirked and shook his head. Negatory. Oh? Lin Guogua cantered her head and blurted, what's the deal then? You'll find out in a bit, he answered cryptically. First take me to see Jin Tao. Yes boss. Mika led the way, bringing the others to the shop's backroom warehouse. As they walked, Lan Jue addressed his number 2. Mika, let me see the shop's inventory list when you get a chance. You got it, she said. I'll have it for you tomorrow. He nodded. It was by the grace of the winemaster and the doctor that I got back alive this time. I owe them a great deal. The doctor had to expend an S-rank gem as well. We don't have any in stock, but a show of gratitude and intent to pay back is important. Make sure to take it from my own stock. What are you on about, boss? Mika said. We're all in this together, stock included. Lan Jue smiled, but said nothing further. Chu Chang made a motion as though he were swooning from behind Mika. Hua Li kicked him back to normal. Jin Tao was still asleep in the nourishment pod, quietly floating in the strange gel. From time to time, multicolored flashes of light arced across the surface of his skin. Lan Jue took a glance at the pod's computer, reading over the vitals. He nodded, apparently pleased with what he saw. This kid's got intense willpower. The effects look good. The second 2 injections should be a sight easier on him. Hua Li spoke up. You got a good eye. When I first saw the kid I didn't think much of him. Now I see you were right. He has no real talent, but his willpower is damn near supernatural. In that way he's got a ton of potential. We just can't know how much this Fantasia Genetica decoction will improve his discipline. Lan Jue turned to look at Mika. When is Tang Xiao coming today? Should be soon, she replied. He comes every day. He may be fat but he's damn cunning in a fight. He keeps harassing me in the middle of it, so naturally I have to beat the piss out of him every time. Lan Jue snorted a laugh. That's his special combat style. Any indication of his discipline's second awakening? Nothing for the time being. Still, with the pressure we've been adding, his progress certainly isn't slow. Definitely faster than an average 7th level adept. As far as I can tell, it shouldn't be long. That's good then, he replied. We'll keep waiting. Hua Li gave him a wondering look. So what are we all doing down here, anyway? To watch a little spar. Spar? Chu Cheng asked. Who, what, and where? Lan Jue looked them over. Have you forgotten why you came here? We've got that challenge we accepted from Piao Hong and the Guardians. If we aren't up to snuff and lose, Big Brother's gonna let us have it. We need to get to training. We haven't worked together in ages, it's about time we remembered how to. Chu Cheng's face lit up, exchanging a look with Hua Li. So you're really looking to make some improvement, eh? Good, so we're here to compare notes as adepts or mecha pilots? Lan Jue's grin split his face from ear to ear. I came to a recent realization. Today we start with our discipline. After a while, when Tang Xiao shows up, we'll get to it in a big way. We'll show them what a real team working together looks like. Tomorrow, it'll be mecha combat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Comparing Notes. Chapter 158, Comparing Notes. Hua Li's face looked pitiful. Can I not participate? I've been doing nothing but training these last 2 days. At this pace I'm gonna die, I can feel it. Lan Jue's countenance grew hard. Stop whining. At your level you think I believe a little singing and dancing makes you that tired? Hua Li's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Shit, Jue. Have you ever actually watched one of my concerts? Lan Jue waved a hand dismissively. Looking at you is enough. What's the point of seeing one of these prancing shows of yours? Chu Cheng, standing next to him, laughed at their exchange. There's a connection between his physical prowess and his fame, you know. He puts his discipline to good use during his concerts, too. It's not just singing and shaking his ass. Some crazy special effects. When he says he's tired, I believe him. And in the end, who knows how hard Mo Shao pushes him, Lan Jue. Hua Li nearly gnashed his teeth at his friend, grabbing his nose between his fingers. I hate your face. You've really never seen one of my concerts. You don't know people say I'm the most handsome of my whole familial dynasty? No wonder you haven't shown the least bit of interest. I am the greatest celebrity ever known, and when I'm dancing on that stage you have no idea how handsome, charming, and awesome I really am. Lan Jue simply rolled his eyes. Why should I be interested? Isn't it mostly young girls that are infatuated with you? Hua Li's white-knuckle grip relaxed as he fell into a combat pose. We're settling this, right now. Lan Jue rubbed his nose. Fine, soon. You pinch my nose like that and you're asking to be put in the ground. No doubt, Chu Cheng interrupted. What kind of man are you anyway? Jue's only just recovered from his injuries and here you are being so rough. If I were you, Jue, I wouldn't put up with any of this nonsense. You should beat the crap out of him on principle. I'll be the ref. Both Lan Jue and Hua Li turned the force of their glare onto Chu Cheng. He instantly shrunk away. I'm just trying to seek out justice here, right, looking out. What's all this hostility all of a sudden? Hua Li's cantankerous voice growled at him. People who stir up shit are the worst kind. Jue, you and I will beat on this piece of trash, then we'll see what's up. Lan Jue's fists tightened. I like it. It's far past time we shut this guy up. Always sitting here profiting at other people's expense. Chu Cheng's response was angry, indignant. The hell is wrong with you two, treating me like this? You really take me for that sort of person? Yes. Hua Li and Lan Jue shouted in unison. Ah, Professor. Their heated exchange was interrupted by the surprised cry from behind them. Lan Jue turned his head to spy the large silhouette bounding towards him. Lan Jue lifting his hands to protect himself from the jiggly onrush of his student. Use your words there, kid, save all this gesticulating for the ring. Don't you know how heavy you are? Tang Xiao hobbled excitedly towards his teacher, his moon-shaped face jiggling. It's good to see you back, Professor. Miss Meek has been great with me the last few days, studiously teaching me. Miss Lin Guodui as well. Under their guidance my power has increased by leaps and bounds. Lan Jue couldn't help himself in the face of the kid's sincerity, and actually ruffled his disciple's hair. Good, keep it up, rein in that sensitivity. Later I'll see for myself how far you've come. Right now it's time for us to head to the Reaper's arena. Ha! There's no need, Professor, here should be fine. I was told only adepts with high levels of power need to go to the arena. Miss Mika's teachings are enough for me, there's really no need for you to bother yourself with me. The kid was really scared. He was working fine with the two women. It was harsh, but his improvement was obvious to anyone who saw, only, with them sometimes he was beaten so badly he hardly wished to live. How much worse would it be with his professor doing the beating? From what he was hearing, it sounded like Professor wanted to take matter into his own hands, literally. Though he'd never actually witnessed Lan Jue's true power, he could guess considering how powerful Mika and Lin Guoguo were. Would he even live to see home? Lan Jue smiled mirthfully. Don't be scared. Today you get to rest, just watch and learn. Oh. Tang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said nothing more. He respectfully took a step to the side, out of their way. With so much power around him, he didn't dare resort to his more wily tendencies. He turned his head and looked at Jin Tao, sleeping fitfully in the nourishment pod. This guy. He was the lucky one, asleep and unaware. Reaper's Arena. Lan Jue busied himself with setting up their special combat arena, employing the special control apparatus the wine master had given him. Zeus Amazons and Jin Tao sat in a separate area, with a panoramic view of the layout. Only Lan Jue, Hua Li and Chu Cheng remained inside. It looks like second brother one was right when he said you're doing much better. Are you feeling alright? Hua Li asked. Lan Jue nodded. I've already checked things out for myself, and I can honestly say I can't be any better. I can't figure out how I ended up recovering so well. In fact, did you guys see anything out of the ordinary when you arrived that day? Hua Li spoke up. When we got there we found you asleep in a hollowed-out hole, in something that looked like white rock. I went over to check on you myself and you were fine, calm, breathing. It was like you'd never gotten injured at all. A white rock? Lan Jue felt a flash of something, but he couldn't pinpoint precisely what was striking about Hua Li's statement. Nor could he recall any of the methods the doctor used to treat him at the time. Alright, well we'll leave that discussion for another time. So bring it, which one of you two is first? Lan Jue swept his eyes between his fellow monarchs. Xu Cheng gave him a surprised look. What? You're thinking 2-on-1? Lan Jue smirked. Just taking advantage of an opportunity, what's wrong with 2-on-1? Didn't you say earlier you were planning on uniting with Ailey against me? Chung, you're getting more cunning every time I see you. Chu Cheng snorted, puffing his chest out with pride. What kind of person do you take me for? Ailey, let me deal with this punk first. 3 years with his thumb up his keister, I'm positive he's lost all his edge. Hua Li shrugged. Alright, he's all yours then. He lunged back a few steps to give them adequate room. He didn't exit to the observation platform, though, but remained at the edge of the ring. Lan Jue and Chu Cheng stared at each other from across the arena. Little by little their respective expressions became calm and impassive. The two knew each other exceedingly well. Lan Jue had indeed been languishing in sorrow the last 3 years, but in reality Chu Cheng didn't in the least underestimate or look down upon his friend and mercenary companion. He knew as well as any that of the divine monarchs, it was Lan Jue's discipline that was the most destructive. Lan Jue looked back at his friend, still and unchanged. He was calm, like the surface of a lake. They stood in silence, staring, until a change overcame them. A crimson hue slowly began to overtake Chu Cheng's eyes until they looked like burning charcoal. A powerful, stifling aura arose in tandem, and the air around him shimmered as though viewed through extreme heat. Mika muttered to herself within the observation platform. Heat-based discipline. Lan Jue, meanwhile, was undergoing his own changes. Coiling arcs of electricity flashed across his vision, until his eyes were a startling electric violet. Flashes of power sparked from behind his lids. The unsettling crackle of lightning filled their ears, making skin crawl. Suddenly, both of them were on the move. There seemed to be some tacit agreement not to employ their disciplines just yet. Lightning arced from Lan Jue off to the sides. Chu Cheng's lithe figure launched into the air, spreading out like some terrible bird. With a twist he was tumbling towards Lan Jue, delivering a flurry of kicks. Lan Jue made no move to retreat, but instead kept up the advance. He did not leave the ground to meet his assailant. His hands shot up, however, and pressed at the air towards Chu Cheng. Bang bang, bang bang. The sounds of impact filled the arena. With each one the air filled with sparks of lightning and fire. Chu Cheng fell back to earth with a graceful backflip. He glared across the field and growled while hungry flames exuded from him. Everything around him was illuminated by the angry blaze. If one were to look carefully, they would see drops of golden red fluid dripping from him. Lan Jue chuckled. Who are you trying to scare? As he spoke, lightning began to coil up his form. With a flash he became covered in a crystalline blue light. Strangely, it wasn't just the color of him that changed. He almost looked as though he were composed of crystal himself. There were no sparks, no thunder, it was as though his discipline simply manifested. Eh? Chu Cheng couldn't help but vocalize his surprise. This was different, and until this moment he was sure he was totally familiar with Lan Jue's abilities. Electromorphosis. This was among Lan Jue's most powerful of abilities. It helped to amplify his thunderbolt discipline. But despite what he knew, this wasn't the same. Usually when he employed this power, he would be a mess of lightning bolts and electric light, but not this time. When did he learn to control his discipline so well, Chu Cheng thought, to keep it in check? Not a single iota of his power was escaping his grasp. But hadn't he been in hiding for 3 years, without any training? Not judging by what he was seeing. He was surprised, but Chu Cheng was too good, too much a professional to let that deter him. Without stopping, he lashed out with a chopping motion towards Lan Jue. A roaring, frightening wall of flame came racing towards the jewelry master. The heat it released was so great that the area it passed warped nauseatingly. But Lan Jue didn't move, made no effort to sidestep. It was almost as though he hadn't noticed the fiery wall that was crashing down towards him. With his hands pressed against his chest, his power seemed even more restrained. Boom! The fiery attack landed a direct hit, and Lan Jue was lost amongst the roiling flames. Flame and smoke rose to the heavens like a volcanic eruption. Odd crimson orbs were interlaced in the fiery column, rising from the point of impact. The heat was so intense Zeus Amazons and Tang Xiao could feel it from the observation platform. The overweight disciple looked on, silent as a mouse. He thought Mika's fiery discipline was frightening to behold, but the difference in power was clear as he watched this young master at work. Whether power, prestige, or intimidation factor, he was on a whole other level. Mika herself looked on with a manic flash in her eyes. The power and purity of his discipline was astonishing. She felt the explosive power of it when the attack landed. He was at least 9th level 5th rank, by her estimation, if not stronger. This was definitely her chance to learn and improve, she thought. 1. Here I believe he's referring to Chu Cheng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Spirit of Hades. Chapter 159, Spirit of Hades. Lan Jue emerged from the roaring flames unscathed. The roiling inferno burned furiously around him, reflecting of his crystalline body but leaving no mark. The electric blue of his presence flashed in the eye of every onlooker. Ha! Huali, expecting the battle from the sidelines, was as struck with questions as his lazy counterpart. Even as distant as he was, Huali had to protect himself from the baptism of fire by virtue of a radiating blue light. It served to isolate him from the heat. His observations were keen, and he knew Chu Cheng was taking it easy on his opponent. Still, for Jue to sustain this level of heat without blinking was impressive, even by his standards. Things were different between Chu Cheng and Lan Jue. For starters, they hadn't really kept in contact for the last 3 years, and Chu Cheng wasn't aware of much of what had happened to the jewelry master. Huali, though, remembered their battle from not long ago. Lan Jue hadn't been able to employ his discipline much at all, but Huali could still feel Lan Jue's fluctuating power levels. Comparing them to what he saw now, the lancing bolts of electricity, they were different. It was as though his friend's thunderbolt discipline had become gentler. What could that mean? Chu Cheng's figure appeared from the bowels of the flames, his dark figure stark and ominous against the firelight. He was at Lan Jue's back, and without hesitation reached a hand out for him. His grasping palm grew red, then gold, like a little sun seeking to devour his enemy. Lan Jue didn't move. Poof! The gathered Amazons gasped as Chu Cheng's hand disappeared into Lan Jue's body. Chu Cheng was likewise surprised, whereupon he suddenly felt the explosive power of thunder gathering above his hand. Quickly and without warning, his entire body was racked by tremors. The golden red light around him faltered and dissipated. A trick! Chu Cheng's agonist response arose automatically in his defense. The young man's eyes flashed gold with energy, after which an unsettling gray shadow appeared at his back. It yanked his trapped hand free. In a flash Lan Jue's figure raced backwards, colliding with Chu Cheng's chest. He became the center of a blinding corona as crackling bolts of electricity exploded outward in all directions. Of course Chu Cheng didn't simply allow this to happen, he was a monarch for a reason. He curled into himself and erupted, the flames swallowing him into an angry ball of fire. The nightmarish shadow behind him rushed in, joining with the fires and turning them a deep crimson. With a sizzling hiss, Chu Cheng extricated himself from the collapsing field of lightning. Lan Jue was gone in a flash. Moments later he reappeared with his hand raised. He beckoned in the air, and with a peal of thunder a lightning bolt was in his grip. He reeled back, and threw. The writhing spear of lightning chased after Chu Chang, who was still surrounded by dark hungry flames. By the time the bolt caught up, the flames had turned to gray. Once the attack collided, nothing. No blast, no force. The bolt vanished as though it had never existed. The fireball fell to the ground and melted away, once more revealing Chu Chang. His hair stood on end, and his right hand still shook ever so slightly. Lan Jue watched his friend dispassionately. Blue light still emanated from his crystal form. Your electromorphism certainly improved, Chu Chang noted. Lan Jue nodded. Just recently. In fact, you're my guinea pig. From where I'm standing it looks pretty effective. Chu Chang's expression was irate. When did you become so insidious? You've been learning from Ailey. Hua Li chimed in from across the ring. Want me to throw down? Hold it, Chu Chang replied with a humph. Watch me wail on him a bit, then we'll see. Take care now, Jue, time to get a little more serious. He took a menacing stride forward as he spoke. Chu Chang was already a tall youth, and as they looked on he began to grow taller still. In the blink of an eye he stretched 3 meters. His squirrely head of red hair changed as well, turning gray like ash. The nasty smirk on his face melted into an icy cold mask, with a long smear of blood tracing a line along his forehead. The aura he exuded was tremendously stifling. He was covered then in a lengthy black robe, shimmering with embroidered lines of silver. His ordinarily tanned skin faded until it was a ghastly pale. As the slowly boiling flames around him died, those terrifying gray eyes fixed upon Lan Jue. The jewelry master watched the change, unmoving, though his eyes narrowed as the forbidden art unfolded. Of the other observers, it was Mika's reaction which was the most pronounced. She even cried out in surprise. Hades. Monarch of the underworld, he's actually Hades. Kor shot her companion an uncertain look. What's up with you, Mika? You mean you didn't know? The boss and his 3 companions were known as the 4 divine monarchs. The god of wisdom, Prometheus, lord of the afterlife, Hades, Zeus, king of the gods, and Poseidon, lord of the seas. Chu Chang is that second one, lord of the afterlife. Of course he's Hades. Kor sought to educate her friend, but Mika seemed lost in her own thoughts. No. I always just thought it was a title, some sort of designation. But he's the real deal. Like my father, possessing a pure malevolent discipline. He just hasn't cultivated his powers to their peak, yet. Such powerful abyssal energies, if my father were to ever discover his true power, there's no question he'd have someone sent to murder him. He'd have him killed, and his powers absorbed. If he were to succeed in that, he'd be more powerful than any of the paragons. He'd truly become master of the universe. Mika knew much about the darker side of the galaxy, and the powers of the abyss. It was a part of her, ever since she was small, to the point where she couldn't be sure there weren't actual ghosts and demons to be found in the universe. What she was sure of, however, was that although ghosts and devils were a part of the world she lived in, they were the enemy. The prince of devils, Satan, and the lord of the afterlife, Hades. Each sought to devour the other. It was often said that, in ancient times, Hades was stronger than Satan. However, for various reasons, as the new age dawned, Hades was incapable of finding his true self. Satan persevered, slowly growing stronger until they were of equal power. The story was rarely heard now since the stellar migration. Perhaps those mythical beings didn't exist, never existed. However, in a way they did, through these powerful adepts. The prince and lord, masters of their dark disciplines, inherited through blood or other means. Satan, one of the world's 10 paragons, and his dark tower were ever searching the stars for those who possessed the power of Hades. Mika never really thought she'd ever come across the real deal. But here he was, lord of the afterlife, Hades, in the flesh. Lan Jue wasn't still during the process. He, too, took a step forward. Immediately the familiar changes overcame him, his eyes changed to gold, the crackling sound of thunder split the air, and an imperial aura of command surrounded him. A golden cloak appeared, affixed to his shoulders. Countless bolts of lightning flashed around him, real for just the space of an instant and leaving a charged halo of energy around him. His hair changed to gold, matching his flashing regal eyes. Ascension. Jue, don't overtax yourself. Chu Chang's voice snakes from between the worm-like, pallid lips of Hades. Lan Jue's response sounded irritated. What would you expect? You're channeling the spirit of Hades, my next move is Ascension. What is this anyway? Are you saying you've mastered your forbidden art already? More or less. Come on then, see if you can stand my abyssal flame. Hades lifted a hand towards Zeus as he spoke. A lake of gray fire sprang up beneath Zeus' feet. Zeus was gone in a flash, appearing 10 meters away. His golden clothes smoldered ever so slightly. The Lord of the Afterlife made another motion with his left hand. Suddenly it was clutching the handle of a blade, black as pitch. Its shimmering opaque blade was gray, and with the flick of his wrist the steel stretched outwards. Too long and neither of us will be able to sustain it. Too much damage to our vital chi. Let's let a blow determine the winner, a single strike, and whoever's left standing is the victor. What do you think? Zeus nodded. He moved his hand out in much the same manner as his darker counterpart. In a flash, a writhing bolt of lightning shaped into the form of a spear writhed in his grip. However, before their deciding clash could commence, a staggering tremble swept through the arena. As they looked around to find what had occurred, both spied strange trembling veins snaking up the walls. You're really incapable of making life easier for the ones around you. The wine master's defeated voice surrounded them. A blink, and they found themselves in an undulating world of silver light. Zeus and Hades regarded each other, in wordless, tacit agreement. Both disposed of their weapons. Their imposing auras diminished, and their fluctuating disciplines lessened until they were back to their normal selves. The world warped, and the wine master appeared between them. It looks like you're planning to level my training arena. Do you somehow expect this interspatial arena to endure your protomorphic powers? If you insist on practicing these abilities, you're going to have me to contend with as well. Otherwise, find another place to ruin with your horseplay. Chu Chang looked sheepish. I forgot. So sorry, Cosmagus. Another flash, and the wine master vanished without a trace. His voice remained. I see this again and will revoke your sparring privileges. It's all your fault, Chu Chang muttered, with your ascension nonsense. He glared at Lan Jue for getting him into trouble. You don't care about losing face, do you? Lan Jue retorted. You think I'd have used it if you hadn't invoked the spirit of Hades? I only used that because you forced me to. Forced you how? Yeah. Forced me, like slavery. Stop with the garbage back and forth. Hua Li shouted at them from across the arena. Are you fighting or what? Yeah, we're fighting. Both Lan Jue and Chu Cheng shouted back in unison. Hua Li's sullen response wafted towards them. Get to it then. And remember, no protomorphism. Lan Jue clasped his hands, then, at the space of his back and grinned at the two. Both of you. Hua Li blinked at him. Jue, I must have heard wrong. Even people looking to be abused aren't that direct. Lan Jue smirked. I never said I'd be fighting alone. Ladies, it's time to see how your cultivation's been progressing. Mika, Linguagua, Xiuxiu, and Kur shouted back, yes, boss. Chu Chang regarded them with hesitation. This isn't right. I can't lift my hand against a woman, much less four. Far too much a fan of the female species, you understand. Hua Li's words were thick with disdain. Give it a rest. I don't think you've ever refused to put a hand on a woman. Chu Chang chortled. That's different. Those are gentle hands, he assured. Enough, keep it in your pants. Zeus and his ladies are going to be tough to deal with. Don't hold me back. Chu Chang snarled at him. Who's holding who back? You. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Unspoken Cooperation. Chapter 160, Unspoken Cooperation. Lan Jue simply stood, bolts of lightning coiling around his eyes. Behind him were his Amazons, arrayed for battle, Mika, Xiuxiu, Linguagua, and Kur. Across from them were the other two monarchs, Hua Li and Chu Chang. A faint red aura surrounded one, a gentle blue the other, fire and water, opposing elements that flickered in close proximity. Neither directly impeded the other, but clear and striking fluctuations in their energy occurred where they touched. Don't let them fool you, Lan Jue said then. Their disciplines work well together. Jue, what happens next, you asked for. I may not be pleased with raising my hand to a woman, but I won't hesitate to put you in your place, Chu Cheng challenged. Lan Jue's tepid response followed. Bring it on. Tang Xiao, make sure you watch yourself. The final words were directed at the pudgy boy, a distance behind the two groups. He was in there with the others, as opposed to on the observation platform. In Lan Jue's own words, he needed to experience what combat was like between top-level adepts. In this way he'd be prepared when he was ready to join them. But that wasn't now, all he had to do was make sure he didn't get hurt. And so, the overweight young man stood practically plastered to a wall, very nearly trembling. An 8th-level talent, and the worst of the bunch. Not just 9th-level talents, but several surpassed 9th-level 5th rank. This was the sort of power that would dominate a battlefield, much like they could have in the shattered starfields. Yes, Professor. Tang Zhao's timid voice whimpered towards Lan Jue. Commence. The jewelry master's voice rang through the arena. Instantly he was on the move. His hands raised, and 2 crackling bolts of lightning launched out towards Huali and Chu Chang. Huali reacted by lifting his own hands, and a gentle blue shield of energy bloomed to life before him. The purity of his water discipline meant it was non-conductive, neutralizing Lan Jue's powers. Chu Chang was possessed of a much higher strata of arrogance. His left hand traced a line through the air, which summoned a fiery serpent that coiled around him. It hissed malevolently, flaming drops of saliva splattering in all directions. The 2 bolts found their mark, and subsequently vanished. Lan Jue continued his assault. As he did, his Amazons were half a step behind. Xiao took a step forward until she was positioned directly behind Lan Jue. From where Huali and Chu Cheng stood, they couldn't see her. Mika moved, too, huffing dismissively as her body became encased in fire. Her hands began tracing a circle, within which a swirling vortex of flame appeared. At the slightest motion, countless balls of fire launched towards her targets. Kor stretched her arms out in front of her. As she did, a dozen morphing gun barrels extricated themselves from her body and hovered nearby. A volley of white energy was spat forth, hurtling towards Huali. A blue light also began to coalesce around her chest, releasing wave upon wave of undulating energy. Lin Guoguo's pretty eyes had closed in the interim. She was as though in the midst of a deep meditation, with the whole of the arena lost to her consciousness. But the moment she closed her eyes, both Huali and Chu Chang were suddenly assailed by a sense of unease. It was a palpable sensation of fear and discomfort, a sense that made them both secretly anxious to employ the full might of their abilities. Lan Jue rushed at Chu Chang as his earlier bolts of lightning vanished. His body was again a living streak of electricity. In a flash he was in front of the red-haired young man. Chu Chang's own reactions were quick, almost inhuman. His whole body flared like a match, releasing a golden red light. The molten balls of fire from Mika weakened and melted as they reached him. They vanished with a dismissive wave of his hand. With Lan Jue suddenly so close, he launched himself backward in retreat. But as he did, the coiling dragon of flame surrounding him chose that moment to strike. Its flaming jaw distended as the beast shot out. First up, then directly down towards Lan Jue as it attempted to swallow him whole. Lan Jue stepped to the side. His body congealed into a golden bolt of lightning and arced away just in time to avoid the jagged fiery teeth. He appeared again in front of Chu Chang, and pressed his palm against the man's chest. This was his power, the speed of light. It was already too late for Chu Chang to react. By the time he knew what was happening, his entire body was encased in electricity. However, despite the success of the attack, Lan Jue revealed no pleasure, took no joy. On the contrary, he balled himself up and made to retreat. Just as the lightning raced from his fingers, the fiery dragon was racing onward at increased speed. In no time, it was before Mika. There was a flash of golden red light, when suddenly a figure reached out its hand towards her. It was Chu Chang, and as he appeared the copy assailed by Lan Jue dissolved into smoke and ash. A false trail, trickery. It took Lan Jue by surprise. This guy really was a bastard. All of that noise about refusing to hit women, and yet it was a woman he struck at first. Clearly his plan was to take care of them one by one. All in all, the 4 women were not that far removed in power from Chu Chang and Huali. With Lan Jue among them, there was no way they could win. The 2 monarchs' only available tactic was simple: as much as possible, weaken Zeus' Amazons, then focus on Zeus. As Chu Chang moved to attack, Huali joined him. As he raced forward, he lifted his arms to the sky. Instantaneously a blue aura surrounded him and shot outward in all directions like a powerful ocean wave. It served not only to temporarily obstruct Lan Jue, but also to knock back Lin Guoguo and Kor. The waves naturally parted when they reached Chu Chang. The 2 had been veritable brothers for years, fighting side by side. This sort of cooperation wasn't verbally expressed, they just knew what had to be done, and when. Mika did not appear fazed by Chu Chang's advance. Her fiery red hair had fought free of its bonds and flared around her head like an inferno, changing to an angry crimson-red color. Behind her appeared the monstrous figure of a demon. The beast was at least 6 meters in height, and indistinct. A stifling, corrupted aura poured from it, and the only thing that could be clearly seen were its 2 fiery, blood-red eyes. What? The Prince of Demons? Chu Chang's eyes narrowed at the revelation. The new information made him slower to react. He also missed it when, suddenly, a large piece of artillery appeared at Mika's shoulder. It launched a beam of staggering blue energy half a meter thick. A beam that raced right towards Zhou Qianlin's chest. Zhou Qianlin was no slouch when it came to his discipline, but nonetheless the surprise change in battlefield circumstances took its toll. His own attacks landed, striking Mika, but he took the blast directly as a result. The blue light flashed and moved away, revealing core at Mika's shoulder. The other core, a short distance away, vanished in a puff of smoke. An illusion? Hua Li was similarly surprised. To make matters worse, the sudden shifts were precipitated by a stifling sense of dread that he couldn't shake. Lan Jue had made no effort to rescue Mika, in part because Zhou Qianlin's attack was covered by Hua Li's waves. As the waves raced towards Lan Jue, though, they parted before a flash of infinitely sharp white light. Lan Jue vanished and, in a flash, appeared in front of Hua Li. His body flickered a few times and disappeared, before a tight net of dazzling blue light fell in place around the celebrity. For Hua Li's part, his body adopted a spectral quality. Countless rays of golden blue light shot out from within him, paired with a roar like crashing waves. By the time Lan Jue reappeared, Hua Li retreated through the crushing trap. The golden light he emanated were a sight less powerful than they were a moment before. Lan Jue flicked his wrist, sending an orb of pale golden light outwards. Hua Li's features changed drastically as he juked to one side, followed immediately by a blast that made the whole arena shake. It was the power of Lan Jue's discipline, his speed of light and lightning, that they faced. All one could see was Hua Li and Zhou Qianlin being unceremoniously cast away. "Hey, honored teachers, I thought I'd share something with you, something awful that happened to me. I was eating at school when, while digging into my braised pork, I noticed it had started to grow some mold. So I plucked that piece out." Zhou Qianlin and Hua Li were busy with Zeus and his Amazons, when suddenly the strange voice arose clearly through the arena. It bore a distinctly sordid tone. What the dash Hua Li reacted first, surprised and irritated by the verbal harassment. He was also fairly sure he recognized the voice. Tang Xiao? The same saying was different coming from the kid's mouth, rather than Lan Jue's. His compatriot couldn't speak like the young man, didn't have the same oomph. Hua Li, luckily, had already experienced this trickery once, so was not so taken aback. Zhou Qianlin, however, was surprised at the sudden conversation, and the respect with which it was delivered. Still, a half-second hesitation was all Lan Jue needed to wrap Hua Li up in a net of electricity. He was crouched, his hand slapped firmly against the ground. The cage that kept he and the entertainer in place was narrow and confining. Zhu Cheng shook himself awake and, ignoring temporarily the threat of Mika and Kur at his heels, raced to Hua Li's aid. He knew quite well that if Hua Li was taken out of the equation it would be 1 against 5. Those were, frankly, impossible odds. I painstakingly removed the mold from the piece. I wasn't going to throw out such sumptuous food, so I popped it right in my mouth. And shit, wouldn't you know it, it was a piece of ginger. Tang Zhao's punchline was delivered just as Zhou Qianlin was making his attack. The words cut a searing path through Zhou Qianlin's brain. He couldn't help but snort in a fit of laughter, and the loss of control caused his discipline to slip. A self-satisfied, dismissive huff was heard from behind. The overwhelming force of a psychic blast hit him straight on like a sledgehammer. Suddenly, he felt his mind devolve into disarray as his thoughts all crashed together. While the effects weren't physically damaging, he was suddenly too dizzy and distracted to pay proper attention. It was enough of a lapse for Mika and Kur to catch up. Zhou Qianlin went flying as their attack caught him. The cage shimmered. For most, especially those whose powers were focused on speed, confining oneself in a cage seems like a bad idea. But Lan Jue felt differently. Hua Li's inherent self-defense capabilities were among the strongest in their group, and so the arcing bolts of lightning that assailed him in the cage were easily dealt with. However, the steady bursts of sharp light emanating from Lan Jue caused Hua Li to expend much more thought and energy to evade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Fusion of the Amazons. Chapter 161, Fusion of the Amazons. ZRRGGT. There was a flash of lightning, and suddenly Hua Li felt his body go numb. In the length of time it took for the light to flash, Lan Jue had moved behind him, and was slamming his fists into the entertainer's back. Hua Li's defensive capabilities warded the first 6 strikes, but the 7th and final snuck through. With his water discipline nearly exhausted, the strike sent arcs of lightning coiling up his body. He suddenly felt the ice-cold kiss of a blade at his throat, which led him to quickly declare surrender. "You got me," he said matter-of-factly. Lan Jue was on the move instantly. The electric cage that surrounded them parted just as the jewelry master dissolved into a stream of light. The glimmering pillar raced through the cage's small opening, stopping before Chu Cheng, who stood alone in the distance. Mika was close behind. With a grunt, she was off again, racing towards Chu Cheng and Lan Jue. Her speed made her look like nothing more than a streak of crimson. Then gold, then blue, as Lan Jue and Kor took their cue from the Stygian succubus. The three were vicious streams of violent energy, racing to their boss side. Chu Cheng shot his hands forward, whipping through the air. In response, the air shimmered as a vortex of raging flame appeared in front of him. Its swirling depths brought with it a powerful suctioning force, which brought Lan Jue to a stop. Chu Cheng took advantage of the slight reprieve to grope out his right hand. Empty space parted, and plumes of smoke preceded the arrival of a flaming sword which fit perfectly in his palm. It was a similar blade to the one he'd revealed while channeling the spirit of Hades, with the only difference being the color. He feinted towards Lan Jue and the three streaks of energy rapidly approaching his direction. In response, the trembling weapon belched a curtain of fire at his enemies. Hua Li may have lost, but he'd set up Chu Cheng with a chance. That was good enough. Lan Jue was tumbling through the air to avoid Chu Cheng's strike. Sufficiently free from danger, he stopped midair, just long enough to swipe his own strange shimmering blade of light. The weapon he gripped was a little over a meter long, the blade and pommel making a cross shape. Its long and narrow blade was white as snow, indented down the middle with a blood funnel. He hung in the air, hovering above the field of battle with blade in hand. A strange, dark figure was indistinctly visible near the sword. It was black, and writhing like it was composed of black lightning. But it wasn't. In fact, closer inspection would reveal they were fissures, where the blade's stupendous sharpness had cloven reality around it. If Lan Jue released it, one feared the blade might slice through space and simply vanish as it fell. Hua Li's quick and no-nonsense surrender was largely due to the presence of that sword in Lan Jue's hand, for that was no ordinary weapon, it was Xiuxiu, become the Azura Godblade. Xiuxiu was not new to Zeus Amazons, not even close. Her work for him had spanned years, ever since she first entered the mercenary world. From the onset she was at his side, which earned her the name Blade Maiden. Both Hua Li and Chu Cheng were both well aware, with Xiuxiu at his side, Zeus was at least 3 times as powerful. Lan Jue flicked his wrist. The Godblade flashed, and released a torrent of energy all its own. The power raced outward as Chu Cheng's own energies were converging on his position. Two different, opposing energies, and as they clashed in midair, both the energy and Chu Cheng's sword were knocked aside. In the same instant Mika, Lan Jue and Kor appeared at their boss back. Mika was the first to arrive. She had transformed into a ball of molten fire during transit, and landed onto Lan Jue's back. As she did, a glorious flaming cloak wiped out behind her boss. It flowed where there was no wind, and anything that came near was instantly assailed by a suffocating demonic aura. Next was Kor. The blue light that was her raced to Lan Jue's side and settled on his left arm. When the shimmer light abated, a gun barrel with a caliber the size of a chicken egg glinted against the tan skin of his arm. A heavy sapphire aura surrounded the weapon, and it seemed ready to launch its attack with the slightest provocation. The golden beam of light was the final one to show up, and settled itself atop Lan Jue's head. It shone brilliantly like a crown or halo. It was gorgeous beyond compare, more than any normal crown certainly. Resplendent beams of light shone forth from it in all directions. Still, the most striking aspect was the oval stone set in the center. It was almost like a single golden eye that watched all with its unblinking stare. This is somehow acceptable? Chu Cheng glowered at the sight before him. The burning flames that covered him like a coat dimmed visibly, with a hint of gray light swirling through them. The atmosphere of the entire arena chilled. A single plume of fire launched outward from him. In a few short seconds as was hanging over Lan Jue, its temperature so hot that the floor below started to melt into magma. With the fire above and the lava below, Lan Jue was in clear danger of being swallowed into one or the other. The golden eye set within Lan Jue's crown flashed. Suddenly Chu Cheng felt a dizziness rise up within him. It was enough of a distraction that the power of his attacks were diminished. In the same instant the burning cloak at Lan Jue's back released a wave of fire. It was a strange flame, with black and red racing through it like veins. As it spread forth, it kept the encroaching flows of magma at bay. The jewelry master then hoisted the Godblade, and his body fractured into a host of lightning bolts. His figure reconstituted inches before Chu Cheng, with the Godblade tracing a deadly arc towards him. The ear-splitting sound of reality being rent asunder filled the air. Where the Godblade passed, a thin vacuous line of darkness followed. Chu Cheng's body dimmed, just as the deadly sword cut him in two. But as they began to crumple to the floor, both disintegrated into pillars of flame that shot high above. Once they towered out of reach, they joined once again to form the red-haired youth. Chu Cheng's flaming blade was once more in hand. He stared chillingly down at Lan Jue, with all his fancy toys. With an intimidating yell, he became a claw of flames that reached inexorably for his golden crown. Lan Jue's godblade hung in the air, in the middle of its follow-through. Only his left hand was available, and so it was with it that he reached towards the sky. The action spawned a massive hand composed of lightning. The two elemental appendages clashed. The subsequent blast of errant energy whipped madly in all directions. Lan Jue's crown flashed once again. Chu Chang was valiantly pressing the attack, his fiery power in contest below with Lan Jue's electricity. However, he was visibly weakening. Erupt! Chu Chang's voice rang through the arena. The column of energy he commanded exploded at his command, destroying Lan Jue's summon claw with it. The air cleared, the dust settled, with neither of the powerhouse's disciplines in evidence. However, even though he'd managed to halt Lan Jue's riposte, it wasn't over. Chu Chang's pupils contracted as he saw the dark barrel of the gun flash, and a dazzling blue orb hurtle his way. His impressive display in fending off Lan Jue had drained him. He was in a weakened position, and as such did not possess the ability to dodge the oncoming assault. All he could do was bolster his defenses, and hold. He grit his teeth as Kor's attack hit him smack in the chest. Boom! Chu Chang went sailing into the distance. He tumbled head over heels, caught in a tempest of energy. This was the true might of Kor's attacks. She was an 8th-level talent, but with her power fully stored before use she was as frightening as any average 9th level. Chu Chang hadn't taken that into account, and he was feeling the results of his mistake. Lan Jue, mercenary in Skyfire Avenue, knew an opportunity when he saw one. He also knew how to exploit it. As Chu Chang went barreling through the sky, Lan Jue was on the move. In a flash he was above the unfortunate mercenary, with the godblade in his hand. Only now, the blade's body was a shimmering violet. An infinitely sharp bolt of lightning, cutting a bloodthirsty arc towards its target. Chu Chang's energies had only just managed to deflect the main force of Kor's blast, and so when the godblade came tumbling his only recourse was to raise his hands in defense. Xiuxiu's impossibly sharp attack landed directly in the palm of his hand. Crack! The deafening peal of a thunderstrike accompanied the blow. Paralyzing bolts of lightning raced along Chu Chang's body. As they did, reality split before the red-haired young man's chest, spreading open into a void. But before Chu Chang could react or employ the opportunity, Lan Jue was there. The godblade had reverted to its normal white hue, with it arriving a beam of pure light. That beam struck Chu Chang, pinning him viciously to the ground. "I give," Chu Chang hissed, and those words stopped any further abuse from Lan Jue. 5 minutes later. "Goddammit, Chang. When'd you become such a dunce?" Huali shook his head at his companion, whose face was slowly swelling. That was an embarrassing display. Ju, you and I will never recover from this." Chu Chang's angry voice was somewhat obscured by his unnaturally puffy face. Lan Jue looked down on him, arms crossed over his chest and a smirk on his face. "Interested in another go? Only a damn moron'd agree to that. No class, so many people against just me. You all should be ashamed. Ailey, help me out here, man, otherwise how am I supposed to eat later, Huali summoned a gentle ball of blue light, whereupon he then unceremoniously smashed it into Chu Chang's face. The water splashed in all directions, and when it dripped away Chu Chang's features were already markedly better. Lan Jue turned then, looking down at the 4 ladies who had reverted to their natural states. "Is this what you girls have been practicing?" Lin Guodguo tittered. "Like you said, boss, we've been focusing in our cooperation. We were listening to Xiuxiu, talking about how she can turn into your weapon. That got us thinking. See, we're all the boss bodyguards, right? And if Xiuxiu can do it, so can we. Mika and I are already 9th level, so we have the ability to become our discipline, like your fulmination. A token aspect of being a 9th level, unless you have a discipline like Fatty Tang who can change at will. So Mika and I got to talking, what can we change into that would most benefit the boss? I chose the crown. Mika chose the cloak. Cool, right? Kor blew a raspberry. Although I can't change into my discipline yet, it already possesses the ability to change shape. Any sort of energy weapon, I can do. I figured I could give the boss another long-ranged attack at his disposal. The 3 of us, with Xiuxiu as your sword, and we become your supersuit. 1. Lan Jue smiled at them. I was definitely pleasantly surprised. I can see all the hard work you put into this. Keep it up. Once we get your cooperation up to snuff, mecha combat will be next. For that you should all study from Xiuxiu. Her piloting skills are already excellent. Got it, Mika replied. Tang Xiao had lumbered over to Lan Jue's side by this point, though he was careful to choose a spot out of Chu Cheng's direct line of sight. "And what are you cowering for?" Lan Jue said, narrowing his eyes at his pupil. The young man replied in a whisper. "Professor, do you think he's mad at me?" Lan Jue shook his head. "Don't worry about it. With me here he won't be doing anything. But if you see him when I'm not around, hide further away." 1. Power Rangers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Girly Music. Chapter 162, Girly Music. The swelling of Chu Cheng's face had gone down, and was back to normal. He followed Huali, rubbing his face as though it still hurt. "Too rough, Ju, geez. You've been planning this for a while, I'll bet." Lan Jue shot him a glance. "Premeditated, no, but that doesn't mean I haven't wanted to stomp your face for at least a few days." Chu Cheng flipped him the bird, then tried to glare a hole into the fat young man to one side. "Hey fatass, I'll remember this. Did your good-for-nothing teacher train you with that loud mouth?" Tang Zhao's reply was quiet, timid. "Professor Lan didn't teach me that, I came up with it myself after some research. I believe we should stop at nothing when in the heat of battle, anything it takes to win. The process isn't important, just the result. Please don't be upset, teacher. I'm just trying to be self-directed." Chu Cheng snorted, hard. Huali took up the conversation, his own voice betraying displeasure. "So have you shared this little story of yours with your professor?" Tang Xiao blushed at the accusation. "The first time we fought I did. He beat me pretty badly. I haven't since." Huali's white-knuckle fist raised as he glared daggers at the fat kid. Tang Xiao coughed uncomfortably. "So, Professor, if there's nothing else maybe I should just head out. Oh, and I'm sorry but I'm not sure I'll have the opportunity to come over the next few days." "Oh?" Lan Jue gave him an inquisitive look. "Look kid, you don't need to be scared. These guys wouldn't dare run around bullying the younger generations, but..." Tang Xiao quickly shook his head. "That's not it. There's a school training assembly I can't get out of. People from our rival school, Liar, are coming. They've chosen me as a contestant in a little sparring match. I'm supposed to be drilling mecha combat over the next few days to bone up." "Liar University?" Lan Jue looked at him questioningly. "What are they doing coming all the way over here?" Tang Xiao enlightened him. "They're a mecha piloting university, it's their primary major. Planet Liar isn't too far from Skyfire. I heard somewhere that the deans were rivals, after the same girl years ago. Later, it was our dean who came out on top. They've hated each other ever since. So, every year they send their crack students our way, supposedly for educational exchange. Really it's a chance for them to show us up." Chu Cheng was in higher spirits, then, forgetting his previous indignation. "Sounds like fun, what sort of exchanges are we talking, Dot?" "Mostly mecha combat," Tang Xiao replied. "And truth be told I don't know what the dean is thinking, agreeing to it. They specialize in mecha combat. Our university's focus is research. We're miles behind them in regards to mecha piloting. Every year it's the same, a cruel beating. They aren't concerned about face either. Students compete, sure, but the teachers do also. If it weren't for the savage goddess, we'd have precisely zero showing at the exchange. Professor Tan is the only one to ever really have a chance at winning the thing. Originally we were to have some time before the competition, but then Liar University heard about the NEU opening up their doors for some Poseidon Guys concert. So they pushed the schedule up. What's there to hear in this damn concert anyway, retards?" Huali shoved his large-framed glasses higher on his nose. "You've never heard one of Poseidon's songs, have you?" Tang Xiao stuck out his prominent belly. "Uncle," he started proudly, "I'm a real man. Who listens to that girly stuff anyway, just deviants and young girls." Chu Cheng's features were a strange blend of surprise and mirth as he looked at Lan Jue. "Taunting is just in this kid's blood, isn't it? A skill he was born with." Huali's expression was cool and dangerously indifferent as he, too, addressed Lan Jue. "Don't say I never give you face, got it?" Lan Jue gently patted his forehead before speaking earnestly to his apprentice. "In fact I originally had waned to give you the day off but it looks like we'll need to continue your special training. By my estimate we're looking at double time. Ailey, take it easy on the kid, right? Don't break him." Huali nodded as he made his way to stand before the slack-jawed Tang Xiao. The entertainer plucked off his hat and glasses, revealing his sinister grin and dark eyes. "Tell me though, fatty. Do I look familiar to you at all?" "Ha? Dot. I'll make you a deviant. How about we make you girly? Ah. Ow. Ah. Zeta. The gourmet's tiny boutique was clean, tidy, and quiet, with a classical beauty that stayed with a person. Huali, Xu Chang, and Lan Jue had all changed by this point, and were making their way there. Someone else had beat them there, a beautiful young woman. Seamstress, one Lan Jue greeted amicably with a smile. The woman rose to her feet and welcomed the three young gentlemen with a smile. Hello. EY. Isn't this? The tailor's pretty eyes swept over Huali. It was becoming abundantly clear that Huali attracted a great deal of attention without his disguises in place. Huali only chuckled, his response gentlemanly. Salutations, beautiful madam. I'm Huali. Xu Chang also nodded a greeting to the tailor. Hello, he said, I'm Xu Chang. Lan Jue cast an inquisitive eye unto his friend. A very tepid greeting, Chang. I expected different from you. Xu Chang glowered at his companion. Going out anywhere with Ali is the worst. You think we get any attention with this guy around? The seamstress covered her mouth with a dainty hand and laughed. Not so. Poseidon is even more striking than his holograms, true, but you two aren't slouches either. You and our jewelry master are a special kind of man. Plus, I like men with a good build, suitable as a mannequin. That devious light shined in the depths of Xu Chang's eyes. You're a madam with exceptional taste, that much is clear. Some people are born fine to look at, but it takes a smart person to realize their treasures run only skin deep. It's been a few years since we were in high school, Huali cut in with a cool voice. How about we act like it? Xu Chang sneered, looking for a place to sit. And what do you mean by that? The seamstress replied, grinning broadly. Lan Jue chortled. High school, the first awakenings of love. They are used to feeling inadequate and resort to protecting their fragile egos in front of their lady friends by tearing others down. A laugh bubbled up from the seamstress, true and uninhibited. You all are quite the interesting trio. The gourmet is still in the back preparing, why don't you all take a seat? Huali picked the seat beside Xu Chang. Lan Jue, meanwhile, made his way towards the back. Is there anything I can help with, gourmet? No need, the man's voice responded, wafting towards them from within the kitchen. I'll be finished shortly. You called the wine master? You just contacted me actually. He said he had something that needed doing, and wouldn't be able to make it. Looks like it's just us tonight. Ah man, Lan Jue lamented. That means no good alcohol. Let's try something different today. His liquor isn't suitable for our meal today anyhow. Lan Jue chuckled. So what were you doing even inviting the man if his alcohol isn't suitable? The gourmet didn't care to continue the exchange, and the only sounds that came from the kitchen then were the sounds of cooking. His nostrils flared as the pungent aromas of the meal wafted towards him. I'm still waiting for that young woman you introduced to me the last time, jewelry master. The seamstress regarded Lan Jue from her position across the table. We were supposed to make some fine clothes for her, but not a peep. Lan Jue slapped his forehead. I forgot, forgive me. After the last meal there were a few things that needed handling. It must have been forgotten in the aftermath. Next time, I'll bring her around to your shop. This brought a smile to the seamstress' lips. She has an incredible figure, one I'd love to work with. You make sure you do. Not long after, the gourmet appeared from the kitchen, supporting a large dish with his arm. The succulent scent of cooked meat accompanied him. 6 dishes, each with their own magical allure. 6 were meat, and 1 vegetable. The gourmet indicated each as he introduced the meal. Braised pork with preserved vegetables in a soy sauce. Wine-soaked crab over glass noodles. Sichuan-style roasted duck. Spring chicken in jams and butter. Sweet and sour mandarin fish. And pan-seared crown daisy chrysanthemum. All home-cooked, but with a complex and pleasing taste. Lan Jue's mouth had already begun watering. Each one a dish I love. What did we deserve for such a meal, gourmet? If you need something from us, just come out with it, no need for bribes. The gourmet chuckled. And what need have I of you? I guess we can call it a celebration of the fact you're not dead yet. There's also a soup, but that one is for you alone. I apologize to the rest of you. Uncle. The startled and strange-sounding voice interrupted him. Every eye in the room turned towards the source. At the onset the gourmet had had his full attention on the food, however as the voice greeted him he lifted his head to look with no small measure of surprise. Xu Chang was already standing, a shocked expression on his face as he stared at the gourmet. The older gentleman's eyes narrowed, his pupils shrunk. I don't know you. Either sit and eat, or get out. With that said, the gourmet retreated back into the boutique's back rooms. Chu Cheng's expression was dark and unsure. However, after a few moments he sat back down. The gourmet reappeared with a bowl of stew in hand. This time the easy smile that had been on his face was gone, replaced with a gloomy haze. This didn't stop the seamstress' smiles, though. I seem to recall, once, you telling me that a cook must be in a good mood to work properly, gourmet. Only in that way can one create true delicacies, you assured me. Cooking in a bad mood infuses the food with your glum aura. The gourmet looked at her, and grudgingly nodded his head. His expression softened, but he never once looked Chu Cheng's way. Chu Cheng uttered not a sound. Contrary to his traditionally loudmouthed behavior, he kept still Lan silent. Gourmet, the drinks? I'm assuming since these are very traditional, former-era Chinese dishes, the drinks of our ancestors would pair nicely. White rice wine, perhaps, or millet wine. MN. You've only just gotten better, so nothing too strong. Let me heat up some millet wine for you, the gourmet said as he rose to procure some. He returned a moment later with another tray. Atop the tray was a small coal-burning stove, which on top of that sat a finely crafted copper tea kettle. The vestiges of its crafting were still evident along the copper body, dents and divots skillfully beat into a pleasing pattern. The lid was shaped in the form of a coiled dragon, simple and exquisite. 5 black cups were arrayed around the small stove. The gourmet flicked his wrist, and the cups flew gracefully from the tray to his diner's sides. Finally, there was the last delicate china bowl on the stove's other side, filled with rich dark plums. She was introduced as tailor before in chapter 65, but seamstress is a much more fitting title, I feel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, The Gourmet's Story. Chapter 163, The Gourmet's Story. Lan Jue beamed in admiration. Copper kettle, charcoal fire, black pottery, the perfect combination for millet wine. Add a few slices of ginger while boiling the alcohol, and that'd be especially beneficial. As he spoke, he took the initiative and plucked up the kettle. He poured out a glass of wine for the gourmet first before filling the others' cups. He followed this by taking a smoked plum from the tray, and dropping one into each glass. Drink the stew while it's hot, the gourmet instructed. All right, Lan Jue said. He pulled the lid off of the bowl and was immediately met with a blast of steam and a pleasant scent. He peered inside, but despite his love of food was unable to determine what the clear stew was made of. The stew was a pale yellow, and boiling hot. A single spoonful, and Lan Jue felt it like a flood through him, a clean rejuvenating sensation. It warmed him to his core. He even felt as though his internal energies were revitalized by the tasty soup. A small amount of steam was even lifting off from his forehead. What is this? Lan Jue asked inquisitively. Wild-grown Dendrobium officinale, left untouched for 100 years, is the main ingredient, he replied. In addition we have phoenix chicken from Taihua, and a dozen sorts of medicinal herbs. It serves to nourish the 5 primary organs, as well as the qi in blood. One, make sure you drink it all. Lan Jue blinked. Phoenix chicken? You actually found some? And where'd you get the mature Dendrobium officinale? It was one of the 9 immortal herbs used in former-era traditional medicine. Didn't they die out a long time ago? The gourmet shook his head. All of this good food, and here you are occupying your mouth with nonsense. Just eat. He punctuated the order by taking a sip of his wine, picking up his chopsticks, and getting to work on the meal. Lan Jue took another sip of the soup, whose warmth filled him up. He then took a sip of the pleasant wine. Its own warmth, the ginger slices and the smoked plum all served to raise his temperature. The various dishes arrayed around the table looked simple, but each were specially crafted delicacies. The stifling atmosphere from moments ago was entirely dispelled as they tucked into the amazing food. Huali and Chu Cheng were happily munching away with the rest of them. Lan Jue's favorite was certainly the crab and noodles in wine sauce. It was thick with juice, an amalgamation of high-grade Shaoxing wine and crab juices. Spread over the smooth, pleasantly textured noodles, its taste defied explanation. It ended up Chu Cheng and Huali both squabbled over the final piece of the braised pork and soy sauce. Eventually they settled on splitting the final piece in half. In no time at all 6 dishes were empty. Even the sauces and juices weren't safe, for the 3 young visitors sopped that up with rolls of steamed bread. The gourmet chuckled at the display. Be a little careful, next time. I'd hate to lose such a foodie and drinking buddy. Once you're full you guys can head out at your leisure. The next time try to avoid bringing outsiders. Alright, Lan Jue said with a small chuckle. We'll head out first, then. How about you, seamstress? The pretty woman looked up from her plate to reply. I'll help the gourmet tidy up some before heading out. Something we ladies are quite adept at. 2. Chu Cheng shot an inconspicuous glance towards the gourmet before wordlessly jabbing Huali in the side with an elbow. His friend knew the indication, and both wandered out from the gourmet's boutique together. By this time the seamstress was already standing, and gathered several plates with her slender arms. The gourmet remained seated, chewing on a cigarette that had somehow appeared in the interim. It hung unlit from the corner of his mouth. Go on and smoke, it doesn't bother me, the seamstress said. The gourmet snapped a finger and, with the motion of flame, sprang to life on his fingertip. He lit the stick and almost immediately the room filled with the scent of burning tobacco. The seamstress continued to work in silence, with no statements or questions offered. She just grabbed up the soiled plates, and moved them to the kitchen. All arranged and where they're meant to be, the seamstress said once everything had been put away. Make sure to get to bed early, and don't smoke too much. I'm on my way out. The gourmet nodded, following her with his eyes as she left. He sat alone in the boutique, coiled plumes of tobacco smoke swirling around his narrowed eyes. The light living in them was complicated, but a clear pang of discomfort was easily discerned. Zeta. Huali, Lan Jue and Chu Cheng slowly ambled down the avenue towards Zhu's jewelry shop. Nightcap? Chu Cheng looked at his two dinner companions. All right. Lan Jue pushed his way past the store into apartments. He returned a moment later with a bottle of brandy and 3 glasses. Chu Cheng helped himself by snatching the bottle from Anju's hands. He poured himself a glass and downed it right away. Ah, brandy really is something special. Millet wine's too weak, not suitable for me. What the hell was that about? Huali piped up, cutting through the garbage. Your uncle? Your real uncle? Chu Cheng nodded his head. I never would have thought to look here. No wonder we haven't been able to find him. He disappeared 2 years ago. Lan Jue looked over his way. If it involves some secret of your family, you don't need to share it. Chu Cheng smiled indifferently. Something I can't share with outsider, but you too? Your family. As a matter of fact, my uncle's story is now almost more a legend. Are you aware of his strength, Jue? Lan Jue shook his head. Only that it's fire-based. I've never actually seen him use it seriously. Still, he's one of the Avenue's 18 councilmen, so that has to mean something, even if he is lower on the tier list. Really all we know is that he's an amazing cook. It's strange, though, that he only ever cooks on occasion. He'll go for weeks without cooking anything nice. I've probably been his most common guest these last few years. That's because he feels the two of you are similar, Chu Cheng revealed. Oh? The red-haired man continued. My uncle's story is almost like something out of a book. His generation only had him and my father. You know about my family and the inheritance that comes with it, this is also true for the power of our blood. Only for their generation there was something different. My father only inherited a small bit of Hades' power, to which my grandfather was very disappointed. He started with my dad right away, to cultivate his powers to a useful point and train him to look after the family business. Then my uncle was born, and my grandfather discovered he was stronger than any adept in their family in the last 100 years. What about compared to you? Huali asked curiously. Chu Cheng's voice dropped. According to Grandpa, Uncle's powers are even purer than mine. Both Lan Jue and Huali couldn't help it, and sucked in a breath in surprise. Both of them were quite familiar with Chu Cheng's level of power. Today, with the help of the Amazons, Lan Jue may have soundly defeated Huali and Chu Cheng. But this was a game, a test. If it had been a real life or death battle, one where their full abilities were employed, Lan Jue's situation would have been much more dire. During those early years, when they first met, Lan Jue was only just unlocking the secrets of his ascension. Chu Cheng was only in his early 20s then, but was already able to command the spirit of Hades. Now he's saying the gourmet's powers are even purer than his? What did it mean? The gourmet was also at peak age for an adept, and had years of cultivation over Chu Cheng. He isn't a paragon, is he? Huali asked. Chu Cheng shook his head. I don't know. What I do know is that when he left 12 years ago, he was already a 9th level 8th rank adept. Much stronger than I am even now. I'm only 7th rank currently, and he's got 14 years on me. Judging by this information, I'd say it totally possible that he's a paragon. So what happened back then? Lan Jue encouraged. Uncle'd become pretty renowned when he was younger, Chu Cheng said. The family had placed all their hopes in him. As you're well aware, my family and Satan's line are mortal enemies, always have been. His power forced us to flee to the north. Otherwise, without their bastard lineage, our family would be the greatest force of darkness in the west. The Dark Tower really should be Hades' Tower. It was Grandpa's hope to train my uncle, to make him into his generation's greatest paragon. Satan was already old then, and it was his hope that with a new Hades, we could recapture our old glory. Until he was 20, Uncle never left the family. He had all the resources of the family at his disposal, but he also had to bear tremendous hardships in his training. He grew hard and cold from it. After he was 20, Grandpa finally allowed him to leave the compound. He wanted to toughen his son up out in the real world. He wanted him ready for the shock his body would go through once he became a paragon. In truth, age plays only a small role in an adept's power. However, it is common knowledge that breaking through to paragon before 40 is best. That is when an adept is at their most potent. Such was Grandpa's plan. At first everything was fine. Uncle would leave, travel for a year, then return home for a few months. Almost every time he'd come back significantly stronger than when he'd left. He grew stronger, and the family's hopes and dreams grew brighter. And then, 14 years ago, when Uncle was 28, they encountered a problem. Grandpa had lost sight of what was important. After all, my uncle was a man, not a machine. The stress and expectations were too much. He had no freedom, no way to channel or release that pressure. Grandpa never even considered finding Uncle a partner or wife. To him and the family, their only concern was that they'd finally have a new Hades. But he was a thinking, feeling man. And by that time he was already very strong, handsome. Naturally he'd attract some female attention. Of course, for the first 20 years, he'd never even been out of the house. He was a stiff, and it was difficult for him to get his head around things from the outside world. But as time went on, he grew up, became accustomed to the sensations real life had to offer. When he left at the age of 27, he'd found a girl he liked. The fiery glint of gossip sparked behind Hua Li's eyes. So your grandpa finds out about this woman, and forbids them to be together. It's like the plot of a movie. Chu Cheng laughed wryly. Even more melodramatic, in fact. When he was 28, he brought the woman back home to the family. At that point their relationship had had no negative impact on his cultivation, so even though Grandpa was unhappy he still allowed it. He knew Uncle was getting older and needed a family of his own. But in true tragic fashion, eventually Grandpa discovered the truth: the girl Uncle had chosen had Satan's blood pumping through her veins. 1. Medicinal culinary arts are a popular thing in China. Chinese traditional medicine differentiates a food or herb's efficacy based on its taste and reaction. For instance, chrysanthemum tea is often drunk in summer because of its cooling and heat-draining abilities. Drink some chrysanthemum tea and you can almost taste its clearing and soothing ability. Some restaurants, even fast food chains, will put a dish's medicinal effect next to it on the menus. The primary organs are what they call the 5 Zhang organs: the heart, liver, lungs, kidneys, and spleen. They are paired with the 6 Fu organs with which they exchange qi energies and consolidate healing effects. Those are the pericardium, the bag that surrounds the heart, the stomach, small intestines, large intestine, the gallbladder, and the triple burner/sanjiao, the 3 empty cavities in the trunk of a person, i.e. the plural, thoracic and abdominal cavities. If anyone is interested in Chinese medicinal theory, let me know. I love this stuff. 2. Sexism. A discussion for another time, but you'd be shocked at how institutionalized male dominance is in China. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, I am just the gourmet. Chapter 164, I am just the gourmet. Ah! Hua Li and Lan Jue cried out in unison. Chu Cheng nodded his head, indicating he understood their shock. You heard right. She was related to the Prince of Demons. What's more, her power was as pure as his. She was Satan's daughter. Lan Jue looked at him, slack-jawed. Then it must have been exceptionally dangerous for your uncle's lover, once Grandpa found out. Chu Cheng sighed. You bet. Grandpa was furious. He thought she must have been there to spy on us, sent by Satan. He wanted to kill her on the spot. To him, it was absolutely unthinkable to let her leave there alive. By then Uncle was in love with her, head over heels. He would risk his life for her, and so he did, by raising his hand against his father. If Uncle had chosen to go all out, not even Grandpa would have been able to stand against him. But Uncle focused on defense alone, protecting the girl as they made their escape. In the end they made it out, but not without suffering grievous injuries. Grandpa sunk into depression. The entire family was thrown into panic. They had to rely on protection from the North's army. After that day, Uncle returned home just once. With red eyes he asked Grandpa why he had tried to kill the girl. I was there with my father and Grandpa when he asked, and we all just stood looking at him in surprise. Without any explanation or discussion, Grandpa threw him out. Since then Uncle has never come back home. I never would have thought, 12 years later, I'd find him here on Skyfire Avenue. And that's all I know. I never heard of what happened afterward. Though once when I went back to visit Grandpa, he told me he never did send someone out to kill the girl. He only sent out people to find them, but none came back with any actionable intelligence. He got sick after that, and handed the reins of the family to my father. He lived in seclusion since then. Hua Li looked on with a strange expression. That'd explain your playboy nature. If you treat women like garbage, your pops won't be afraid you'll go the way of your uncle, am I right? Chu Cheng shrugged his shoulders. As possible an explanation as anything else, I guess. In this regard, the family has never made any attempts to control me. Nor has anyone ever given me too much pressure. Their only stipulation is I don't leave the North too often. Since we're under protection, the Dark Tower wouldn't dare come to the North and start trouble. They probably know where I am anyway, but taking me on directly is no picnic. Plus, Satan's been pretty absent these last few years. We don't know if he's training, or it's something else. Lan Jue's brows furrowed as he took in the information. I had no idea the gourmet would have such a history. So sad. After listening to Chu Cheng recount the tale, Lan Jue couldn't help but commiserate with the Avenue's cook. Perhaps the gourmet felt the same way. Chu Cheng went on. This is information I have to report to the family, Jue. Will this influence you in any way? Lan Jue let a few moments of silence go by. Give me some time. I should ask him. After a moment of thought, Chu Cheng replied. Give me an answer before tomorrow. This has to do with our lineage. I know my dad only wants him to come home, so... Ding ding ding. The familiar chime of the jewelry store's doorbell interrupted their discussion. A decidedly upset-looking gourmet entered. All three of the young men straightened, rising to their feet when they saw who it was. The gourmet paid no attention to the others. He fixed Chu Cheng with a cold glare while speaking. Tell them I won't be going back. I have no relationship with the Chu family. I have no interest in ever seeing you, or any other member of the Chu family ever again. If I do, you can't blame me for my actions. From this moment on, all I am to you is the gourmet of Skyfire Avenue. With that said, the older man turned on his heels and left. Ding ding ding. As the tintinnabular sounds hung in the air of the shop's interior, both Hua Li and Lan Jue silently turned their eyes to Chu Cheng. The young Chu family member didn't appear much changed from the exchange. In truth, he'd expected just this result. I figured this would happen. Oh well, at least we have an explanation for where he went. At the least he's still alive. Do you plan to give him an explanation, on behalf of your family? Lan Jue asked. Hu Cheng's laugh was bitter. You saw how he is. Do you think he's ready to listen to any sort of explanation from me? Zeta. Early morning, and Lan Jue was pedaling his bicycle to the foot of Skyfire Mountain. He sent a small message through the soul caller gem, then waited quietly in the shade of the trees. Chu Cheng had gone to find Hua Li, reputedly to watch his rehearsal. Before long, Lan Jue spied Zhou Qianlin descending the mountain in her school uniform. Her pretty face was still pale, but contrary to when he had left for Taihua, her smooth features bore a smile. She looked like she was in a good mood. What's got you in such high spirits? Lan Jue called to her, a smile of his own on his face. Guess, she said through a grin. How am I supposed to guess? Fine, is it because that guy isn't around bugging you? He was of course referring to Richard. I'd been homesick for a few days, she said. He doesn't know when I'll be returning to school. A few days of giving him the cold shoulder, and he was gone. Lan Jue shrugged his shoulders. That's good then. No more pointless trips into the bush. What? Lan Jue chuckled. Nothing. Just something between guys. My concern is your bodyguard. Don't worry about it, little miss. Zhou Qianlin glowered at him. You know my name. Lan Jue jerked his head towards the back. Let's get going. I wouldn't want you to be late. Okay. She plopped onto the back of the bike. Her right hand naturally slipped around his waist. Lan Jue was surprised at this change in behavior, but pedaled forward without bringing attention to it. Qianlin. These last few days you've been uncomfortable. Has there been anything that feels different? Actually, yes, she said. It actually feels like there's something more within me now. I don't know. Lan Jue nodded. How about I help check it out later? Zhou Qianlin remained silent. What is it? He asked. Her response was quiet. I saw in a movie somewhere that men who speak like this to women are no good. They harbor bad intentions. The bike wobbled precariously, and Zhou Qianlin quickly clutched tighter to him. What are you doing? Lan Jue chortled. You think I'm that kind of person? You think I regard you so cheaply? He regretted the words the moment they left his mouth. Flashes of the first time they met raced through his mind. The awkward silence stretched for half a minute. All right, Qianlin finally replied. Huh? Lan Jue twisted his head to look back at her. She looked back at him. Didn't you say you'd help me check? So I said all right and dot. Lan Jue broke into a smile. After your studies we'll head back to mine. I bumped into the seamstress yesterday, and he asked me when I would be bringing you around to have some clothes made. She said she was excited to work with you. Zhou Qianlin looked as though she wanted to speak further, but chose not to. Instead, she only nodded her head. Since he'd started regularly picking up Zhou Qianlin, Lan Jue's skill with a bike had improved markedly. In no time at all the familiar gates of the university pulled into view. They were approaching their standard corner when suddenly a huge dark figure roared past overhead. Its speed was so great that a fierce gust of wind followed in its passage. The gust nearly pushed Lan Jue off the road. He fought valiantly to keep the bike under control. There was no danger of throwing Qianlin from the bike, but she yelped in surprise nonetheless. The two of them scowled at the passing shadow, a sort of blimp. As they watched it pulled up to the university's gates and stopped. It was a white ship, whose underside undulated strangely like sea waves. It gave the illusion the ship was floating gently in the water. Liar University? Zhou Qianlin muttered unconsciously. Lan Jue brought the bike to a halt. Think they're arrogant enough? Driving so fast in the city, not the best representation for this school. Zhou Qianlin nodded her head in agreement. Liar University is ranked among the top 5 mecha piloting schools. So of course they have a lot of great pilots. Not to mention their military ties. As a result, they are rather unscrupulous. Lan Jue interjected. I've heard people say they were coming for a competition, is that right? They major in mecha piloting, and us on research. What grounds could we possibly be competing on? Mecha piloting, of course, Qianlin said. Clearly to show they're only here to bully. Lan Jue snorted. I guess it's a good thing you aren't a mecha pilot. Go on then, anything you need call me through the soul caller gem. All right. Qianlin made her way towards the university's gate. Lan Jue pushed his bicycle behind her as she left, following at an inconspicuous distance. The ship that had brought Liar University's diplomats hadn't been allowed to enter the school grounds. Just outside the gates, its doors opened and scores of students in light blue uniforms disembarked. Interspersed were older passengers, teachers, surely. The NEU had already arrayed a welcome party for their guests. Chief among them was, of course, teaching director Wu Junyi. Another 20-some were with him, university bigwigs. With their flashy arrival, the only entrance to the school was clogged up tight. Qianlin approached as near as she could, but had to eventually come to a stop. Lan Jue watched them as well, though he retained a natural and easy posture as he approached. To him, it was paramount that no one knew he was escorting Zhou Qianlin. Ah, Director Sure. Welcome, it's been ages. Wu Junyi's greetings were pleasant and polite, but the look on his face was a serious one. The man with whom he spoke was similar to him in age, but he was a fair amount taller. He was covered in a well-fitted turquoise suit that accented his sleek power haircut. He reached out a hand to grip Wu Junyi's in greeting, flashing a wily smile. It really has. A whole year. We were starting to worry we weren't welcome here anymore. Director Wu chuckled good-naturedly. Of course you're welcome. Director Sure continued. That's excellent then. This year we've come fully prepared, and I'm eager for you to appreciate the skill of our teachers and students. Wu Junyi's expression began to slip. He cleared a path, and welcomed them in with a sweep of his arm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, Goddess, Friend. Chapter 165, Goddess, Friend. Director Sure did not shirk his duties as guest, nodding pleasantly as he entered the university campus. The array of students and teachers who also arrived from Lyre followed at his heels. A lanky student's eyes twinkling lustily as they fell upon Zhou Qianlin. It was always a surprise that, even though everyone was wearing the same school uniform, Qianlin was invariably picked from the crowd. She was ever the center of attention. "Oh man, look, that girl's smoking fine." The skinny student stopped dead in his tracks and whispered to a tall friend nearby. The second student stretched over 2 meters tall with a head of sandy brown hair. He had a solid, strong face and copper-colored skin. Overall, he was the very picture of health. He followed the skinny one's eyes, immediately finding what the fuss was about. His eyes were penetrating, to the point where Qianlin was instantly aware of his attention. She unconsciously looked his way. He wasn't the most handsome man, this tall student, but his looks were almost heroic: strong jaw, hard lines, stoic, with a pair of piercing black eyes that seemed capable of looking right through her. Those eyes were bright with interest as they snaked over Qianlin's alluring figure. He made no effort to conceal his intent either, instead breaking rank to walk her way. Qianlin froze, trying to decide whether to flee or stay. She eased perceptibly when the familiar voice rang through her mind. "It's all right. I'm here." As ever, Qianlin had more than one pair of eyes cast her way. No small number of male students from her own university tried to block the tall outsider's approach in various ways. This was their goddess, and they aimed to defend her even though only the older students knew much of the rivalry between the two schools. "Get out of my way." The man growled coldly at the wall of young men who'd suddenly appeared. The aura of his discipline flared, pulsing outward to intimidate the others. It was a strange sensation, almost more like a presence. The students of the NEU were forcibly pushed to either side. The power receded before it encountered Qianlin. To the others looking on, it simply appeared as though the young men were doing as commanded, moving out of his way. However, with the path before him open, the tall student made no further advance. He stood back a ways, staring at Qianlin. When he spoke, his voice was boisterous. "Hey there, cutie, my name's Xiaohan. You sure look good enough to be my girl." The surrounding students exploded in a chorus of indignation. No small number of young men approached threateningly. Xiaohan's voice was loud enough for both Wu Junyi and Director Shi to hear despite the fact they were already on campus. Both of them stopped the instant they heard it. Qianlin, however, seemed unaffected. She was still, calm, and beautiful as ever. "I'm not interested in little boys." Her smooth, melodious voice was biting. Her rejection clear, she made for the gates. "Heh, you heard her, guys. All you little boys go run home to mama, now. Sod off back to Lyre University. Our goddess is a person of character. Long live our school goddess." Xiaohan's face grew dark. Once more his aura reached out, even more oppressive than before. At this moment, Director Shi's voice stopped the inevitable escalation. "All right, Xiaohan. Save your energy for the competition." Xiaohan froze in reaction to the voice behind him. His expanding discipline suddenly vanished. He turned on his heels without a word and returned to the dwindling group of outsiders. His exit was cheered on by a chorus of sniffs and curses from the NEU students left behind. The young have no sense of social responsibility, Director Wu. Director Shi shook his head, laughing easily at the situation. "Young UNS, am I right? So full of piss and vinegar, all raging hormones. But we weren't much different when we were young, eh? Had ha." Director Wu's response was measured and calm. Hormones. More like a group of beasts. Isn't your university supposed to be for mecha pilots? You dash. Director Shi suddenly let his good old boy facade slip, but as quickly as he'd lost his temper he was back to normal. "It looks like teaching the young is definitely a passion of yours. I'm eager to see how they perform during our competition." "Oh, you'll see it, alright," Director Wu replied. Lan Jue followed the bulk of students as they pushed past the crowd to enter the campus. He worked valiantly to keep Zhou Qianlin in sight. He was unpleasantly surprised to see her in this sort of situation. Every man that looked upon her was like a fiend, with a strange madness in his eyes. And yet none dared come within 2 meters of her. It was like they were a group of would-be white knights protecting their queen as they moved as one disjointed unit further into the school. What a place, this Lyre University! They were so uncouth and aggressive. The relationship between the two large educational facilities was interesting, at the very least. Lan Jue made sure Qianlin was safe before making his way to the electives building. As ever, all eyes turned to him as he entered. He stopped amid a round of applause, nearly frightened out of his skin. What is all this?" Jin Yan rose to her feet and approached, a small smile lighting up her cute features. We're happy to have you back safely, Professor Lan. This time it was really frightening for all of us. Lan Jue laughed it off. Wasn't it? Making it back alive was a miracle. And you're doing all right, too, Professor Jean? She shook her head, and it was then he noticed the red tinge to her eyes. She was fighting the urge to wrap him in an embrace. Fine, only going through this, surviving, certainly makes it clear how much of a treasure life really is. Exactly. And we're family here, friends and colleagues in hardship. Isn't that right, Professor Lan? Wang Hongyuan spoke up emphatically as he approached from behind Jin Yen. He clapped a hand onto Lan Jue's shoulder. Though it looked like a gentle greeting, the expression was more forceful than it appeared. Lan Jue retained his composure, shooting the dance instructor a glance. It's good to see you also made it back alive, Professor Wang. The two gentlemen's eyes met. Each saw the caution and admonition within the glance of the other. Jin Yen tittered at him. All right, Professor Wang. Professor Lan just got back, let's let him rest up a bit before we start beating on him. There's actually something Professor Lan and I have something to discuss, right, Professor? Wang Hongyuan smiled disarmingly. Would you mind speaking with me for a minute in the hall, Dot? Absolutely. Lan Jue knew what this was about, and if he hadn't had been approached by the dance instructor, Lan Jue would have eventually sought him out himself. The two men exited the office under the suspicious gaze of Jin Yen. They smiled pleasantly until they walked a ways down the hall to a secluded window. Then Wang Hongyuan threw a punch at Lan Jue. The etiquette teacher didn't move, effortlessly knocking the hand aside. You moron, the skinny man spat. What the hell were you thinking? I'm honestly flabbergasted you made it out in one piece. Wang Hongyuan hissed at him in a whisper. Lan Jue's response was equally as agitated. No wonder you wanted me to make it back. You don't know what happened after you left. Wang Hongyuan continued, his voice quiet. How the hell did you get so strong so suddenly? What did you take? Lan Jue gave him a bitter smirk. Not even worth it to keep asking. All you need to know is I very nearly died from that fiasco. It really was a miracle I was able to make it back. I do need you, though, to keep the fact that I am an adept and a mecha pilot a secret. Wang Hongyuan nodded. No need to even say it. Just make sure you keep my own secret under wraps. Lan Jue's answer displayed his uncertainty. I'm curious myself. After all, you revealed your secret to us on Taihua. No one checked up on you or said anything when you got back? It was Wang Hongyuan's turn to smirk. Of course they checked up on me, but for better or worse I stayed behind to save people. Nor do they know I'm a mecha pilot. So in the end we came to an agreement. So long as I keep my discipline under wraps, I can continue teaching dance. There were some provisions, but basically it boils down to this: so long as I stick to the university's rules, I'm fine. Otherwise I'm out. Lan Jue smiled at him. The humanity. If the school knew you were that great hero from the news, they wouldn't dare punish you for anything, Dot. Wang Hongyuan shot back with a sarcastic rebuttal. Enough. You know I'm still single, I'll need to get engaged soon, and that anchor woman looked pretty good. You should think about it, actually. I can't, since it'd kill my girl. Lan Jue's eyes widened in surprise. You mean Jin Yen? Since when were you two a thing? Wang Hongyuan's posture straightened with pride. You didn't know about that, eh? A friend in need is a friend indeed is what they say, right? I actually took her out for a meal yesterday. As a result, our relationship is better than ever. All I need is for you to be scarce for a little while, and there'll be no problems. Oh, that's right, you can leave now. Leave? Lan Jue looked at him in confusion and irritation. I have classes to prepare. There's a class tomorrow. We just got the news, Wang Hongyuan continued. Due to this concert, all electives courses for the next 3 days have been cancelled. The concert is the day after tomorrow. You think anyone will actually be interested in coming to your class under these conditions? Inwardly, Lan Jue cursed Huali for his interference. I won't complain about a day off. Who doesn't like a little relaxation? Fine, I'll head out. Good luck. With that said, Lan Jue started walking down the hall to leave. Lately he had a wealth of things to handle, a mountain of things to prepare. Not the least of his worries was the competition approaching in DreamNet. Aside from the implications for humanity, the more immediate concern for him was the honor of the 4 divine monarchs, a reputation on the line. He had to make sure to get back and practice his mecha combat skill set. Professor Lan. Wang Hongyuan called after him. Lan Jue stopped and looked back. What's up? The dance teacher's mouth curled into a grin. His voice was clear, but sounded as though it were being whispered directly into his ear. You're part of Skyfire Avenue, aren't you? Are you still looking for members? Lan Jue shrugged a shoulder lazily. Whether or not they do, I have no idea. I can make some introductions, though. Ah, right, and later just call me by name. You forget what I told you on Taihua? If we made it back alive, we'd be friends. Wang Hongyuan laughed amicably. Get out of here. Keep away from my lady, you hear me? Lan Jue waved and made his exit. Wang Hongyuan remained where he was, watching Lan Jue leave. I got a friend, huh, he thought. Not a bad feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Still Worse Than Trash? Chapter 166, Still Worse Than Trash? Lan Jue exited from the Teaching Affairs building and made his way quickly back towards Skyfire Avenue. He was curious to learn more about Zhou Qianlin through their checkup. However, that wasn't until later tonight. He had time enough to practice mecha piloting in DreamNet. The entire campus of the NEU was a mess of chattering students and busy workers, all abuzz over the upcoming concert. It was, after all, the first time something like this had happened at the university. Huali was called the first man of the alliances, and that was hardly an exaggeration. Be it personal ability, looks, or his family's spending power, he was far and beyond the ken of your average person. Professor Lan. As he moved towards the university's gates, a cold greeting stopped him in his tracks. Lan Jue turned his head to find the source of the voice. His eyes fell upon Tan Lingyun, walking towards him in a black dress suit and black-rimmed glasses. Was his fortune really so bad? Just a few more steps and he'd have been free. His expression was stiff as he addressed her. Ah, Professor Tan. Hello. He was clearly loath to engage in conversation with this savage goddess, but he had to at least say hello. Where'd you go that day? Weren't you aware we'd stayed behind to find you? Do you have any idea of the cost? She hissed at him in fierce and angry tones, the light of anger slowly growing brighter in the depths of her eyes. Lan Jue glowered sheepishly as he spoke. I was only thinking about helping who I could. Dumbass. She screamed at him. Her voice rang against the sides of the buildings, and invariably drew the eyes of passing teachers. Lan Jue's own sights were desperately searching for a place to hide or escape. Professor, were intended to be role models. Surely cursing at someone in public isn't. Cursing? I ought to beat you. About the only thing saving you from it is the fact that you're normal, and wouldn't be able to protect yourself from my power. Not to mention taking out the trash myself will only bring my status down. You know, it's people like you I hate the most. Worse than trash, a pure coward. Make sure you keep yourself out of my sight, I don't want you poisoning my eyes. She unceremoniously kicked him in the shin before turning and stomping off. HSSSS. Lan Jue hissed in pain and grabbed his lower leg protectively. He hopped up and down on his good leg like a cartoon character. Damn it. Why? Why is it I end up suffering every time I run into the savage goddess? Lan Jue slinked out from the campus. Under the curious eyes of the teachers and students he passed, he quickly clambered up on top of his bike and raced away. After a few kilometers he settled down and slowed. He was no longer the center of everyone's attention. But it still stung. This was the second time that awful woman left him the battered victim in front of everyone. The first time, of course, being that day in the hall with Richard. If that's what she wants, then so be it. She doesn't want to see me, and I sure as hell have no interest in running into her again. Still, he had to respect how frank and straightforward she was. There was also a reason for her anger. She'd almost died that day, running through the forests to find him and Wang Hongyuan. In the end it came down to him, and he was the reason for everything that happened to her. Little by little, the depression and anger within him subsided, replaced by a sense of hopelessness. There was nothing he could do about Professor Tan, but she had her heart in the right place. She was at least a person with a strong sense of responsibility. Thinking on it made him sad. Lan Jue made it home, entered his private DreamNet cabin, and proceeded to clean house. The results were heard later throughout DreamNet. Zeta. Nightly DreamNet News. Zeus, powerful mercenary and legend of DreamNet, has appeared suddenly after an extended absence. From 10 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, for 5 continuous hours, Zeus defeated 103 challengers without a single defeat. No one was able to stand against his explosive power, and in fact, none even landed a blow. Zeta. Why do you look so tired? This was the first thing Qianlin said to him when she met Lan Jue at their corner after school. It's nothing, he replied. I did some exercise, maybe a little excessive. Zhou Qianlin nodded, as though coming to a sudden realization. I see. Well, remember to consider your age, and not overdo it. Lan Jue's face darkened, but when he looked towards her he immediately spied her impish grin. Fine, he spat good-naturedly, go ahead and call me old. Cousin, it looks like you have a short memory. For the second time today, Lan Jue was interrupted by a rude voice from behind. Only this time, he didn't have to turn his head to know who it was. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and took several long strides towards the source. Richard's face was a mask of displeasure. Zhou Qianlin had been out of school for some time, and it was his hope to reconnect with her once she returned. He hadn't expected to stumble across her and Lan Jue bantering flirtatiously. Richard, Lan Jue growled, this is the last time I'm telling you, leave my family be. If you don't, I'll beat you so badly your father won't even recognize you. He shook a fist under the young man's nose, then turned away with a practiced and dismissive grace. He climbed up onto his bike and beckoned for Qianlin to follow. Richard was truly stunned. Lan Jue's viciousness, his ferocity was a complete paradigm shift from the gentle and learned professor he was accustomed to. For a second he didn't know how to respond. But by the time he recovered and had a fair comeback on hand, Lan Jue had already ridden off into the distance with Zhou Qianlin. Bastard! Richard angrily stomped a foot. Suddenly, a dark and mysterious figure appeared at his side. Master, the shadow hissed, would you like me to take care of him? Richard cut him off with a wave of his hand. That won't do. He's with Qianlin. If we want to deal with him, it'll have to be at a time when there's no one around to see. We have to be especially careful Qianlin doesn't trace it back to me. I'm not only interested in her body. I want her heart, too. Zeta. Lan Jue pedaled evenly along the bumpy road, a smile on his face. Pretty intimidating, huh? Oh yes, Qianlin said. Like a hoodlum, the kind that might kidnap girls one. And when did I become your family, anyway? My family name is Zhou, yours is Lan. Have some dignity. Lan Jue replied, ignoring the jabs. I'm your bodyguard. Of course we're family. At least so long as I'm on the clock. It's my job to protect you, and he wanted me to stay away from you. I have to force him to leave if I'm to effectively do my job. Zhou Qianlin's response was muted. The Austin family is the most influential family in the West. You should be careful. Lan Jue's grin widened. Take it easy, don't you worry. I'm a competent bodyguard, I promise. Zhou Qianlin suddenly changed subjects. I'm planning on going to Grace Hospital tomorrow. Are you coming with me? Yup. I quite like it there actually. It feels like a good, wholesome cleanse of body and soul. Zhou Qianlin's sweet laughter hung in the air as they trundled along the mountain path. 1. Ha! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, The Driver. Chapter 167, The Driver. As the two arrived at the entrance of Skyfire Avenue, Lan Jue didn't take Qianlin directly back to his place. Instead they made a quick stop at a nearby store. The facade was a sight more modern than the shops on Skyfire Avenue. The black wall sported a semicircle pattern, with a series of lines below it drawn into a sharp corner. Below those were a series of letters, Wendy Wong. Where are we? Qianlin asked. She looked quizzically at Lan Jue. The seamstress's shop. I told you she was urging me to bring you by yesterday. I called ahead and told her you were coming. Lan Jue punctuated the sentence by sauntering towards the shop. Zhou Qianlin followed behind. This is a clothing shop? Lan Jue replied. In the interest of truth, this is specifically a custom tailor's shop. The seamstress earnings are very good indeed, and the clothes she makes are in universal praise. I get most of my suits from her. Great! Qianlin said delightedly. The door was closed, prompting Lan Jue to press a button discreetly placed to one side. After a few moments, the seamstress appeared from within. She was clad in a fine white shirt with a lacy neckline, tucked stylishly into black pants. The clothes outlined her slender figure. With her sleeves rolled up, she looked ready to work. As she opened the door, the seamstress beamed a pleasant smile at Zhou Qianlin. Hello, Qianlin. We meet again. Hello, seamstress, the young girl responded in equally pleasant tones. The seamstress chuckled. You aren't one of these stuffy avenue types. Call me by my name, Wendy. All right. The seamstress stepped aside, allowing her two guests to enter the shop. It was a small place, by comparison, with only a few mannequins with finished suits dotting the interior. The interior wasn't as modern in appearance as the outside suggested. In fact, the decor had a much more classical feel. High-quality planks of wood covered the floors and walls, specialty-made cabinets occupied the corners, a dais with 3 full-length mirrors dominated the center, and an Italian office desk was pushed to one side. It wasn't large, but it screamed refinement. Cozy would be a fine way to describe it. There was another in the shop, other than the seamstress, as the two made their way in. A man, in gray pants and a vest covering a white shirt, sporting a fine tie. He looked resolute and dignified, but with the slightest hint of a wild side. He nodded ever so slightly upon seeing Lan Jue. Jewelry master. It's been a long time. Lan Jue was surprised to see the man. Driver, when did you get back? I heard you were out participating in a competition. The one they called. The driver smiled. That's right. Once the competition had concluded, I heard the Avenue has a few things on its plate to deal with soon. I rushed back to offer my help. Lan Jue nodded in understanding. He turned to Zhou Qianlin, who was standing quietly nearby. This is Skyfire Avenue's resident racecar driver. We call him the driver. And this is Zhou Qianlin, my friend. She's here to get some clothes done from Wendy. I've actually been waiting here for you, the driver revealed. Would you like a glass? Lan Jue smirked. Sure. And why haven't I ever seen you around the winemaster's place? The driver shook his head. I'm not overly fond of sharing a drink with that old fuddy-duddy. I much prefer drinking with people my own age. He skillfully plucked a few bottles from the nearby cabinet as he spoke, as though he already knew well where everything in the shop was. He placed a couple whiskey glasses and the bottles on the Italian table between them. And you, Miss Zhou? The driver raised a questioning brow towards the young woman. She smiled back at him. Water is fine for me, thank you. Very well. He answered by producing a bottle of water and putting it before her. Lan Jue took a seat opposite him. The seamstress snatched up Zhou Qianlin's hand and pulled her toward the back before she had a chance to sit. She pulled shut a curtain to give them some privacy. Let me take your measurements. Don't pay any attention to the boys. The driver indicated the bottles he extricated from the cabinet. Which would you like? Lan Jue shot his companion a big thumbs up. You are certainly more fun to drink with. At the very least, you aren't as stingy as the winemaster. The driver's bright laughter filled the store. Make sure you tell him that the next time you see him. Lan Jue snickered as he took up a previously opened bottle. He pulled the cork free and poured himself and the driver a small bit. We'll try this one first, an 18-year Glenfiddich. It's got a smoother taste. Only malt whiskey of the Highlands. The driver smiled at his drinking buddy's expertise. Starting easy, it looks like your plan is to finish everything in front of you, Dot. Lan Jue tapped his glass against the driver's, the crystalline chime hanging between them. You took them all out, right? If I don't drink them, you'll lose face. Both of them lapsed into silence as they partook of the rich golden liquid. Its warmth filled their bellies, spreading out to cover their whole bodies in a comfortable heat. The rich malt scent opened up their pores. Lan Jue sighed contentedly. A little while ago I'd asked the winemaster to drink his 1985 Talisker with me. He got so upset he almost kicked me out, so we settled on a Talisker 18. The driver laughed. That certainly sounds like the crotchety old man. With all the liquor he has, you could drink yourself blind every night and still have enough to last a lifetime. He doesn't get it. You spend all your time trying to get more great alcohol, you'll never be satisfied with actually drinking it. He isn't entirely wrong though, Lan Jue said in the old man's defense. After all, most of the great alcohol from the former era can't be reproduced. Drink it, and it's gone forever. I hear your recent visit to Taihua was a dangerous one, the driver said, changing the subject. Lan Jue nodded. Yup. I was still recovering from an earlier injury, and was lucky I got back. Fortunately, the doctor and wine master rushed over and saved me. If they hadn't, we wouldn't be sharing this fine bottle. The driver shook his head. More specifically, no one with an even temper to share this bottle with. Come, another glass. They finished off their small glass before the driver reached out to snatch up the second bottle. He didn't bother to change the glass before pouring out another round for the two of them. For our second bottle, we have a very traditional Macallan 25. Rare and excellent, the driver explained. Lan Jue nodded. Indeed. The Macallan label has a long heritage stretching back it to the former era. It was called the King of Whiskies. In fact, not everyone enjoyed its fair and placid taste. But at this age it has a beautiful rich flavor and a lingering aftertaste that comes in layers. Complicated. I myself am a very big fan. And when drinking spirits, we're doing it properly. One doesn't need to finish the entire bottle in one sitting, and in fact can try a breadth of whiskeys by spreading them out. Different beverages give the drinker a different sensation, yes? It doesn't have as many rules and requirements as red wine to properly enjoy. Within the back room, the seamstress continuously praised her younger counterpart as she busily measured Qianlin's figure. "Oh, your figure really is perfect. Perfectly proportional, it's uncanny. And all the charms of a proper woman to boot." Zhou Qianlin's pretty face adopted a blush. "You're too kind, Miss Wendy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 168, Body Check. Chapter 168, Body Check. The seamstress tittered. "Making clothes is my hobby, and for people like me we don't simply like to make clothes for anyone. No, we prefer doing so for people with the proper physique. Those are our most appreciated clients. For a good tailor, a set of clothing is only as beautiful as the person wearing it. So for you, I've got a formal dress and a summer dress in mind. What color do you prefer?" Zhou Qianlin thought for a moment. White?" The seamstress beamed. "Excellent. White suits you. It goes well with your pale skin and sets off your blue eyes and black hair. I don't believe it will need any ostentatious decorations or primping, either, just a few adjustments to really accentuate your body type. You're already really very beautiful, you know. And nothing too fancy, that'd take away from your natural looks. Steal the show, darling." Redundant, no? Simple is best, I think, yes. "I trust your judgment," Qianlin offered. The seamstress continued speaking as she measured and recorded Qianlin's measurements. Her voice dropped a few notches in volume. "Don't you find it odd that the driver would be here waiting for the jewelry master?" Zhou Qianlin nodded her head. The seamstress continued her work while speaking. "Actually, this store isn't entirely mine. Part of it is owned by the driver. That makes him part owner and manager, darling. He loves suits, you know, obsessed, to the point where our store's profits aren't enough to keep up with his demand. He also likes to smoke his cigars and drink his booze here. He and the jewelry master are old drinking buddies. He heard 2 days ago that our young jewelry master would be stopping by, and stayed specifically to speak with him. Men, darling, nothing but smoke, 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 drink, drink, drink. I've even developed an affinity for the damn stench. Lan Jue's voice wafted towards them from beyond the curtain. 1985 Talisker Original Cask for the third bottle. It's an old one, and I like the smoky taste. Zeta. Alright, so let's pour you out a little more of this one." They heard the driver laugh as the third bottle's cork popped away. "Then what do you think, HM? What order should we follow?" "Stronger and stronger, naturally," Lan Jue instructed. "The Bowmore would be good, and the last, I think. A nice, strong taste without that disinfectant fluid finish. There are other things for me to do today, so this will be enough." "Got it." Half an hour later, the driver and seamstress stood at the front of their store, wishing Lan Jue and his guest farewell. "Take it easy, we'll be back another time for more," Lan Jue said, waving happily to the two behind him. The driver chuckled. "We'll be here waiting. Next time, no restrictions, I'll have 10 bottles of whiskey waiting." Lan Jue responded with a hearty laugh of his own. "A few bottles over 40 years old are enough. The Dalmore from a while ago was quite fine, if I remember. The one with antlers on the label. Find us that one." The driver's expression warped as he twitched. "No wonder the wine master hates calling you over. You're a real bastard. Always the most expensive bottle." Lan Jue snickered sinfully. "Be glad I'm not asking for the 60th coronation whiskey. You could race for years and not have the money for one. So good. Go, get out of here. I'm scared of you already." The driver grabbed the seamstress and pulled her inside. He certainly looked like he had changed his mind about inviting him for another round. "Ah ha ha." Lan Jue's carefree laughter rang along the street as he took Qianlin back to his shop. He went directly to the back, Qianlin in tow, under the watchful and curious gaze of Xiuxiu and Kur. After the door closed, Qianlin turned a skeptical eye onto her host. "You brought me back here for a body check?" 1. Lan Jue shrugged. Yup, I'll just do a quick check myself. Is there somewhere else you prefer? Qianlin was almost speechless, but replied all the same. Fine, let's get started then. Afterwards it'll be time for me to go home. Alright, then why don't you sit cross-legged on the bed, Lan Jue instructed. The bed? Her eyes drifted to the furniture as a blush crept across her face. Lan Jue finally caught the implication and spoke up hastily to his defense. Sorry, no, that's not my meaning. Don't misunderstand. Zhou Qianlin rolled her eyes at him, then plopped onto the sofa. Here. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, her back perfectly straight. Lan Jue stood at her side, and from here he could spy her perfect neck, drawing a fine line down to her back. His eyes traced further, down her spine to the pleasant curve of her backside. His depression and sadness had served to quell any interest in women, any emotion at all. But since meeting Qianlin, he found he couldn't entirely suppress those feelings as he once could. In fact, every time they met, he had to make sure he didn't look at her too much. He feared he'd forget himself, and imagine she was Hera again. Zhou Qianlin waited for what seemed like ages with no sound or motion coming from her side. She turned her head eventually, and caught him gawking. As Lan Jue met those sky-blue eyes, he shook himself from his stupor. He sat cross-legged behind her, reaching his hands towards her back. He paused for a moment, and took a long deep breath. He took the time to stabilize the chaos in his heart before finally pressing his palms against her. Even through her clothes, he could feel how soft and smooth her skin was. He stopped again to take a breath and ease his heart, then slowly, gently reached out with his discipline into her. The soul collar gem against his chest warmed. Relax. Mem. In reality, Lan Jue had already checked her once when he'd stolen into her house. This time was mostly so he could reconfirm and remember. After a moment Lan Jue retracted his hands. I'm sure of it, you weren't actually sick before. It was a symptom of your discipline awakening. Discipline awakening? Zhou Qianlin rose to her feet. I'm not very familiar with adepts, but aren't I too old for a discipline to be awakening? It's not unheard of, Lan Jue assured, just rare. Strangely, though, I can't pin down what your discipline actually is. But whatever the case, this is a good thing. It means your discipline won't be terribly strong, but it'll certainly make your body better. Would you like me to help you with your discipline cultivation? She shot him a sidelong glance. So long as it doesn't take away from your bodyguard duties, sure. It was Lan Jue's turn to roll his eyes at her. You really take me for that kind of person, Zhou Qianlin's face split in an impish grin. Who knows? Lan Jue could feel it. There was something inexplicable, some feeling that sprang up instantly within him whenever they were together. There was a world of difference from now, in this time of peace between them, and when they were upset. Alright, I'll teach you. We'll start with some meditation techniques. Practice every day when you get home, and you'll slowly start to feel the changes in your body. Later, if you feel as though there are some significant changes, tell me and we'll adjust your cultivation schedule. They spent the next few moments going over the fundamentals of message. She was a smart girl, Lan Jue only needed to explain twice before she had it down. They practiced together a few times before she found her center, then he let her slip into meditation for an hour before bringing her back. Time to send me back, she said as she blinked her eyes. Lan Jue hesitated. Would you like to get something to eat? Qianlin looked at him. If it's as good as the last time, absolutely. Of course, she referred to the bluefin tuna she'd enjoyed at the gourmet's house all those days ago. Lan Jue shrugged helplessly. Unfortunately, no. Compared to the gourmet, I'm not even worthy of being called an amateur. Simply things are fine though. It's already dark, aren't you hungry? What's for dinner then? Whatever you like. You're making it? What? Lan Jue contested, do I not look like I know how to cook? Qianlin nodded her head without a moment's hesitation. Exactly right, you don't. I won't get poisoned? Lan Jue's face twitched. I won't need to. I sort of feel more like strangling you, so what can we do? Take your best shot. Qianlin smirked at him, getting up in his face. Lan Jue lifted his arms and made as though for her throat, but stopped an inch away and let them drop in bitter defeat. He stomped towards the kitchen. Wait a little while, should only be a minute. It may not be delicious but it won't kill you. Qianlin covered her mouth as she giggled, ignoring him and trotting into the kitchen. What do you have here? She leaned against the doorframe, peering into the small room. Lan Jue simply pointed towards the refrigerator. She slinked over and pulled the door open. She gave its contents the once-over before speaking. Well, at least we're sure you don't have any rats. Why? Lan Jue grunted as he pulled a pot from a cabinet. It'd probably starve, she muttered. Lan Jue made his way over and, sure enough, less than 80% of his fridge was barren. A few eggs, some drinks, and a tomato. That was about it. How about we go out for some food, HM? Of nothing comes nothing, am I right? He spread his arms and shrugged sheepishly. He didn't often go out for groceries, as that was usually Xiaoxiu's responsibility. He hadn't been home lately, so naturally there'd be little in the house. Do you have noodles? Enough spices? Lan Jue winced. I actually have no idea. But when I went to Taihua, I thought we'd be munching on wild stuff, so I actually bought a fair amount of spices. Take a look. He swept his arm, and with a bright silver flash there appeared a bevy of items on the table. The lighten items had come from Thor's promise. He was pleased to find that he not only had all manner of ordinary spices, but also cloves and other more exotic fare. All were fresh and ready, kept so by virtue of their interdimensional storage. I think we may also have noodles, he offered before pulling a bag of noodles from a nearby cabinet. We won't need to go out to eat. You go out and wait. Zhou Qianlin rolled up her sleeves, then shoved Lan Jue out of the kitchen. 1. She's on to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Hand-Rolled Noodles. Chapter 169, Hand-Rolled Noodles. Do you need any help? Lan Jue popped his head into the kitchen and called the question to Zhou Qianlin's back. No need, if you help it'll just take longer. She waved him away, then began to rummage through his cabinets. She began pulling out the things she'd be needing. She began by washing all of the utensils. After all, she had no idea how long it had been since they'd been used. When she was finished, she poured some flour into one of the cleaned pans. A little water, and there she had some dough which she immediately began to knead. What are you making? Once again Lan Jue poked his head into the kitchen, curiosity getting the better of him. He recalled the earlier days, when he and Hera had only been together a short time, when he'd only just started his road to fame in the mercenary world, when he took on any and every job they threw his way. During that time, he wasn't so picky and was simply pleased to have enough of something tasty to fill his belly. His more discerning tastes didn't develop until after he'd made the move to Skyfire Avenue. Over the last 3 years the bulk of his time was spent in decadence, learning about the finer things, and with the exception of lovemaking had all he needed to forget his sorrows. As such it was strange to him to watch Zhou Qianlin, busily pacing around the kitchen as she worked. It filled him with an odd sensation he couldn't quite describe. As far as he could remember, he and Hera had never cooked or eaten together. It had always been up to the individual as to when and what to eat. Zhou Qianlin spoke to him without turning her head. Get out. The kitchen is no place for a man. I have everything I need. With that, she shut the door in his face. Lan Jue wandered back to the living room, where he settled himself down on his sofa. He was surprised to find a sense of excitement and expectation welling up inside of him. It wasn't altogether different from the excitement he felt when going to the gourmets for a meal. Of course that peculiar sensation persisted through the excitement. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long, long time. If only she were Hera, he thought, then all would be perfect. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. 10 minutes later. A hiss rose from the kitchen. Lan Jue, almost without thinking, immediately made his way to the door to discover what happened. He pulled it open and peered inside. He was immediately struck with a gentle but alluring scent of raw onion and peanut oil. That was the source of the noise. Zhou Qianlin was in an apron, carefully placing the chopped onions into the frying pan. She slowly stirred the sizzling veggies with a wooden spoon before repeating the process with a plate of diced and peeled tomatoes. That hiss again, louder, as a plume of steam arose from the pan. The humming ventilator over the stone sucked it all away. The astringent scent of the onions and the fresh tomato mixed and mingled in the air around him. Lan Jue took a deep breath through his nose. Smells good. Qianlin didn't attempt to expel him this time, busily stirring the pan's contents. After a moment she threw in another handful of raw onion and continued. That's an awful lot of onion. Lan Jue looked at the pot skeptically. She nodded. It's no good without enough onion. More is better. She stirred a little while longer, then stepped away just long enough to pick up a small pot half full of water. She put it on the stove and set the fire underneath. Lan Jue's culinary studies kicked in, then, and he immediately knew what was happening in his kitchen. He spied the noodles laying across his cutting board, too. Hand-rolled noodles. I'm impressed, I didn't know you could make noodles. Zhou Qianlin rolled her eyes in faux exasperation. There's a whole lot you don't know, huh? The tomatoes boiled until they became a paste, then water was added. It was brought to a boil to thicken, then salt was added. Next, the fire was turned down and eggs were added. When all was done, the contents were poured together into the fried onions. Red, yellow, and green suspended in a light pink broth. A fine gravy of tomato, egg, and onion. With the slightest dab of sesame oil, the dish was complete. Qianlin sighed pitifully. A shame there's no shrimp. If we did, this would be much better. The second, smaller pot had begun to boil, and the noodles steamed within. She poured cold water within and waited for it to boil anew. She repeated the process 2 more times, then shut the fire off. 2 bowls, one big, one small, both filled with cooling noodles. Their surface dripped with the aromatic red sauce. A simple but fine dinner. Lan Jue watched Qianlin as she worked. Like floating clouds over flowing water, she moved from one action to another with a natural grace. But there was no wasted movement, no redundancy. Beautiful and efficient. By the time the dishes were on the dining table, the kitchen had been tidied. She handed a pair of chopsticks to Lan Jue, and noticed his stupefied expression. What are you looking at? Eat your food. Oh. His head dropped to look at his bowl. He swallowed, then tucked in. Hand-rolled noodles had a special texture that machine products didn't possess. Paired with the thick tomato, egg and onion gravy, and it was quite the treat one. Qianlin was only a few noodles into her plate before Lan Jue finished. Not even the vestiges of gravy remained. She furrowed her brows at him. Eat slower. Noodles are easy to digest, but you'll still get the hiccups. Lan Jue wiped his mouth with a nearby napkin. MPH, delicious. I didn't know you were so skilled. You should come stay in the avenue, steal the gourmet's job. Qianlin poured half the contents of her bowl into his. You still look hungry, have some more. If it's still not enough, I don't know what to tell you. There aren't any more tomatoes or eggs. Lan Jue was surprised by her generosity. He looked down at his bowl, then to her, then to his bowl again. She was too busy eating her noodles to notice. Lan Jue ate without any further words of thanks or praise. He took his time with this helping, and by the time he'd finished, so had Qianlin. She gathered the bowls and walked back into the kitchen. Lan Jue leaned comfortably against his chair, never moving from his spot next to the dinner table. His eyes were alive with contentment. After the bowls had been washed and returned, Qianlin exited the kitchen. All right, time to get going. All right. Lan Jue pushed himself to his feet. They exited into the store to find it still open, with Xiuxiu and Kur in attendance. Xiuxiu spoke up as she saw them leave the apartments. Ah, boss. Are you two heading out? Lan Jue nodded. I'm sending her home. I'll be back later. Be careful on the road, Xiuxiu entreated. Ding ding ding. Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin disappeared from sight. As they did, Xiuxiu's pleasant expression slipped, and her eyes adopted a faraway look. Kur spoke, her voice a whisper. I'm sure there's nothing going on, sis. Xiuxiu's features snapped back to normal. She shook her head. I'm fine. Whether or not they do is no business of ours. Anyway, it's closing time. Zeta. Lan Jue stood by his bicycle, watching Qianlin's figure disappear up the mountain path. The whole way home neither had spoken, choosing to respect the comfortable silence. There was no pressure to speak, only that strange, yet familiar, sensation. Zeta. National Eastern University. Today was the beginning of Poseidon's benefit performance for his Sounds of Nature album. Students arriving early for class were surprised to find their school transformed into a sea of sapphire blue. Hundreds of thousands of bright blue forget-me-nots poured from every corner of the university. With the exception of the roads needed to make it to class, every available space was covered in flowers. The gentle scent of flowers, and that soothing blanket of blue, brought peace and contentment to everyone who entered the university. Even this early in the morning, the university gates were congested with people. Dozens of representatives from media outlets based in all 3 alliances were on hand, their vehicles narrowing passage to the school and bringing traffic to a halt. Of course, members of the East's police services were also on hand to maintain order. In fact, both the police and Gobi's own security detail were in attendance. They spend the majority of their time keeping the reporters at bay. The concert was slated for 2 in the afternoon, and none but students were permitted to enter before 1. Some journalists tried to sneak in under the guise of being a student, but none were able to fool the keen eyes of the security personnel. Clearly the level of excitement here was palpable, but beyond that there was also something else in the air. As far as the media knew, the concert was to be held in the school's expansive auditorium. Other than that, however, they had no idea what to expect. Gobi Entertainment's media division definitely knew what they were doing. Look at this siege. It's certainly busy enough. Lan Jue stopped his bike at the corner and watched the hodgepodge as Qianlin scrambled off the back. A strange and happy finding was that Richard was nowhere to be found since their last confrontation 2 days ago. Yeah, Qianlin said, eyeing the crowd. I've never seen it so busy. Gobi really is a major business. Of course a lot of this is because it's a benefit performance, but it's a good thing. Lan Jue smirked. It looks like you aren't a fan of Poseidon. She shook her head. I've never really been one for idols. Lan Jue gave her a thumbs up. You have good taste. What does this have to do with taste? She asked. Anyway, I'll go in first. She didn't wait for an answer, just slung her book bag over her shoulders and made for the school. Lan Jue waited until there was 100 or so meters between them before pushing his bike towards the campus entrance. Zhou Qianlin was inexorably caught by a group of reporters, who surrounded her and peppered her with questions before she could escape into the confines of the school. Lan Jue could only look on helplessly and pat his forehead. It really was a chore to look so good. No matter where or what, you attracted eyes. Lan Jue thought it might be best to suggest she, like Huali, wore a mask whenever she left the house. He pushed his bike past the crowds with no troubles. He used his bike like a weapon to cut a path until he was free. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, please do not harass our students as they attempt to make it to classes. If you continue to bring trouble, I will submit a request to the school and they will refuse you entry into this afternoon's concert. His righteous voice cut through the din, infused with his discipline just enough to capture people's attention. Lan Jue took the opportunity to shepherd Zhou Qianlin safely into the campus. My wife makes this sometimes. One of only 2 noodle dishes I'll ever eat. Delicious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Big Boobs. No Brain. Chapter 170, Big Boobs. No Brain. Qianlin. The shout startled her, and she turned to see Tang Mi racing towards her. But her escape was cut off by a particularly pushy journalist. Lan Jue frowned in agitation. This isn't acceptable. This concert shouldn't be affecting our students' ability to study. I'm going to find Director Wu. No need, I'm already here. Wu Junyi's bassitone voice interrupted him. Lan Jue then saw the serious-looking older director approach. He arrived with an entourage of security guards. With a flourish of his hand, they rushed out the gates and forced the numerous congregated reporters to either side. This opened up a path for the students to enter unmolested. I apologize, Professor Lan. I hadn't expected this level of trouble for hosting the concert. Just this morning we had over 500 reporters at our gates. And I hear there are twice as many on the way. From the school's perspective, we already regret opening our doors to Gobi Entertainment. Wu Junyi himself appeared helpless to do much against the onslaught of the media. The higher-ups of the university all underestimated the people's response, and Wu Junyi as one of their number felt equally responsible. It had been a long time since any of them had been chasing their idol's coattails, so they hadn't imagined Poseidon's following would be so massive. Lan Jue smiled disarmingly. It is what it is. It's too late to turn them down now. We'll make the best out of it, and try to keep order. I think if we requested further police from the authorities, things would be better. Wu Junyi nodded his agreement. Just so. Go on in, Professor. I'll handle this. Lan Jue continued into the campus. Tang Mi and Zhou Qianlin were nowhere to be found. Zeta. Qianlin, what were you doing with Professor Lan? Tang Mi chattered ceaselessly beside Qianlin as they walked through the sea of forget-me-nots. We just ran into each other on the road. Tang Mi stuck out her tongue impetuously. Who believes that? It isn't the first time I've seen you two together. Go on. There's something between you two, isn't there? Qianlin shot her a look. Yup. Really? Tang Mi's eyes looked as though they were ready to pop out of her head. Professor Lan really isn't bad looking. Still, I've been thinking, and I still prefer Zeus. The professor has class, but he's no good in a fight. I heard he got yelled at again by your savage goddess. They say he was lagging behind in Taihua, and nearly got Professor Tan and another instructor killed. Men must at least have the strength to protect a woman, otherwise how are they supposed to feel safe? So, I decided to give up my fantasy with Professor Lan. Zhou Qianlin could only cast her helpless gaze towards her friend. Alright, we get it. Don't turn into some bimbo. Tang Ni's voice dropped to a whisper. So is there really something going on between you two? I'll tell you, Richard is pretty offended. If there isn't anything going on, you should really stay away from the professor for a little while. One look at Richard and you can tell he's a jealous sort. You don't want to bring any trouble on Professor Lan. Qianlin stopped in her tracks. Tang Ni, I'm honestly surprised at how smart you're becoming. 1. Tang Ni glared at her. Ha? You're saying I wasn't smart? Qianlin snickered, her face bright with malicious intent. You know what they say. Big boobs, no brain. Ah. You're begging for a beating. Qianlin. Zeta. Lan Jue lazily pushed his bike along the campus paths towards the electives building. The trek struck him speechless. He couldn't imagine where Gobi Entertainment even got all of these flowers. They likely picked them because they're blue color, which matched Poseidon just fine. The amount of money to pull this off. Lan Jue's eyes fell to his communicator as it buzzed. You hear, Ju? Hua Li's voice crackled out towards him. Lan Jue's response was less than friendly. Don't you think all of this is a little excessive? You're poisoning this university's scholastic atmosphere. The school's already dissatisfied with all this nonsense. Hua Li laughed. Take it easy. There's no one in the known galaxy with more experience in this sort of thing than us. Mo Xiao has already sent over 500 additional security personnel as backup. They'll be there in half an hour. They'll keep the peace. We've also been in contact with the local police authorities, so they'll be helping too. I heard the concert's free for students, Lan Jue said. I thought this was a benefit performance. Where are you going to get donations? It was Hua Li's turn to get annoyed. You're an idiot when it comes to this stuff, guy. You think those reporters aren't paying to come in and broadcast the show? Are you at all aware of how many sponsors have already committed to this? On top of that, 20% of the total profits from Sounds of Nature are going directly to Taihua for help and recovery. It's a pretty astronomical figure. Lan Jue's response was inquisitive. Astronomical seems a bit dramatic. How much can you really expect from 20%? Not much, only about enough to buy an expedition warship, Hua Li stated tepidly. Lan Jue was silent for a time. Hua Li, be my sugar daddy. You got the money for it. Hua Li chuckled. Alright. Your wish is my command. Ugh, forget I said anything. Lan Jue laughed softly as he cut the connection. He shook his head with a mirthful sigh. Poseidon and his people were definitely worthy of their title as the richest business group in all the alliances. Discussing money with them wasn't annoying, it was downright nerve-wracking. When Lan Jue arrived at the electives offices, no one was to be found, evidently because they were given the day off. He was happy to have the opportunity to prepare his next few lessons in peace. However, plans changed when, after only a few minutes of work, his mind started to wander and an uncomfortable sensation overcame him. He leaned back in his chair, fingers netted behind his head, and he stared out the window to the gardens beyond. Yesterday he and Qianlin had visited the old folks' home once again. They worked well together, organized and efficient without much need for talk. The entire ordeal left him feeling replenished. Their grateful smiles, inquiries over his health, and familial actions were all very warming to the spirit. He still had 2 years of service as Qianlin's bodyguard, and now more than ever it was clear he wouldn't be able to completely extricate himself from her. But so long as things were like this, peaceful and easy, then he could live with it. National Eastern University Reception Hall. The building was well decorated, like a hotel. It was expansive, and was used primarily to welcome guests to the university. Currently the teachers and students of Lyre University called it home. The assembly room. Lyre University's directorship was seated before a long table, in the place of honor. The various students and teachers taking place in the competition were sat on either side. All of our mechas have arrived safely? Director Shur turned his head just enough to address the elderly professor at his elbow. They're all here. In this area at least, the NEU does a passable job. There haven't been any problems, deliberate or otherwise. Director Shur nodded his head sagely. Today is Poseidon's concert. Tomorrow, the competition. This year's games have been separated into 2 sections, academic and martial. We are always criticized for picking on them, since they aren't a mecha university. so we must trounce them in both categories. There must be no doubt who the superior school is. The dean will also be in attendance tomorrow, for the entire thing. I don't imagine I have to spell out for you what this means. Not to mention rewards for students and staff who distinguish themselves. Xiao Han. Director Shi's eyes swept towards the far end of the table. There stood the young man who had harassed Zhou Qianlin earlier, pale as a sheet. Director Shi. He stood straight as a statue, his face a mask. The director growled at him. You are our school's trump card, so act like it. I want you to save that energy for the games, and then destroy them, especially in simulations. Let them know what an absolute defeat tastes like. A cold light flickered through his eyes. That's what I'm good at. Director Shi smirked, and nodded his head. He waved for the youth to sit. His attention then turned to another, a man in his 30s who looked as normal as any other. He spoke warmly to him. Professor Su, we'll be relying on you in the instructors' matches. Professor Su said nothing further, only nodding his head. He made no motion to rise. Strangely, Director Shi didn't seem to mind the disrespect, though there was a shine to his eyes. As the Lyre University faculty were having their clandestine collectives, members of the NEU were also eloping to secret meetings. Tang Xiao. Tang Mi. You two better put on a good show this time. Our investigations show that Lyre has brought no less than 3 Emperor-class pilots with them this time. Tang Xiao, you're already close to first rank. And Tang Mi, you've got the strength for a second rank. You two constitute our main force. Along with Gung Yang, you are our wildcards. It's your first time entering into the games, so make sure you work to earn it. Gung Yang was a young man not far removed in skill from Tang Xiao. He looked experienced, but young and handsome. He had a head of fiery red hair, which complemented his smoldering crimson eyes. He nodded in agreement. Wu Junyi swung his head from side to side, regarding his fellow instructors. Professor Tan, we'll be relying on you for the instructors' matches. We'll simply have to make the best of our situation in the combat arena. Just make sure you don't get hurt. Luckily we're a shoe-in for the academics portion. Ziqian, you were in charge of this. What have you got? Le Ziqian was the deputy director of mecha construction and maintenance studies, and the director of the R&D department. He was 35 this year, and being honored as the youngest accomplished researcher at the university. He was the famed name behind their school. He once represented the whole of the Eastern Alliance at a scientific exchange between the other two groups. Thanks to his vision and innovation, he was widely lauded by the community. He was a citizen of Skyfire, actually. This was fortunate, for of course there was no end to the universities that wanted him or their promises. However, in the end he went with his home, and decided to stay on Skyfire as part of the NEU. It wasn't excessive to call him the school's greatest treasure. One best friend ever. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, Lu Ziqian. Chapter 171, Lu Ziqian. This Professor Lu was an average man, not strikingly handsome. He exuded an erudite and scholarly air that was enhanced by the pair of gold-rimmed glasses pressed up on his nose. He had the sort of face that made him look as though he were always absorbed in thought, no matter the time. It looked like it would be a chore for anyone to intrude upon his own little world. Upon hearing Wu Junyi's words, he nodded ever so slightly, but said nothing. Look, Professor Lu, what do you think? Which students should participate in the competition? Lyre University suddenly changed the competition date on us, and now we have no time to prepare. Wu Junyi complained. Lu Ziqian shook his head. There's no need to be worried about this educational exchange. Cold feet solve nothing. Besides, our national scholars are exceptional students. As far as I'm aware, that Zhou Qianlin from Professor Tan's class is a fair choice. Then we have Yang Zmo and Jie Guanqing from my own class. Those 3 should be sufficient. All right. Wu Junyi wasn't interested in discussing the matter, and settled it quickly. And regardless of his own opinions, Lu Ziqian was definitely the authority when it came to this. Tan Lingyun was seated next to the brooding intellectual. As he spoke, her eyes were glued to him, her face calm. But there was a look in her eye, a lingering flash that was hard to pinpoint. Zeta. Were one to look down upon the NEU campus from on high, they would see it as a shifting sea of blue. What's more, it looked shut up so tight not even a drop of water could escape from it. Scores of police and security personnel were on hand to lock down the exits. If you weren't a student or teacher, you weren't getting in, period. Eventually 1 o'clock arrived. The various members of the media were permitted to enter, but only after a rigorous security check. It was a process that everyone had to endure, students included. The NEU's auditorium was the largest in the alliance, capable of housing over 10,000 people. If necessary, however, it could fit 3 times as many. At this moment the auditorium was empty. This area was still blocked off by the security guards for the Poseidon concert, who kept it free of media and students. There was, however, a single exception. A red-haired young man was sat comfortably on a chair in the middle of the first row. Despite all the chaos outside, he was seated cross-legged like he had not a care in the world. His eyes were on the stage in front of him. "Hey Zhu, why aren't you here yet? Didn't Ailey tell you to arrive early? We've already set aside a seat for you. Later there'll be a mess of people pushing in here, you're gonna get trampled." Zhou Qianlin lazily drawled into his communicator, grinning with pleasure at the prospect of his friend's forthcoming difficulties. At the door, Lan Jue's voice replied. And he was indeed, handing a golden card to the guards blocking passage beyond. Once they saw it, they let him pass with bows and scrapes and a great deal of respect. The moment he stepped in, Lan Jue's eyes lit up. He'd never actually entered the auditorium before, more like an arena, in truth, but he absolutely hadn't expected it to be like this. In a glance he could confirm that indeed the arena could hold a downright frightening number of people. It was beautiful and large, with 3 50-meter-tall walls hemming it in. Each were covered top to bottom in fresh forget-me-nots. The ceiling above them dripped with shimmering crystal lights. They were in the shape of various sea fauna, fish, crustaceans, clams, starfish and sea urchins. Anything one could think of when considering the ocean, was present in some fashion or other. This was underlined by the largest piece, a 30-meter-long crystal whale. Never mind how the damn things were made, how were they even safely suspended like that? The lighting of the auditorium interior was still dim, but the gentle light was working from several angles. Its reflection off of the towering walls covered in flowers gave everything a soothing blue hue. As the light shone through the shimmering crystals, too, their reflections filled the arena. It looked like they were underwater, with reflections of sunlight dancing on the ocean floor. The crystalline figures hung a few dozen meters from the ceiling, and as Lan Jue cast his eyes around he was convinced there must have been 10,000 or more of the exquisite decorations hanging here and there. It was of course the stupendously large whale that especially gave Lan Jue pause. Were that thing to fall the death toll would be staggering. A thick curtain hung heavy over the stage, hiding the contents of the stage from view. Every seat he passed on the way forward sported a single blue flower, and a copy of Poseidon's Sounds of Nature. Each album was a treasure, as far as the common man was concerned. Poseidon's releases always came with a steep price, the last release running around 400 NED. This album would be more expensive, undoubtedly. More than 10,000 seats, which meant 10,000 albums. It was an enormous profit to be giving away for free. Lan Jue shook his head in wonderment as he walked. It wasn't long before he arrived at the front and took a seat beside Chu Chang. "I'm a teacher here," Lan Jue complained. "If I'm seen up here sitting so close to you it could bode poorly. I'll stay a while then move to the back." Chu Chang chortled at his friend's concerns. "You think there'll be space in the back? Stay here, trust me. I've seen one of Hua Li's concerts before, and the second it kicks off no one will be able to keep their head. No one will be paying attention to you, I promise. Besides, Hua Li's already thought about your potential troubles, so he set your school luminaries off to one side. We'll have international bigwigs and Poseidon staff on either side of us, so no one will recognize you." "So be it," Lan Jue answered grudgingly. "I have to say, Poseidon Media too certainly knows how to do these sorts of things. But the amount of money they threw into this must have been insane. And that's not counting the whole rest of the school they decorated, . Chu Chang chimed in. "Just the surface, bro. The amount of money they give the school just to do the performance here would cross your eyes. You think all these stuffy suits would let some star take over their school for a concert otherwise, much less attend themselves? But in the end this is a good thing for the university, not just because of Hua Li and Poseidon Media's name, but also the fact that it's a benefit concert." Lan Jue shook his head. This guy. It seems like being a superstar is anything but worth the effort and hardships. And having to hide every time you want to go out, it looks like even Hua Li is tired of it. Chu Chang laughed. What can he do about it? It's in his blood, a product of heritage. If he wants to be rid of it, he's gonna have to find a woman to birth the next victim. A son, and then he'll have to wait for him to come of age. Only then will he have the ghost of a chance at a normal life. The reputation of the Poseidon line is the product of generations. When you think about it, it's like it has a life of its own, an amazing thing. Lan Jue looked off across the auditorium as he changed the subject. When the concert's done, how about you two come stay over mine tonight? We have some training of our own to get to. Shu Chang nodded his fiery red head. That DreamNet thing. The news is already all over. Go to any search engine and you'll see the first result is the God Team battles. Second is the Divine Monarchs and this mysterious challenger that we're up against. Then the next 10 down the list are about various aspects of this whole thing. There is absolutely no way we're allowed to lose this. NGH, Lan Jue nodded his head resolutely. Beep, beep, beep. Lan Jue's communicator beeped to get his attention. Lan Jue answered, and Jin Yan's voice chirped at him from the other end. Hello, Professor Lan. Where are you? The Poseidon concert will be starting soon, we're out here in line. You should get here soon. We'll keep a seat for you. Lan Jue waggled a finger at Shu Chang as though to say, I told you so. I'll be there soon, thank you guys. The young etiquette instructor cut the connection and rose to his feet. What was that about no seat in the back? It's safer back there anyway. I like to keep things low-key. Shu Chang shook his head helplessly. What about your seat here then? We can't just have an empty spot right here in the middle. Lan Jue snorted. You were just telling me about how busy this'll get. Give me a moment and I'll find someone outside to fill the spot, alright? He didn't wait for Shu Chang's response, making his way towards the exit. He had become accustomed to the university life since being here. He was learning to enjoy it. It wouldn't be at all worth it for his cover to be blown over some concert. Indeed, it would be best for him to be back with the other teachers. Lan Jue avoided the main entrance of the auditorium, deigning instead to exit from a side door. However, despite his attempted subterfuge, he was met outside by a crowd so large he nearly yelped when he saw them. It was a veritable sea of humans, but luckily the guards were doing a fine job of keeping order. Lan Jue called Jin Yan once more to determine their location, and went off to meet them. He turned a corner on his trek, only to be caught in a deluge of students making their way to the arena. He quickly jumped to one side, but as he did he stepped directly into the path of another rushing figure. His attempts at being covert caused him to collide right into them. He felt like he was hit by a truck. He very nearly let his unconscious take control and employ his discipline to keep him upright. Fortunately, he remembered who and where he was. Unfortunately, this meant he had to allow himself to stagger to the side and fall. A hand grabbed him by the collar and yanked him straight. Be careful. The voice was chillingly familiar. Lan Jue nearly crumbled to the ground by virtue of the realization alone. There's no way, he inwardly lamented. He slowly turned around. There in front of him was the single last person he ever wanted to see again. You? Tang Lingyun's eyes were hard and cold as they fixed on Lan Jue. The disdain was so thick in her glare that he felt as though it might actually cut him. Lan Jue smiled, but it came out more pain than anything. When is it not me? Hello, Professor Tan. I'm very sorry to have run into you. Are you all right? Tan Lingyun dropped her head to look at her feet. Lan Jue followed her gaze and saw the invitation envelope for the concert on the ground. He quickly stooped to pick it up, fumbling with it. Each admission ticket came in a large envelope. He laughed sheepishly as he handed it to her, then hastily made his retreat. Who was he? Zhou Qianlin asked curiously from Tan Lingyun's side. They'd arrived together after their meeting. He was just about the only teacher who didn't stay as far away from Professor Tan as they could. A teacher. Electives, I think. A damn waste of space. He almost got us all killed on Taihua. Zhou Qianlin chuckled. Little Yun, you shouldn't always be so cold. From what I can tell he doesn't seem all that bad. Polite and courteous. You know this will only get you into more trouble the older you get. It's time a phase that is past its time. Tan Lingyun responded with displeasure. Zhou Qianlin, if you're getting ready to lecture me I can just go home. If I decide never to marry then that's my decision to make. Men have nothing good to offer. Zhou Qianlin rubbed his nose in exasperation and annoyance. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses higher on his nose, grinning sourly. You shouldn't always burn bridges. Already you can see it in the school, be it student or teachers, they all hide when you pass by. Tan Lingyun laughed. That's good then, saves me the trouble of having to deal with morons. Women should always be out to protect themselves. Now let's go and get in line. 1. Foreshadowing? 2. It looks like the author decided to make some changes to the terminology, or I'm an idiot. Either way, I'm going to make an adjustment here. Gobi Entertainment is the name of the entire company of which Hua Li's family is the primary owner. Poseidon Media will be their PR and activity arm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Switching Seats. Chapter 172, Switching Seats. It wasn't long before Lan Jue found Jin Yan and Wang Hongyuan. By the time he did, he discovered they'd already set aside a seat for him. The dance instructor greeted him by pushing an invitation ticket into his hand. "I figured you wouldn't have one." Lan Jue chuckled. "I actually wasn't going to come. This sort of thing is more suitable for younger generations. I'm honestly not all that interested." Jin Yan huffed at him. "Talking like you're an old man. Could you be any more antisocial? You know, any normal Poseidon concert anywhere else in the galaxy, you'd have to sell a kidney to get one. This one is a big benefit concert and album release. We're only here because we're lucky enough to have our school hosting. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a shadow of a chance any of us could get tickets." "Alright," Lan Jue said in defeat. "I'm here, so I might as well give it a listen." He made a mental note to have Ailey sing for him just one-on-one sometime. People began to file into the auditorium. Members of the media entered first to set up positions. Afterwards, faculty and students were allowed in to find their seats. There weren't any outsiders or foreigners. Like Jin Yan said, tickets were impossible for them to come across. Zeta. The line moved until Tan Lingyun and Lu Ziqian were before the doors. "Tickets." The gate guard regarded the two of them indifferently. Tan Lingyun handed the man her crumpled envelope without a second thought. He responded by taking it from her. As he did, a single dark golden card slipped free and tumbled to the ground. The guard hastened to pick it up with a change coming over his dismissive expression. He jerkily invited Tan Lingyun to proceed with a sweeping motion of his hand. "This way if you would, ma'am. There are already many people inside. Allow me to help you find your seat." The savage goddess was struck by his change in demeanor. After all, everyone else in front of her had simply taken their own tickets and pushed through the crowds. What was different about her? She craned her neck to look back at Lu Ziqian, who laughed as she did. "It looks like beautiful women always get special treatment. Go on in, I'll be right behind you." She had no choice but to follow the guard. He pushed through the throng of young, rambunctious students to the front few rows. The closer to the stage they walked, the more she felt like she didn't belong. She was just a teacher, she thought. It was wrong for her to be up here with the more important folk. The school had reputedly given out the same normal tickets to students and teachers in an effort to keep things fair. Only the school's luminaries were different, and sat closer to the stage. She also clearly recalled her own seat, which should have been somewhere in the middle of the auditorium. "I'm sorry, but can you look again? I'm sure my seat isn't this close." The security guard turned back to her with an amicable smile. "There's no mistake. Your VIP card is very special. Your seat is in the very front. Please, let's get you seated." And so it was, because she had no idea how this came about or how to get out of it. Still stunned at the circumstances, she followed the large man until they reached the very front. They stopped before the seat Lan Jue had occupied earlier. Chu Chang was seated next to the empty seat, looking impossibly bored. However, the second he spotted the firestorm that was Tan Lingyun, he sat straight in his seat. His eyes shone, as they were wont to do when in the presence of a pretty girl. He swept those hungry eyes up and down her svelte figure like a scanner. This girl, certainly the envy of all her friends. And her temperament. Black clothing, she has to be a teacher. Tan Lingyun, her heart still full of confusion and surprise, confirmed once more with the guard that this was her seat. He assured her it was, so she Saturday. She had no idea the danger she was in. She decided to let things lie, and take matters as they come. Besides, she was incredibly close to the stage. How could this be a bad thing? "Hello there." Her thoughts were interrupted by a magnetic voice from the next seat over. Tan Lingyun turned her face to the sound, laying her eyes on Chu Chang. Although he was seated, she could still tell that he was tall. He was positively bursting with testosterone, as well. He was covered in wine-red pants and a vest, covering a snow-white shirt. A black tie finished off the ensemble. He looked neat. She nodded her head. "Hello. You're a friend of Lan Jue's?" he asked. Instantly her face curdled. "Lan Jue? You mean that pustule?" "Pustule?" Chu Chang tilted his head and looked at her. He'd known Lan Jue for years, and this was the first time he'd heard anyone address his brother like that. Tan Lingyun's voice was soft, but biting. "You don't mean that cowardly waste of air? Useless as a coin purse. Ahem. Xu Chang covered with mouth, feigning a cough to find his expression. His stomach undulated as he fought to keep the fit of laughter he desperately wanted from exploding to the surface. He didn't want to spoil his image in front of this lady. He really couldn't imagine what Zhou must have done in front of this girl for her to be reacting like this. And yet he gave up his card to her. Interesting, he thought, very interesting. At the very least he knew there wasn't anything between she and Lan Jue he had to worry about. Maybe we're talking about two different people. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Chang. He hurriedly changed the subject, and brought his face under control. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards her politely. She nodded once again, but made no move to grasp his waiting hand. You aren't from our school, obviously, she replied in that same quiet voice. Zhou Chang nodded. Yeah. I guess you can say I'm part of the Poseidon Media Group. Her voice suddenly grew icy cold. Shut your eyes, and keep your thoughts to yourself. Be careful and you'll stay out of trouble. She sat back against the chair and crossed her arms, eyes fixed on the stage ahead. It was pretty clear to her that this was orchestrated. Zhou Chang's hand stiffened, hanging in midair. Quite the character, this one. However, in no time at all Zhou Chang was making adjustments to his approach. He let his hand drop and sat properly in his chair. He had spent years perfecting his skirt chasing, his experience was copious. If one method wasn't working, well, he had no shortage of other tricks to try. This Tan Lingyun had piqued his interest. Zeta. Various sounds took turn dominating the interior of the auditorium, from sighs of admiration to gasps of alarm as the students gaped over the decorations. Everything was in a state of chaos. Lan Jue entered the auditorium once again, though this time as a teacher. He followed close behind Jin Yan and Wang Hongyuan as they waded into the fray. Their seats were situated nearer to the back. Are you in the arena? Zhou Qianlin's voice whispered into Lan Jue's mind. Yup, just walked in, he said. That liar university student from yesterday morning just sat next to me. Coincidence? Lan Jue's face darkened. Probably, she answered. He just started speaking with me. Lan Jue thought for a minute. Then I'll switch seats with him. All right. He rose to his feet and began to move. There was no need for him to ask where Qianlin was, for by virtue of the soul-caller gem he knew her general whereabouts in this confined space. A cursory search revealed several tall students, but no Zhou Qianlin beside any of them. Lan Jue spoke gently to Jin Yan, who was seated beside him. Professor Yan, I spotted a friend. I'm going to go over and say hello. After a minute someone may come to take my seat because that friend and I have something to discuss. Jin Yan looked somewhat disappointed. Not much point, is there? It looks like the concert will be starting soon, you won't have much time to talk. Lan Jue only chuckled, then left. Zhou Qianlin was seated diagonally behind Lan Jue's seat. He had to walk a big circle to get to her location, eventually approaching from the opposite side. When he got there he saw a noticeably irritated Xiaohan. Zeta. Xiaohan's actions that morning were largely to cause trouble at the NEU, but he couldn't ignore the attraction he had for the girl. In his estimation, this one was something special. She had a different sort of air to her. She was pure, spotless, quiet and perfect. He had always been the chosen one of Lyre University, and as a result there had been no shortage of girls at his side. Who knows how many pretty female students had been his study partner? But none of them were like Zhou Qianlin. This was a first. In fact, he'd spent the last couple days asking around about her, eventually discovering that she was the greatest beauty the school possessed. Hey gorgeous, looks like it's destiny that binds us. Zhou Qianlin, right? He addressed her with a small smirk on his face. Qianlin kept her eyes fixed forward, deigning not to address his advances. Xiaohan was not deterred, and in fact continued like a man well at ease. He knew where he was, and keenly understood that making trouble with someone who was always the center of attention wasn't a good call. Well Qianlin, I'm Xiaohan. How about we meet properly this time? I'm from Lyre University. In fact, you'll see me in the arena when our schools start the competition. If you have time you should come and watch. Here, this is my communicator number. He plucked a strip of paper from his breast pocket as he spoke. He stretched it out to her. Qianlin, meanwhile, sat unmoving. A stern look flashed across Xiaohan's eyes. He'd never encountered such stiff resistance at his university too. Even newlyweds didn't treat him so coldly. It was like he was empty space. Did you hear me? Take it. His voice was quiet, hard. Not a sound from Zhou Qianlin. His face grew cold. He fought with himself against the desire to just cram the piece of paper into her hand. Suddenly a hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Hello there, student," a warm voice entreated. "May I have a word with you?" Unfortunately, Xiao Han couldn't really hear the greeting. He was too focused on the fact that his entire body had gone numb. And then everything went black. To anyone looking on, it looked like Xiao Han heard the professor, nodded, then rose to follow. Lan Jue brought him forward a few rows to his own seat. "Hey guy, why don't you hang out here for a little while? Me and my friend have something to discuss." "Thanks, man." Xiao Han simply sat there as though he were made of wood. Soon, however, his eyes shut and he began to snore. Lan Jue shook his head helplessly and addressed Jin Yen. "These young people, am I right? Always burning the midnight oil, so bad for you. Now here he is sleeping with such an incredible concert about to start. Well, I gotta go talk to my friend." Wang Hongyuan gave him a strange look. With a gentle push of his discipline he warped the air so only he and Lan Jue could hear. "The hell are you up to?" Lan Jue responded in the same fashion. "Giving you a chance. Didn't you say you wanted me to avoid Professor Jin at all costs? Look how good I am to you. You owe me, got it?" He didn't wait for the dance instructor's response. Instead he just walked back a few rows and took the vacant seat beside Zhou Qianlin. Now I think it's he who doesn't realize what kind of trouble he's headed for. 2. Here, the Chinese reads he'd never banged against such a hard nail. Just thought I'd share. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Poseidon Sounds of Nature. Chapter 173, Poseidon Sounds of Nature. Zhou Qianlin didn't know when that small smile had first appeared on her face. Lan Jue took the seat beside her, very serious of expression and mannerism. He looked straight ahead, looking neither right or left as though he didn't know the people beside him, and didn't care to. He was succeeding spectacularly at not attracting attention. The soul caller gem warmed. "Lan Jue, I put him a few rows ahead. He'll be sleeping for a little while. Sleep's important for those kinds of guys, with surplus hormones." Zhou Qianlin, MM. A qualified bodyguard. Lan Jue, of course. Qianlin, so you seem rather comfortable with this position. Lan Jue, doesn't matter if I'm comfortable. If you're going to guard someone you take it seriously. Zhou Qianlin said nothing further. By now all the teachers and students had filed into the auditorium and found their seats. The twinkling lights began to dim. Sweeping one's eyes around the area you would find not an empty seat in the house. There were even people in the aisles, settled on stools. Ever since the place had begun to fill up, the riotous din of people had grown louder. Now, though, as the lights darkened, a hush fell over the crowd. All eyes turned to the stage. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a world of endless ocean." A warm, pleasant female voice washed across the occupants. It came from all directions at once, bringing with it the gentle sounds of crashing waves. From all around appeared shimmering halos. They undulated and expanded outwards like ripples in a vast sea. The ears were full of the sounds of water as the rippling lights spread all around. The whole arena was awash in sapphire, as though they were indeed far beneath the waves. The air was thick with moisture, and even the slightest hint of sea salt tickled the nostrils. As 10,000 eyes watched, the ripples crashed against the crystalline figures hanging from the rafters. They shone brilliantly, for all the world appearing alive with an inner light. The crashing waves grew gradually louder from small lapping waves to great crashing ones. As the raucous crescendo of a tsunami tore all around, every onlooker's heart skipped a beat. Lan Jue looked on with rapt attention. Silently he came to the realization the power of water element was thick in the air. This was by no means a product of special effects, clearly this was the power of a water adept. What's more, the power appeared evenly distributed even throughout the enormous auditorium. This wasn't just the work of one person. The audience collectively held their breath, all of their attention trying desperately to take it all in. They were, one and all, completely consumed by the spectacle. Myriad creatures exist within the deep blue depths. Here, there is only silence, and yet it is full of vibrance. This world is ruled by a handsome monarch, who guards his people. At his command the waves recede, and in this way he protects us, too. Once more the moving female voice arose, and as though at her own command, the terrifying crash of tidal waves quieted. A peaceful silence fell over the arena. Only the gentle slaps of water on sand remained, amid the lingering charm of that voice. The ocean sounds were almost imperceptible, but there. as though they were under the water themselves. It lent a genuine air to the atmosphere. From within and among the ambient sounds there came a singing. It was sweet and melodious, and only just loud enough for you to know it was there. It was soft and pleasing to the ear. Mellow, like an undersea scene. In addition, there was a powerful gravity to it, a magnetism that put listeners on the edge of their seats. There was a sense of omniscience, as though it were narrating a tale. In fact, none could make out the words, but it was a sound that was soothing as it was mysterious. For all the world, they were there among the beasts of the sea, one of them, giving ear to the songs of the ocean. An opera aria. That was precisely what this was. His voice was perfectly accompanied by the musical sounds of the sea and waves as though they were instruments. And that was it, a perfect trio. A gentle blue light shone from on high, illuminating the stage. It was just enough light to see the curtain being pulled away. The stage was a staggering blue, that reflected and refracted the floodlights above in a dazzling crystalline display. This was because it was crystal, an aquarium 50 meters high and 100 meters across. It was filled to the brim with seawater. However, shocking as that was, ultimately the greatest surprise was what was in the aquarium. The frothy water danced with 100,000 prisms born from the crystal walls that confined it. They flashed and hung in the water, shimmering against the walls of an enormous palace of blue and gold. The building's colors complemented each other, perfect like a dream. It was surrounded by walls of coral and a moat of swaying kelp. Fish of all sorts swam lazily among the eddies. In the space of an instant the audience went from among the ocean tides to the heart of this undersea world. This was no holographic projection, no trick of light or shadows. This was a real scene, built in the middle of the arena. So much clearer than a hologram could ever be, and so lifelike. That faintly singing voice swirled among the waves from within the golden palace. Fish did as they were wont to do, darting about aimlessly, and yet, as the voice strengthened, the fish within the tank slowed, stopped, and faced the palace. As though they were listening. Under the watchful gaze of its subjects, the palace doors slowly began to open. A figure was revealed, slowly coming into focus as it floated out into the light. His movement was slow, deliberate. It matched his melodious voice. The first thing the audience could make out was his garb. Armor, a deep cerulean blue that shone. He was the very heart of the ocean. Silken threads of powder blue hair hung free, displaced by the ornate golden crown upon his head. A single drop-shaped gemstone was inlaid in the center. His eyes were a sea blue that bore the spirit of the ocean, with fair skin and a high-nose bridge one. It all coalesced into a face that stopped the breath in your lungs. Unblemished. Perfect. He was precisely what a king of the ocean should be. As dazzling as he was, it didn't go unnoticed that he was immersed in the sea. How, then, was he singing? It was a trick, they thought, and none suspected it was actually him singing. Under the weight of the performance the auditorium had lapsed into a stillness, a silence. No one made a sound. All there was that vivid and vivacious voice among the ambient noises of the sea. It grew stronger, louder amid the silence. Even the hardened media, far in the back, were struck agape at the display. Poseidon's face bore a small smile. He moved inexorably forward, until he crossed the coral walls. Strangely, the schools of fish at his gates did not flee at his approach. Instead, they flocked closer in his wake. He stretched out a slender hand, long fingers opening one by one. A tiny orange fish drew close and settled there. His alluring voice continued as his eyes fixed upon the fish. And the fish appeared to look back. Louder still his singing became until, just as the crowd was ready to burst, the volume dropped. Poseidon looked on in surprise as a blue light filled his hand. It wasn't long until that dazzling light consumed the entire interior of the aquarium. The light burst out with the power of a tsunami, eliciting a startled gasp from the audience. The crystalline blue shards of light twinkled and disappeared, revealing again the underwater paradise. The palace was as it had been, and there stood the king as before. But his palm no longer bore the small orange fish. In its place there stood at his side an adorable mermaid. She looked perhaps 7 or 8. Young and smiling prettily from the reefs at him. Much like his audience, Poseidon, too, was startled by this. Slowly his surprise gave way to a small smile, and he waved her forth with a gentle motion. The little mermaid giggled. In her joy she swept her bright orange tail through the swirling waters. All the other fish hung around her now, and danced with her as they surrounded Poseidon. Even the most incredible dancers couldn't compete. Once again the singing increased in volume. Though this voice did not belong to Poseidon. It was hers, crystal clear and beautiful. Compared to Poseidon's throaty vocalizing, her voice may be immature. But it was so sweet, full of naivety. It brought a smile to every face in attendance. It was cozy, sentimental. She was almost like a spirit, a guardian of love. Her voice was bright and full of hope. Poseidon extended his hand with a smile, whereupon the young mermaid crept closer. She allowed him to pat her hair. It was his turn again, and as Poseidon's voice rang out, it bore notes of the little mermaid's own hope and vitality. There was a fondness as well, like a brother instructing his little sister. And all throughout the gentle sounds of nature continued. So beautiful. This was the thought flashing through everyone's mind as they watched. Be it the sounds or the sights, all were so perfect so as to be impossible. A dream or illusion, perhaps. The media scowled, for they knew, no matter how fine their equipment or large the TV, nothing could capture what they were witnessing. But they rejoiced at their luck, at the honor of being here. To see the sounds of nature concert with their own eyes. Lan Jue looked up to see Hua Li singing radiantly upon the stage. But he couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Could this really be his close friend from years ago? Ali, really? He really did look like the king of the oceans, Lan Jue thought. And too damn handsome for his own good. Zhou Qianlin was also enchanted. She watched everything on the stage with a sharp, keen interest. The undulating sounds of his voice echoed through every corner of the auditorium. It hovered, reverberated until it filled every inch of space. Chu Chang watched from the first row. At one point he leaned sideways towards Tan Lingyun at his elbow. Handsome, right? You like how it sounds? Tan Lingyun's eyes hadn't once left the stage or the scene upon it since the show had begun. She nodded her head, and her voice was full of sincerity. Oh, handsome. Probably the most gorgeous man I've ever seen. And his voice is amazing. Chu Chang's chest tightened, curses coming unbidden under his breath. Anyone hoping to score chicks with Ali around was doomed to failure. That's the sort you like, eh? He might as well go for broke. Lingyun shook her head. Nope. Chu Chang was surprised at her reaction. Why not? She turned her face to look at him. You talk a lot of shit. Watch the show. And of course I don't like him cause he's a queer. A queer? At last Chu Chang could hold it no longer and burst into laughter. Scores of eyes along the first row turned to scowl, but their interest was short-lived. They didn't want to miss a moment of the show. Well, gorgeous, how about I show you a real man? Time to get on stage. He smirked at her. 1. Considered very important in China when determining someone's attractiveness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Chu Chang goes on stage. Chapter 174, Chu Chang goes on stage. Well, gorgeous, Chu Chang said through a grin. How about I show you what a real man looks like? Time to get on stage. Tan Lingyun was considering how to respond when suddenly she felt a scorching heat at her shoulder. Before she could say anything, a burst of thunderous laughter filled the arena. Ah ha 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 ha. The sonorous laughter was so loud it even drowned out Poseidon's pleasant melodies. All eyes turned to the smoldering red light that appeared at the fore of the auditorium. The sudden and untelegraphed change was shocking. Even the school leaders were unable to resist the draw of the show, and nearly jumped from their seats when the sinister laughter began. The swirling light looked infinitely hot, and flared angrily. As it did so, the crystalline figures suspended on high twinkled crimson. The peaceful underwater world was gone, now a sea of magma. Poseidon's face betrayed shock. The myriad fish that surrounded him fled in trepidation to his rear, desperate for shelter. The little mermaid followed suit. The king's subjects were many, beautiful, and easily submitted to his rule. The laughing subsided and the background music swelled as the voice narrated. It seemed constrained, devoid of its former carefree warmth. Slowly the audience came to the realization that this flaming pillar was part of the act. Tan Lingyun was perhaps more surprised than most. She turned her head to look for the man who had been at her side, only to find him now standing before the stage. She couldn't see him clearly in the light, but she knew it was him. He was awash in red, like the god of fire given flesh. Almost unnoticed, Poseidon's voice started again. It strengthened until it filled every ear, demanding attention. It bore a distinctly regal tone, his voice. Majestic and commanding, and yet there was a note of condemnation as his voice roared with the power of the seas. The gentleness in his voice when he'd sung with the mermaid was gone, replaced with indignation. He gesticulated and cried, entreating the entire ocean to rise in protest against this invading evil. Ripples of light appeared throughout the auditorium in response to Poseidon's calls. Compared to their lazy appearance before, this time they moved and rippled with vigor. The living flame would not be cowed. As the scene rose against it, the fiery figure raged. It swelled from the human size it once was to a dozen meters or more. Even the temperature in the arena changed, heating up as the fires rose to almost uncomfortable levels. However, a keen observer might note that the fires weren't causing any damage to the auditorium. The fiery behemoth did not sing, like its underwater nemesis. There was only a deep and persistent growl that called out. It met and mixed with the powerful notes of Poseidon's call, a cacophonous battle of sound. The crystal figures and glass walls of the aquarium flashed with the opposing fiery and the blue of the ocean. Everything was drawn into the epic struggle for the soul of the ocean. The lights crashed into one another. They flashed and flooded the arena from floor to ceiling. A sorrowful note invaded the heated musical exchange as the battle raged. In the midst of their exchange, the fiery giant rose from its feet. With a terrible roar it lurched forward, becoming a raging lance of fire that raced murderously towards the Ocean King. Boom! The deep shuddering impact tore through the arena, shaking the entire structure and filling the audience's ears with the unsettling sound. Those in the back assumed the shuddering was from the speakers, but those in front knew better. To their shock and amazement, the giant antagonist had actually rammed directly into the crystal wall of the aquarium. Poseidon's cries were righteous, piercing. A sapphire blue light had begun to exude from him, prosperous and powerful as it filled the underwater realm he inhabited. The intensity in his voice, and the dissonance of the blasts against the background music was harsh and nerve-wracking. Boom! Once more the giant rushed against the crystal wall. This time even those in the back saw clearly what was occurring before them. To their trepidation they saw the cracks appearing along the wall's surface. Under the audience's frightened gaze, the cracks spread quickly in all directions. They crackled threateningly until it spread across the whole of the aquarium wall. Cries of alarm ripped through the crowd, but Poseidon's alluring voice called out to them. Do not fear, my subjects. This evil shall never know victory. I am your protector, and I shall defend you in the face of this threat. Bang! The giant of fire struck the glass a third time, in defiance of Poseidon's claims. The crystal fractured under the stress, and shattered into 100 million pieces. The water once contained within rushed out like a terrifying tsunami. The water's roar was not enough to drown out the startled screams of the audience. Ah! Before anyone could move, every seat flared as a golden hoop fixed them in place. There was no escape as the wave barreled toward them. Zhou Qianlin's gasp of fear and surprise joined the rest of the crowd. She unconsciously scotched closer to Lan Jue, and wrapped her arms around his. Tan Lingyun, seated in the front row, was similarly surprised at what she was witnessing. A flash of power flared in her eyes. The leather of her seat cracked as he pressed her hands against it. Under the force of her pressure, the golden harness that kept her still broke free. Her hands shot skyward, inciting dual beams of green light to spring to life. It surrounded and enveloped her like a shield as she prepared to parry the force of the encroaching wave. Sit down, cut it out. A voice light with humor captured her attention. That sizzling red light fell over her. Tan Lingyun felt no heat, but the oppressive force of the light pressed her back into her seat. She was not the only rebel. In fact, there were many adepts in the audience, and several of them were strong enough to break the harness as she did. But like the savage goddess, the moment they succeeded in breaking free, that fiery red light pushed them back down. The fiery power that filled the auditorium grew stronger still, flaring with rage. It roared as the flaming power collided with the wave. Red and blue, fire and water. The colors became the arena's dominant hue as they broke against one another. Much to the relief of frightened onlookers, none of the resulting wave managed to reach the audience. The only thing that washed against their bodies was the conflicting red and blue lights. Unreal, Lan Jue muttered. No wonder Chang's been hanging around with Ailey for so long. He's also in the show. And this fairyland they've created, that must be Mo Shao. Flawlessly executed, perfect cooperation. The resonating sound of singing broke through the din. It was a war cry, filled with the promise of battle. This was Poseidon's promise of protection, bringing the ocean to bear for his people. A will as strong as a fortress, calling the united powers of an entire world. Red and blue, flashing incessantly, shining harsh and quick as they battled. The crystal statues swayed and shook. The lights filled them as well, flashing against their edges. Some twinkled a pale red, and others bore the soothing blue of their king. Gradually the sounds eased, and the lights dimmed. Poseidon's voice hung in the air, adopting a sorrowful air. Only the angry red pillar of fire remained vibrant. Without warning, the entire Aryan was suddenly plunged into darkness. A moment later the world was revealed once again. The crystal wall had reappeared to protect the audience from danger. Where it had, moments before, been nothing but a multitude of fractured glass, now it looked as though nothing had happened. But the scene within had changed. Now in place of Poseidon's awe-inspiring palace there was only rubble. The pain's singing continued, howled from the mouth of Poseidon as he lay upon the floor. A dark figure approached, black as though it had been burned. The water around it boiled furiously. Its charred hand was wrapped around the little mermaid's throat. The audience had a chance to get their bearings. It had been an illusion, all part of the show. But it had been so real that many in the audience were still trying to recover from the fright. Poseidon's mournful voice was hoarse, thick with sorrow. The mermaid struggled against her assailer, her own voice a mixture of pain and fear. No small number of audience members reflected the tears in the little mermaid's eyes. Tan Lingyun was well aware that this was all a show, but she couldn't help but clench her fists at the visions before her. She ground her teeth at the child's suffering. The enormous man of fire hoisted the mermaid into the air. His hand squeezed tight. Poseidon's singing stopped. His eyes were wide and moist as he called out to the giant. No. But his cry fell on deaf ears as the mermaid was consumed by fire. Tears hazed the scene for many in the audience, but the mermaid's death was clear, an icy dagger to the heart. At his cry, Poseidon's crown shimmered with power. The teardrop-shaped gemstone set at its center bloomed into a halo of golden light that fell over him like a blanket. His blue armor shone with the additional light, making the king of the sea appear more severe and dangerous than before. The golden light became a pillar, as with it there slowly dropped a jagged trident into Poseidon's hand. Blinding beams of errant golden light shone in all directions. Poseidon rose brazenly to his feet to the rising crescendo of a battle march. His voice belted forth, strong and challenging, to mingle with the battaglia. There was a distinctly murderous sensation to it, now. The two figures met in battle among the ocean waves. Vortexes of sapphire light fired out from the trident, forcing the fiery beast back. At last the fiery monster's defenses failed against Poseidon's onslaught, and his great trident found its mark. It cast the giant backward, slamming it into the aquarium wall. Once again the thunderous crash of an impact filled the auditorium, and once again the wall cracked and fell away. The antagonist flailed wildly as it flew across the arena and collapsed in the far reaches. Poof! As they looked on, the audience witnessed the giant's body burst into flame. A blue light appeared moments later unexpectedly, the king of the ocean hunting his prey. A deluge of water crashed against the flaming giant. Instantly the attack was met with screams of pain from the beast. Plumes of steam and smoke black as pitch towered towards the ceiling like a mushroom cloud. The lights cut out. All that could be heard was that shrill, ear-piercing scream. The fight was over. Poseidon had emerged victorious, and yet still his voice was thick with sadness. The depression from witnessing the death of the mermaid still weighed heavy on the hearts of all those present. All were awash in sadness, so that at first none noticed the sound of gurgling water. It was like a bubbling stream, undercutting Poseidon's laments. A pale blue light, soft and dim, began to illuminate the arena. It gradually strengthened until, as though with a life of its own, the light congealed atop the stage. The lights revealed the scene, with the crystal wall once more intact and in place. The golden palace had somehow returned to its former glory. The once tumultuous sea waters surrounded had calmed. Lights glistened off the water's surface like a fine spring day. The light refracted prisms of sea blue throughout the arena. Still Poseidon's eyes were full of sadness. The audience watched, fighting with themselves to squelch the dread and depression that Poseidon's heavy expression inspired. Their desire to rise in comfort was almost palpable. As the silence stretched on, the tiniest little fish appeared, wandering lazily towards Poseidon. It swum circles around the dejected monarch, growing closer with each circuit. Poseidon's doleful expression revealed a small smile, though the hurt remained clear in his eyes. His voice whispered forth through the silence, warm and beautiful once again. He sang longingly, as though calling out to the little mermaid who, fallen at the hands of the monster. His song bade her farewell, giving voice to the pain in his heart but sending her to eternal peace with an assuring smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Shocks and Curtain Calls. Chapter 175, Shocks and Curtain Calls. Nearly every eye in the auditorium was wet with tears after the display. The need to speak with and comfort Poseidon was only just kept in check. The king of ocean sang his laments as the fish swirled around him. Then, as the audience watched, a single small orange fish separated itself from the others. Poseidon stared at it, stunned. A few moments passed, and that paralyzing shock wore off, replaced with an expression of pleasant surprise. The thick and pained quality of his songs changed with the fish's arrival, more joyous. He reached out a finger, and the area around it light up with a pale blue hue, like he'd turned on a light. It spread, expanded, until the orb of light surrounded the tiny orange fish. What followed was strange. Within the nutritive cover of the orb, as the concertgoers watched, the little orange fish within began to change. In no time the orb was filled, not with fish, but a small mermaid which looked as though she were just waking up. She blinked sleepily at the audience, then turned her attention to Poseidon. She called out in surprise and excitement before draping her tiny arms around his neck. Her excited singing was bursting with joy. No one knew who started it, but waves of uproarious applause spontaneously erupted through the auditorium. It was like thunder, or the crashing of waves against the shore. Everyone was clapping furiously. Tan Lingyun, Zhou Qianlin. Even Lan Jue was fervently applauding his friend's performance. At some point Chu Chang had returned to his seat. He, too, was busily clapping. A wide, excited smile was plastered on his handsome face. Then the curtain dropped. Successful was an understatement. Poseidon's performance was remarkable, like a bolt of lightning directly to the heart of every audience member. They watched as though they were there, a part of this magical undersea world. 2 hours passed in the space of a blink, with Poseidon never once breaking character to address the crowds. He didn't need to. The show and its remarkable execution said everything that was needed. The sounds of nature. Everyone knew the name, but now they felt it. It lived within them, after witnessing Poseidon bring it to life. The applause continued for a full 10 minutes without pause. By this point the harnesses that had kept them in place had released. Pockets of the audience stood, and before long the entire arena roared from the standing ovation. Their hands were red from the clapping, but no one seemed to mind. What they witnessed had touched them deeply. Watching Poseidon's range of emotions and the magic of the story, it was all burned into their memory forever. The curtain spread wide. The crystal wall and sea water were gone. The palace, however, remained, along with the other decorations of his undersea realm. Poseidon appeared on stage, walking slowly to the center. He held the little mermaid in his arms. As the lights brightened, it revealed a host of guards who'd quietly entered the arena at some point during the show and positioned themselves at the bottom of the stage for protection. Huali bowed slightly to the crowd, a smile soft and warm on his face. His magnetic, moving voice was heard once more. "Thank you," he called to them. The crowd reacted with calls of their own, all blending together so that the only thing that could be heard was the deafening roar of his fans. Both Huali and the mermaid lifted their arms and waved. Bathed in light, surrounded by adoring fans, in glittering sapphire armor, he really did look like a king. He lifted his hand, entreating silence. After a moment the excited throng quieted down. By now he could rely on his own requests to keep the audience's emotions in check. "I'd like to thank every one of you for coming today. This is also my first time performing in an institution of higher learning. It has been my great honor to meet all of you, and to share my latest music with such amazing fans. On each of your seats should be a copy of Sounds of Nature, inscribed in holographic form for your enjoyment. Give it a watch when you head back to your rooms. It's got a different feel than the concert. You'll see. Recently I was made aware of the terrible tragedy that occurred on Taihua. I was filled with a terrible sadness, for the comrades we have lost, the lives cut short. And so we decided to donate all of the proceeds earned today to Taihua. We're also giving 20% of the sales for every copy of Sounds of Nature to the families of the victims. Our hope is that this might, in some small way, help alleviate their pain." Once more, a round of applause met his words. This time it was the luminaries and school department heads that lead the expression. Among them was Wu Junyi. At his elbow was an elderly gentleman who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He was a congenial-looking man, with gray hair and a warm smile. The old man's other side was occupied by Director Shi from Lyre University. The competing director looked exceedingly jealous as he stared at the stage. As a school director himself, he clearly understood what this concert would do for the NEU's reputation. Beyond all question, this school would have the advantage when it came to enrolling desirable students for next semester. After a long while, the applause subsided. Huali smiled and continued. "In reality, the fact that I'm in Skyfire, here with you, was all up to coincidence. I actually came to spend time with a good friend of mine. He brought me here. Obviously he doesn't want me to embarrass him or influence his standing here, so I can't say who it is. But I do have something to say to him, and that is, it's been many long years since I've stepped foot on a school campus, and coming here to the NEU has brought back all of those relaxed and excited dreams and hopes of my youth. Countless cherished memories bubbling back up to the surface. Now, I do like to think I'm not quite that old yet, but looking out over the sea of bright young faces fills me with a profound envy. Make sure you take time to appreciate this magical time in your lives. College life is a beautiful and important chapter in your story. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank another friend of mine who came today for a cameo appearance. It's my sincerest hope that, if you should run into him around campus, that you try your best to look past his scandalous exterior. Immediately following his words, a loud guffaw burst from the front row. Xu Cheng brazenly displayed his middle finger to the stage. Tan Lingyun turned to look at her neighbor. You were that fire adept? Xu Cheng shook his head, his face a mask of apathy. No, miss. I'm the mighty fire adept. Put. Tan Lingyun snorted disdainfully at his response. Is it acceptable to call oneself mighty? Xu Cheng looked at her then, his eyes a roiling crimson as the fires burned within him. Well, miss, you can find out for yourself if you don't believe me. Immediately Tan Lingyun's eyes lit up with the promise of violence. Fine. When, A guest must yield to the convenience of the host, Xu Cheng said with a gentlemanly air. Tan Lingyun opened her mouth to continue the banter, but stopped as though a thought had occurred to her. When she spoke again, her voice was only just loud enough for him to hear. Give me your calm number. When I've finished with my business over the next couple of days, I'll call you. 1. Xu Cheng's lips curled into a wolfish grin. And remained that way as he gave her his number. He was secretly pleased with the result, as he anticipated, this was a special woman, special tactics were required. Certainly a good start. With Hua Li's thanks and farewells concluded, the curtain closed once again. He vanished behind them with his entourage of security personnel. He still had a series of media events to get through before his job was complete tonight. He certainly still had his work cut out for him. Under the direction of the Poseidon Group's staff, the teachers and students made a well-organized exit. It was then that Xiao Han stirred from his forced nap. He shook his head forcefully, like a man who'd been struck. His vision, still blurry from sleep, swept the auditorium as everyone was filing out, much to his surprise. What the hell, he thought. How could I sleep through this? The people on either side of him had gone already. He didn't even know how he got to the seat, all there was the faintest memory of someone putting their hand on his shoulder. There was half a moment when he felt numb, then, nothing. Was it that girl, Zhou Qianlin? No, that couldn't it. She'd been sitting next to him when it happened. So who the hell was it? How did they even do it? He abruptly shot to his feet, glaring in every which direction in the desperate hope he could discover the culprit. At last his eyes fell upon Zhou Qianlin near the auditorium entrance, together with a tall and thin man. He lurched ahead to give chase, but the crowds were too thick. A moment later and he'd lost them again. Zeta. As they left the arena, it wasn't just Lan Jue who felt like he was returning from a fantasy world. Zhou Qianlin heaved a heavy sigh. It really was an amazing concert. Qianlin. Qianlin. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she heard her name called. She turned to see Tang Mi trotting toward her. She was practically hopping with excitement by the time she caught up. That was amazing. Really incredible. Poseidon's so handsome. I think I might be obsessed with him. His voice is just so beautiful. Here, feel, my heart's racing. I think I'm dying. She took Qianlin's hand and pressed it to her plump chest. Qianlin allowed herself to be manhandled. Helplessly she addressed her friend. Tang Mi, relax. Aren't you always telling me Zeus is your idol? Suddenly now it's Poseidon? She shot a covert glance at Lan Jue, standing at her side. It's not the same. Tang Mi whined. Zeus is my idol, but I've never actually met him. But Poseidon we've seen with our own eyes. They said Poseidon's a powerful adept himself, and a god-ranked mecha pilot to boot. Good friends of Zeus too. Have you heard of the 4 divine monarchs? Poseidon and Zeus are both members. If I get in with Poseidon, he'll introduce me to Zeus. Ah, if only they had some sort of harem I could join too, that would be incredible. Hack. Lan Jue nearly choked on his own saliva. This girl had no shame. Were all girls like this these days? Professor. A tiny voice entreated Lan Jue's attention from behind him. He turned to look for the source, and discovered Tang Zhou's pudgy face looking back at him excitedly from a distance. He walked over. He shuffled his expansive girth closer, and whispered into Lan Jue's ear. Uncle was pretty great. I didn't expect such a sissy voice to be so nice. He beat me so bad I'm still hurting, but I think I can forgive him. Lan Jue looked down at him with an admonishing frown. Guess you never know till you try. Aren't you afraid he'll show up right behind you, while talking this nonsense? Tang Xiao chuckled flippantly. How could he? He's got to be very busy right now. By the way, I don't have any classes this afternoon, Professor, but I still have the tactical training they're requiring for the competition. But anyway, I'll see you later. With that said, Tang Xiao turned and wobbled away. 1. Go Chu Chang. Bam. 2. LOL. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Overburdened Bicycles. Chapter 176, Overburdened Bicycles. Lan Jue watched the young man trot off. It was then he spied Chu Chang sauntering over towards him with a lazy, unhurried gait. In his fine suit and vest, he was having no trouble attracting looks from the young girls around campus. From time to time he'd shoot a charming smile at them as they passed. Lan Jue turned his back and made to leave, like he had no interest in dealing with the guy. Of course Chu Chang wouldn't be denied, and his reaction time was nearly inhuman. Immediately his voice rose in a shout. Hey Jue, wait a minute. Zhou Qianlin and Tang Mi both turned to the source of the greeting. Chu Chang made his approach with big steps. By the time he arrived, he was already puffed up and beaming with pride. What did ya think? Nice, right? Him or you? Lan Jue asked. Me. You said 2 words, Lan Jue muttered. What's good about it? Tell you what though, I had no idea how talented he was. A ghost of agitation flashed across Chu Chang's pained face. Are you even capable of being a pleasant human being? You're free to keep your distance, Lan Jue replied. And when you're all steeped in your machismo bullshit, don't tell people you know me. But Chu Chang had already tuned Lan Jue out, the moment his eyes found the 2 young women standing nearby. His eyes lasciviously traced paths up and down their bodies. Little sister, you're here as well. The second the words left his mouth, Lan Jue winced. The damage was done, there was nothing he could do. Little sister? Tang Mi looked at Qianlin and Chu Chang, back and forth. Qianlin, what's going on? Zhou Qianlin's own appraisal and reaction skills were impressive. I don't know you, she said instantly. Xiaomi, let's get out of here. This one reminds me of Richard. She grabbed her friend's hand and pulled her away. Lan Jue watched the exchange in conflicted praise. She was quite the sneak, but he wasn't sure this was a good thing. Chu Chang watched her leave. She really does look just like her, he muttered, mostly to himself. Cut from the same mold. I'm telling you, Jue, you better know what you're doing. Will you shut the hell up, or am I going to have to make you a mute? Lan Jue said in hushed tones. Let's go. I've got no classes, so let's head back and get to practicing. I guess we'll find out later when Ailey will show up. Chu Chang laughed suspiciously. Such a troublesome business, these concerts, eh? If we wait around for a bit we'll run into him, I'm sure. Lan Jue raised a brow. He spoke to you? Chu Chang rolled his eyes. You need to ask? You really have been hidden away from the modern world for much too long. Let's go. The soul caller gemstone warmed as his will flowed through it. Lan Jue, when are you going home? There shouldn't be any classes this afternoon if I recall. Qianlin, original I'd planned to head out after the concert. But I just ran into the R&D director who says I'm expected to participate in the competition again. Liar University. The R&D section, obviously. He said he wanted to have a word with me. I'll probably be heading home later. Lan Jue, let me know when you're finished and I'll go find you. Qianlin, all right. The 2 young men left the campus. As they did, it was like Chu Chang predicted, a furtive figure sneak up to them trying desperately to remain inconspicuous. Hat, mask, glasses, and a school uniform. Ailey. Lan Jue pushed his bicycle over to the bundle of mismatched clothing. Absolutely wretched. If only your fans could see you now. Hush. What little bit of Hua Li's face could be seen was scrunched in admonishment. Keep it down. You'll know wretched if anyone finds me here. He practically growled the words, trying to look every direction at once. Lan Jue only chuckled. Your concert today was really something, truth be told. It was just my first time seeing one, but I gotta say, you don't hold back with the discipline, do you? Hua Li chortled. Indeed. Got a pretty moving voice if I do say so myself. First star of the alliances, I think it's fair to say. Lan Jue smirked. That's enough. Let's head back to mine. It's time we finally got back to training our mecha combat coup. Yup, let's do it. Only you just have the one bicycle, what's the plan? Hua Li asked inquisitively. Lan Jue paused. This is a problem, he said, glowering at the bike. So who's running? Hua Li's indignation flared. You'd make the first star of the Alliance's run home? Do you have any humanity? Zhu Cheng's response was equally as wrathful. You'd make the first heartthrob of the Alliance's run home? Do you have any humanity? Lan Jue looked from one to other for a minute before answering. Do either of you have any shame? 5 minutes later. A bicycle wobbled precariously down the street in the direction of Skyfire Avenue. Lan Jue was pedaling valiantly, Zhu Cheng sat on the back, and Hua Li was perched on the crossgirder just behind the handlebars. The bike had long since started protesting with a series of painful squeals. Lan Jue rode the bike a sight less gracefully than he'd have liked. The three of them with their long legs, none of them were shorter than 1.85 m, were too large even for this bike. In its time the Antique was among the larger-sized bicycles, but despite this it was a struggle to fit the three of them. No shame. Lan Jue breathlessly rebuked his friends as he strenuously pedaled forth. Hua Li spat back at him. It's not your ass being split by this damn bar, what are you complaining about? Zhu Cheng's rumbling voice interjected. Quite the experience though. If elder brother was here he'd probably have to stand on the handlebars. Lan Jue's voice was cold and biting. My brother has more self-respect than the two of you. If he were here the two of you'd both be desperate to hide from a beating. Hua Li snickered. Well, he ain't here, is he? What's this person doing blocking the road? Lan Jue craned his head around the clothing mannequin perched in front of him. It was as his friend said, 4 people were blocking the small road, leaving no way around. Lan Jue rolled to a stop and steadied himself on one leg. The two of you get off. Zhu Cheng only needed to let his legs relax and drop to the floor to be free of the bike. Hua Li had to wait for Lan Jue to release the handle before he could get down. Hey, you guys are blocking the road. Zhu Cheng called out to the 4 figures before them. We're looking for Lan Jue. If you aren't him, you're free to pass. A cold and threatening voice replied. The young men were clad entirely in black, and bore a sinister air. They stared with open hostility at Lan Jue. Hua Li and Zhu Cheng looked at their friend in tandem, but it was Hua Li who spoke first. The hell is this? Looking for trouble? Zhu Cheng was next. These guys don't know who you are, hot not. Lan Jue regarded them both. Time to earn your bike ride. Zhu Cheng was literally hopping with excitement. Oh, let me. He was off at a trot towards the 4 young men before getting an answer. 1 minute later. The bicycle groaned pathetically as it struggled along the path. So who'd you piss off, Jue? Got these noobs hassling ya. Not a one higher than 6th rank. I didn't even get myself going. What a letdown. Zhu Cheng grumbled dejectedly from the back. Hua Li huffed. You didn't leave any for me, either. Of course Lan Jue knew where those 4 hoodlums had come from. He could see the moment they used their disciplines that they had acquired talents. Clearly they were from the Western Alliance. Hua Li and Zhu Cheng knew this as well, but that didn't answer their question. If they were from the Western Alliance then their master was obvious. Richard finally grew the balls to go for him? Lan Jue figured it was time the young guy was dealt with. He was becoming a problem. Hey Ailey, let's get a song, Lan Jue said, changing the subject. Hua Li was easily swayed. Any requests? One of the ones from the concert, he said. Let's hear 'em again. While Lan Jue and his 2 companions were slowly making their way home, the NEU was still awash in the afterglow of the concert. The excitement was still evident in the passing students and teachers wandering around campus. After all, this was probably a once-in-a-lifetime event. What? Run away? Mo Xiao had to employ all her willpower not to smash the tea table in front of her into pieces. Outside, members of the media had already filled up the sizable reception room for Poseidon's scheduled address. Hua Li had said he was going to change his clothes, and then, he just vanished. This bastard. I'll kill him. Mo Xiao shot to her feet in a rage, fists clenched and knuckles white. She paced back and forth in the dressing room. Could he be any more unreliable? The assistant at her elbow spoke up in quiet tones. Well, he is a Pisces. 1. I know. She roared. All right, help me with some makeup. I'll deal with the journalists. Such a goddamn waste of time. 10 minutes later. Mo Xiao stepped out to the junket and apologized to the media that Poseidon would be unable to participate. Tearfully she explained that the whole experience had been an emotional one. Poseidon was still composing himself, and so was currently unable to hold a fair interview. The craze that had grabbed a hold of the students had also infected the journalists, and the vast majority understood and sympathized with Hua Li's fictional plight. The vocal minority who were still upset with his absence were cajoled by Mo Zhao's persistent apologies. She assured them that Poseidon would give interviews as soon as he was able. She followed by formally announcing the release of Poseidon's Sounds of Nature special throughout the whole of the three alliances. Sigh. By the time Lan Jue returned to the NEU campus, the land was covered in the encroaching darkness of night. Zhou Qianlin was standing on her own, tiredly pinching the skin between her eyebrows. All afternoon had been talks and considerations, to the point where she was too tired to go on. By the looks of you, you haven't eaten yet. Lan Jue was standing beside his bicycle, calling towards her. Qianlin lifted her eyes to look at him, and she couldn't help a small smile from flashing across her face. She shook her head. It's fine, I'm not hungry. Just a little tired. Lan Jue produced a lunchbox from the bike and handed it to her. Here. Qianlin took it with surprise. She opened it to see, and discovered a handful of dumplings steaming within. Chives and egg, he said with a grin. He handed her a pair of chopsticks. We'll go when you've finished, otherwise you'll get sick if we eat and move. 2. Qianlin hummed her agreement. She found a nearby rock big enough to sit on, then tucked in. 1. Hey, me too. First translator of the alliances right here. 2. The Chinese believe that doing anything while eating is bad. Here specifically, it is said that if you eat and move you'll eat wind. Wind is the basis for pain and exogenous illnesses in Chinese medicine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Competition Arrangements. Chapter 177, Competition Arrangements. Zhou Qianlin ate at her own pace. She dropped her head and slowly placed the dumplings in her mouth one by one. Lan Jue took the time to find a spot beside her. He watched the sky grow darker over the horizon. He enjoyed the sense of stillness and quiet. How is it? Good. Lan Jue looked back towards her with a smile. Qianlin nodded her head. Lan Jue continued. You know the drawback to eating chives? Qianlin looked at him with curiosity in her eyes. What's that? Chives have a great deal of nutrients, he explained sagely. Unfortunately, it does have a detriment. You see, the smell is so strong you can't kiss anyone for a while after eating some. 1. Who in their right mind would want to dash? She trailed off, her face red with embarrassment. Her abashment caused her lily-white skin to become pink as a flush crept across her face. Her glance was admonishing and shy. In the dim light of the street lamp overhead, she looked like a dream. The two sat close upon the rock as the darkness closed in around them. The smell of the dumplings filled Lan Jue's nose on occasion. He spoke up, almost without thinking. Actually, I quite enjoy eating chives. He was surprised to find himself struggling with the nearly overpowering urge to kiss her. Qianlin's face grew redder still. Lan Jue haltingly produced a travel cup and handed it to her. What I mean is, when you finish up, drinking some tea will help. It'll get rid of the smell. She tentatively took the bottle from him and loosened the lid. The full-bodied aroma of the tea greeted her. NGH, smells good. Jasmine. She took another long whiff. Yup. Lan Jue nodded. The best for reducing the smell of chives. She took a few small sips. Lan Jue sat quietly beside her as she finished her meal. She did, eventually, finish. Once she had, they got onto the bike and made their way towards Qianlin's Skyfire Mountain residence. Thank God you're so light, Lan Jue said in relief. Who else have you been driving around? She inquired. A couple shameless bastards. She wrapped her arms around his waist for support and said nothing. Why so quiet? He asked. I'm just tired, she replied. 2. Lan Jue went on. Right, what's going on with this educational exchange thing? Why are they forcing you to participate? Qianlin shrugged. Our two schools have always had a rivalry, though what exactly happened to make it this way I don't know. All I know is, they do this every year. The previous competitions were all mecha combat, an excuse to beat us under the guise of educational exchange. It's unfortunately not something our school excels at. So we lose, sometimes very badly. Only this year they decided to add R&D, I don't know why. That's why they called me in and want me to participate. That is something our school can do well. What's the competition arrangements? Tomorrow will be mecha combat, she said. Each side will dispatch 3 of their best students and 3 teachers to compete in the arena. The combat portion itself is separated into 2 parts. The first is in a simulator and the second is actual combat. The simulation will be done in rounds of 3. The real fights are sudden death. After all, mechs are expensive. There's also of course the risk of injury, so they make the real fights 1 and out. Lan Jue nodded in understanding. So that's the way it is. Sounds simple enough. Zhou Qianlin sputtered an acrimonious laugh. It is simple, but who can stand losing again and again year after year? Last year only Professor Tan was able to pull out a victory against another instructor. She helped us redeem a little bit of face. We lost every other competition, from every other year, but that one. How do they intend to compete for R&D? Zhou Qianlin explained. 1 teacher comes with 3 students, 1 team for each side. Each team comes up with 3 problems that they present to the other side for them to solve. The winner is the team that can adequately answer the most questions. We're expecting Liar to be well prepared, since they've finally agreed to the competition. This afternoon Professor will spend a good deal of time going over the plan. I feel like we have a pretty firm standing. Which is no surprise, since this is Professor Li's forte. Once more, Lan Jue nodded. Good then. Just don't overdo it. If there's something you can't quite get you can always ask me as well. Ask you, Qianlin said incredulously. Lan Jue shot her a glance. What? You don't think I'm smart enough? When it comes to mechs there's very little I don't know. At the very least I can offer a different point of view. Qianlin chuckled at him. All right. Zeta. It had been a full day since the conclusion of Poseidon's Sounds of Nature benefit performance. However, the school was still a fairy dreamland in slowly dying indigo forget-me-nots. The Poseidon Entertainment Group had yet to clear things away, instead considering it a gift of a fine view to the students and faculty of the NEU. Of course this didn't hold true for the auditorium. The harnesses, decorations and myriad crystal sea creatures had all been safely stowed away. This was to be expected, of course, since this certainly wouldn't be the one and only Sounds of Nature performance. There were bound to be other shows on other planets. Even though the show was long over, the excitement remained. Every teacher and student who watched the show left a loyal fan. Excitement was in the air, but truth be told it wasn't entirely from the concert. The NEU still had one important event to consider, the educational exchange competition. A single black Hyalt verticar was parked quietly outside of the campus gates. An elderly man who had been present for the performance stood inconspicuously nearby. Director Shi and Director Wu were behind him, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing the car, Director Shi's eyes lit up. He immediately walked to the car and pulled open a door. An aged man, tall with a head of silvery hair, stepped out. He was strikingly tall, very nearly 2 meters, with his hair slicked back and a fine gray suit to match. An overcoat hung on his shoulders. He was advanced in age, but that didn't seem to detract from the manly charm of his face, which looked like it had been chiseled from stone. Were he a decade or 2 younger, he'd be quite the sight. Ruchao, it's been ages. The stocky, elderly man from the NEU stepped forward to greet the newcomer and vigorously shake his hand. The other gentleman responded in kind, smiling amicably. Not so long I think. Maybe a year. But I must say, Runjian, you look like you've put on a few. You need to take better care of yourself. Runjian chuckled good-naturedly. Oh, it's nothing, I just take up a little extra space. So long as the wife doesn't run off with another man more svelte than I, there's nothing to worry over. An inexplicably sullen expression flashed across the taller man's face. Shall we head in? The fatter one stepped aside and motioned his friend in with a wave of his pudgy hand. The two of them walked past the gates shoulder to shoulder. They were a somewhat comical sight. Ruchao was at least a head taller than the other. After a few long moments, both Director Shi and Director Wu followed behind them. The newcomer was the Dean of Liar University, Han Ruchao. Of course the fatter gentleman was his counterpart, the Dean of the NEU, Su Renjian. Their names rang in the education circles of the Eastern Alliances. Both were responsible for many well-trained graduates, who went on to live successful lives in their own right. The two traded words as they meandered through the university. So Renjian, when are the games commencing? Is your university prepared? Su Renjian smiled ever so slightly. As expected. All the best pilots were stolen away by you, naturally. What can we do about it? We make the best of what we have. Han Ruchao laughed pleasantly at the candid remark. You're far too humble, my friend. Who knows what the result of this year's competitions might be? We might all be pleasantly surprised. In fact, why don't we make the whole ordeal more interesting? Maybe a little wager? Su Renjian's flabby face twitched at the prospect. Again, he thought ruefully. The last year his friend walked away with a B-ranked power gem. No, here he is again looking for more. Of course he couldn't allow the challenge to go unmet, that would be weak. What sort of wager are you thinking? Han Ruchao didn't miss a beat. Some changes this time since we have 2 competitions, don't you think? A B-ranked gem for the sparring part seems fair. Same as last year. As for the R&D, how about something a little more interesting for the inaugural year? How does an A-ranked gem strike you? Su Renjian felt a pang of fear in his chest after hearing the offer. He was very familiar with the type of person Han Ruchao was, and he never gambled on something he had a chance of losing. Clearly combat was his school's specialty, but for such a wager he must be very confident in his school's chances for success in the R&D competition. We'll forget about the A-ranked gem. You know I'm a man of limited means. Despite his tone, Su Renjian wasn't in the least interested in negotiating a fair exchange. He was simply embarrassed at his lot. Ah, I see. Han Ruchao shook his head piteously at the shorter man. Never mind then. I was unaware your school was struggling like that. I suppose you haven't had any decent researchers come through lately. With this being the case, I suppose we'll just stick with our former arrangement. A B-rank stone for the winner of the sparring contest. Su Renjian's brow furrowed as their chat continued. Is this some sort of cat and mouse game he's playing? His plan all along, for fear I'd delay the exchange further? He found himself in a proverbial pickle 3. His hesitation and speculation were not lost on Han Ruchao. As the silence stretched, so too did his enigmatic smirk. Eventually Su Renjian spoke up. We'll put a B-rank gem on the R&D contest. After all, the combat portion is already stacked against us, bad luck you know. It's fair this way. The old fox. A surprised displeasure took root in the visiting dean's heart. He wasn't fooled, the slippery snake. Excellent. Han Ruchao belted his acceptance with only the slightest hesitation. He'd already gotten what he wanted, anyway. The two smiled pleasantly at each other. But in their hearts it was a different matter, both with a jagged axe to grind. They laughed and talked as they strolled to the reception hall. 1. Really, Lan Jue? That's your line? Come on TJSS, you can do better than that. 2. See? That's what happens when you use a stupid line like that chives nonsense. 3. Not a literal pickle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Last-Minute Preparations. Chapter 178, Last-Minute Preparations. As was often the case, Lan Jue had arrived at the mountain early this morning to send Qianlin to school. He likewise heard from her that today was the day the NEU and Lyre University were to begin competing at the West Hill training grounds. All teachers were expected to attend and learn from the spectacle. The electives instructors were no exception. He'd left Huali and Chu Cheng back at Skyfire Avenue. They were in the underground, training mecha combat in the jewelry store warehouse while he was busy. Huali had shut off his communicator and was once more effectively in the wind, at least as far as Mo Xiao was concerned. Huali knew she was no fool, that she probably suspected he was hiding in the avenue. Luckily, however, she had no way to get in and find him. In this part of the galaxy, there were some things even the Poseidon group couldn't pull off. Zeta. Professor, you were looking for me? Tang Xiao trotted up to Lan Jue, who was waiting patiently behind the electives building in their former meeting place. The young pupil panted from the exertion. Right, stop pretending. You're fat, but all this for 2 steps of running is a tad ridiculous, don't you think? Lan Jue's words were honest and cutting. An apprentice as deceitful as this, he didn't have any recourse. Tang Xiao chuckled, and sure enough his panting stopped immediately. Am I getting predictable? I do it to perplex my enemies. So I've noticed, Lan Jue said wryly. You're downright rotten to the core. Are you feeling confident about the competition today? Tang Xiao looked almost pained as he answered. How could I be? It's like a King of Fighters style battle with 3 people, right? So last year we only knocked out one of their fighters before the second cleaned us all out. This year they're even meaner. They're saying it'll only take one of them to finish us. Lan Jue looked impressed. What rank are these pilots? The word is emperor class, but I dunno how accurate that is. Tang Xiao shrugged. Students don't know anything about their competition before the actual bout. The professor wargames are even more intense. They're all at least emperor first class. Strong. So they have us beat on every side. It's a pretty cruel way to lose. Lan Jue thought for a moment, staring at his pupil. Simple. Time's a little tight, but I can teach you a few tricks. Call it last-minute preparation. Are there any restrictions on the mechas specifically? Tang Xiao blinked. Actually, no. Everyone's permitted to use their own mecha in DreamNet 1. We're pretty crappy in that department, too. As you know, in DreamNet each component costs every part in gem, and what's more it's about equivalent to what you'd get in the real world. The school helps us a little, but they don't have the resources compared to LU2. This is the main reason why we can't beat people even our own rank, much less stronger. They've got some big money behind them. I mean enough to launch a whole contingent of war mechas. They're just altogether better than we are in every way. Lan Jue chuckled in response. Outfitting is the single last thing you need to worry about as a pilot. Tang Xiao's eyes flashed with sudden interest. But professor, if I don't prep my equipment I won't have any stopping power. Lan Jue looked over his pupil for a moment before speaking. You've worked hard lately. Fine, I'll help. It helps that your combat style is different from others. Oh, and by the way, if you should run into that Xiao Han in the arena, beat the piss out of him for me. If you win, be patient. Got it. Tang Xiao snapped to attention, giving his professor a sloppy salute. Zeta. Nation Eastern University Reception Hall. Is the press release ready? Han Rucho inquired of Shi Jojo 3. Everything's prepared, Shi Jojo's deep voice answered. The NEU has garnered no small amount of fame simply by hosting that Poseidon concert. This can be to our advantage, however. If we win, not only will it improve our standing, the press will turn right around and trample all over their current golden boy. Han Rucho nodded his head in tacit acceptance. I can't wait to see that look of utter defeat on his pig face. We'll beat them so bad he'll feel it. If he gets ill enough from the shame, maybe he'll lose some weight. It wasn't a stretch. Rarely did the NEU hold such activities, and now too in as many days. It was only during their field day once a year that the school approached anything as busy as this. This was different. Right on the heels of Poseidon's Sounds of Nature benefit concert, was the highly anticipated, or dreaded, educational exchange between Lyre and NEU. Under the guise of cooperative improvement, of course. And yet everyone on campus knew this drama was inevitable once a year. They expected to suffer at Lyre's hands, accepting it as their lot. So here it was again this year, with the people of the NEU bracing for humiliation. But there was a silver lining, at least they got to watch some nice mecha combat. That was something everyone could get behind. Perhaps that was another reason for this farce they embarked upon year by year. Of course this was not their world, but like anyone the students of the NEU desired to experience and get better at it. Their piloting abilities and the strength of their mechas were crucial to their identity. In the last 5 years the NEU had suffered significantly in this area. In the hardware sector alone they were only just catching up with other high-level universities. With their reputation so low, they had no means of attracting talented students for. And thus cycle continued. Every school wanted to see their facilities improve, in all areas. Unfortunately, it was easier said than done. Zeta. It was after lunch, and students had begun to make their way in chattering groups towards the mecha combat area situation on the campus West Hill. Lan Jue got the news moments before from Qianlin via their soul caller Gem, telling him that Tangmi would also be competing. The both of them felt like it was an embarrassing shot in the dark. It really was interesting. He thought back to when he was in school, though admittedly not that long ago. He never had any opportunities to join in activities like these. For the simple reason that none of the universities were interested. But he didn't know anything about how schools were run these days. He never really paid attention to that sort of news. His thoughts wandered further, to the beginning of his studies, and almost immediately his face slackened. Those memories always brought a darkness with them when they floated to the surface. Zeta. West Hill, NEU Mecha Training Area. The training field was actually a massive stadium, easily 10 times the size of a normal field. The entire thing was supported by the hills that composed the area to save on costs. Inside, it was separated into several sections. Among them were the forest, mountain, plains, and desert. Each one was the result of a simulation, but served as excellent practice fields that trained students in tactical awareness. Of course, they also had a standard combat arena, though that was used for the real thing. As the teachers and students of the NEU filed in, they immediately spread out across the spectators' bleachers. Looking over the stadium, it was clear that the national in the school's name wasn't just for show. They certainly would need the help of the Eastern government to pull something like this off. It was the largest arena on Skyfire. In fact, it was among the 3 largest in the entire Eastern Alliance. It could handle 30,000 spectators without trouble. Hanging above the stands were scores of holographic televisions. This way the spectators had a comprehensive view from every angle. The NEU welcoming committee was on a stage nearby, Tan Lingyun among them. The savage goddess was clad today in a white combat suit that brought out her every proud curve. Yet despite her alluring figure, no soul dared venture near, for fear her attention would fall upon them. As Lan Jue knew, misunderstandings were a real danger. Easily provoked was probably an understatement. Tan Lingyun spun around, and her eyes fell upon Gung Yang, Tang Mi, and Tang Xiao. Her voice was low and harsh. Remember the order. Gung Yang, when the sim goes live, you're up first. I'm FRST? Gung Yang gaped at her in surprise. He was the best pilot the school had, enrolled in the Emperor rank for more than a year already. Recognized as the valedictorian of his mecha combat class. He was truly dumbfounded by Tan Lingyun's decision to send him in first. She nodded. I don't know what the opposition's roster is, but I do know that beyond a doubt we're no match for the Liar team, at least in terms of raw power. Situations like this, you rely on your ace in the hole to get an advantage. If you go in first, you're guaranteed to take out at least one, and if we're lucky weaken another. An important task, our vanguard. You understand? Yes, Professor, I understand. Gung Yang's eyes shone with anticipation, the fire of combat lust deep in their depths. Next, Tan Lingyun turned her attention to Tang Xiao and his sister. Tang Mi will be second. Your job is to keep the advantage on our side, to the best of your ability. Tang Xiao, you're last, and for you I have only one demand, just do the best you can. I will, Professor. Brother and sister answered in unison. To Tan Lingyun, Tang Xiao looked like a good, honest kid. He was obedient, quiet, and simple. Tang Mi poked her brother's pudgy waist. Bro, she whispered, you think you can do it? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xiao nodded his head in resolution. I know it. You don't know crap, Tang Mi said suddenly. Even if Gung Yang beats his first opponent and weakens the second, I'll still need to try my best to at least drain their mecha's energy stores. In this sort of competition, they won't allow us to stop and charge our suits. It'll be up to you to take on the second challenger and the third. At any rate, if we even get that far, it'd be better than last year. Hell, we'd probably get awards from the school. 1. Calling it now, Twinkie. 2. Liar University. 3. Director sure? They don't clarify, so I'm assuming. 4. You think maybe it might also be because you guys don't have any classes? Teachers on vacation, concert, contests. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Mecha Skirmishes. Chapter 179, Mecha Skirmishes. Tang Xiao chuckled through his pudgy face. Such little confidence in your big brother, huh, little me? I'm doing my best to be a man and make the best of the situation. Professor Tan must know this, that's why she put me at the end. Tang Mi gave a tepid response. Bro, don't be a punk this time. Anything shady in the Savage Goddess is sure to make you pay for it. Alright, Tang Xiao surrendered. How about focusing on yourself? I'll handle the rest. By now the sun had begun its slow, inexorable trek westward. Beneath it many had begun to fill the sparring platform. It was becoming an ordeal, for not only were the bigwigs from Lyre and NEU in attendance, but also leaders from other schools and Skyfire government officials. All came to watch the schools battle. This sort of exchange was always sure to garner the interest of the varying schools. As peers they were ever curious as to the state of their competition. It also made for the perfect schmoozing opportunity, with so many important names gathered together. This was not even considering the mecha pilots. Even the Northern Alliance, the strongest nation in the galaxy, was seeing an alarming shortage in capable pilots. A single mecha pilot was very rarely the determining factor in a battle's success or failure, but a good pilot often is one of the most important factors. The three alliances were always in a state of undercover, simmering contention. Even considering this, however, there was an unwritten rule: any conflicts were restricted to mecha pilots. Whatever the issues, it was never to extend to warships, simply because their cost was too great. This was something every alliance understood. Even though humanity had been scouring the galaxy for a couple of hundred years, in the grand scheme everything was still new. There was still a good chance that a frightening and powerful alien race could make itself known. It was for this reason that the alliances kept their main strength at bay. Mechas are especially crucial now, as planetary exploration and development has progressed. A skilled pilot was highly prized anywhere they went. They were considered strategic resources to advance the strength of a nation. Lan Jue sat amidst the crowd. Jin Yan and Wang Hongyuan appeared after a short while. Before Jin Yan could even react, Wang Hongyuan swept past her and took the seat at Lan Jue's side. She stood there looking at the two of them curiously. She had no choice but to take the seat next to Wang Hongyuan. Professor Wang. Professor Jin. Lan Jue nodded politely to the two instructors. Jin Yan smiled prettily. Hello, Professor Lan. You're also interested in mecha combat? Lan Jue laughed. Part of being a man. I'd wager it's just part of our DNA. Jin Yan grinned. I'm sure. Men are always interested in things that hit and kill. Wang Hongyuan's imperious voice interjected. No. I actually am far more interested in art. Clearly, otherwise I'd never have chosen dance. Jin Yan sniffed at him. Well, I like it for the manliness of it all. 1. Wang Hongyuan nearly choked, pupils contracting. He was entirely flabbergasted. Jin Yan scooted forward a little to separate herself from Hongyuan, and directed her attention to Lan Jue. What do you think of all that yesterday at the Poseidon concert? How can he sing underwater? And that mermaid, definitely a suit. Or something swimming back and forth with her. But she really was like a fish. How can they sing underwater? No idea, Lan Jue said. Perhaps they have some sort of special contraption. Maybe a secret of the Poseidon group. You know, if we knew the method it would ruin the effect. Jin Yan looked impressed. Looks like our scientific progress really is going too fast. It was my first time going to any sort of concert like this. Poseidon was quite handsome. I used to think you were pretty cute, Professor Lan. Little did I know there existed guys like Poseidon. 2. Both gentlemen sat stone still, their faces gloomy and sour. Eventually Wang Hongyuan coughed to break the silence. So, Professor Lan. What do you think of our chances in this competition? I have no idea, he replied with a shrug. I'm no mecha pilot, I don't know what's going on. Wang Hongyuan suffered a slight tic, but quickly recovered. At least until he blurted out, what crap, ... Lan Jue feigned shock at the accusation, the very picture of innocence. Hongyuan immediately muttered, never mind. Lan Jue leaned back in his seat and stared at the looming screen before him. Anyway, it's fun simply to come and watch. Days like this I really love the college life. Peaceful and relaxing, watching the youth of tomorrow grow into leaders. It's a fine feeling. Wang Hongyuan paused. He knew Lan Jue meant him. These peaceful days were hard-earned. He didn't want them bothered. He himself was a smart man. It didn't take him long to figure it out. He simply nodded. Well, let's watch the game. Should be starting soon. Then, as if on cue, the National Eastern University's Director of Teaching Affairs Wu Junyi appeared upon the stage. Teachers. Students. Please quiet down. The official educational exchange competition between the National Eastern University and Lyre University will begin shortly. His powerful and imperatorial voice boomed across the auditorium. Instantly, the place went still. Not a soul wanted the director's attention to fall on them. Wu Junyi paused for a moment. He let his eyes wander over the crowd, and then he continued. Next, please join me in welcoming our dean, Zhou Qianlin, on stage to speak a few words. It was the first time Lan Jue had heard this name. He was further surprised to see the man was in fact nearly as chubby as Tang Xiao. Zhou Qianlin beamed towards the audience. Respected teachers and honored students. Welcome, one and all. First, I would like you all to raise your voice with me in welcoming the dean, teachers and students of Lyre University to our home. Zhou Qianlin was the first to clap his hands together. Only a few scattered applause was all the crowd could muster. Sitting on the stage nearby, Han Ruchao's expression never changed. He was already accustomed to this kind of reception. He was well aware of the animosity between the two schools. Zhou Qianlin's smile grew a little brighter. Today, the chosen contest in which we shall be competing with Lyre University is mecha combat. As I'm sure you all know, Zhou Qianlin's propensity towards pomp and circumstance was quite apparent. He went on for 10 minutes before he reached the closing words. Director Han, perhaps you would like to share a few words? At long last he finished, turning the focus on to the opposing dean. Han Ruchao rose to his feet and approached the podium. By his bearing it was clear he was out to top Su Rinjian. To every deeply treasured teacher and dazzlingly brilliant student of our dearest friends from the National Eastern University, hello. I am the dean of your grateful guests, Lyre University. Han Ruchao. Every year, our two great institutions come together in a display of integrity, camaraderie, and mutual desire for improvement. It is the foremost link our chain, which we have forged in friendly cooperation. Forged, in our resolute search for progress and perfection. Lan Jue had thought that Su Ruchao was quite the talker. But this oddball windbag Han Ruchao was clearly determined to beat Su Rinjian's word count. He was unmindful of the jeers and disdainful glances as his speech closed after the 15-minute mark. Finally, he relinquished the microphone to Wu Junyi. Alright, thank you for that. Now it's time for the contest to commence. First, we'll begin with the students' simulated King of the Hill event. This will take place in a DreamNet arena, whose terrain will be determined by random drawing. The mechas which the students employ are their own. Will the first pair of students please enter the ring? The actual competition was taking place in a site to the left of the auditorium, where more than 500 simulators were arrayed. The competitors were there, busy testing and calibrating their mechas for combat. However, what happened there would appear on their screens, and as instructed, two students appeared before them. The massive screens flashed as the students were formally selected, and their terrain randomly chosen. That's Gung Yang. Lan Jue heard a snippet of conversation from someone in the row in front of him. Lan Jue wasn't familiar with the lineup for today's event, but he did dimly recall Tang Xiao saying that, besides his sister, one Gung Yang was on their team. He'd also said Gung Yan was the single best pilot the NEU had to offer. Wang Hongyuan's brows shot up in surprise. Well, it looks like the Savage Goddess is going for the Tianjin approach. 3. Lan Jue shot him a glance. Looks like a subject close to your heart. You sure seem to know a lot. Wang Hongyuan just continued. For this sort of competition, the Tianjin style simply isn't effective. At best you'll redeem a little face. It's perfectly obvious the Savage Goddess doesn't think highly of our students at all, and plans to shoulder the whole thing herself. No, it's the teachers' competition that's the main event. Lan Jue gave a nonplussed response. Is Lyre really that strong? Lyre's University is an uncommon powerhouse of a school, Wang Hongyuan instructed. They consistently pump out excellent pilots. Of their present student body, they have more than 20 registered in Emperor class training. For this competition they chose 3 from their number. So tell me, how do we compete against that? We've got 6, maybe 7 ready for Emperor class, but only barely second grade. Lan Jue grunted. Oh. And what about the teachers who are here to compete? You think the Savage Goddess has a chance? Wang Hongyuan nodded. She should. After all, she's our school's poster child. She might have the attitude of a spoiled child, but she's pretty strong. Be it the simulations or the real bouts, she's going to hold a dominant position. No surprise since she's a sovereign-level pilot. And an 8th-level talent to boot. Any school could win a few victories with the likes of her in your corner. Overall, Lyre's faculty are stronger than ours. However, if you're talking one-on-one, I don't think they have anyone strong enough to beat her. We had a King of the Hill bout last year, and it took 2 teachers taking turns to put her down. So we got one. But she also got another victory in the real combat arenas. They say she's the one bright spot in our school. I heard she's been busting hump this year to prepare. No small amount of preparation, or so I'm told. I guess we'll see, Lan Jue said. Perhaps Professor Tan will put on a good show. 1. Oh snap, that burn is rough. I cringe for Hongyuan. 2. To a crisp. The burn, it's horrible. 3. This involves the story of Tianji and the horse race. In short, during this horse race Tianji decided to pit his worst horse against his opponent's best, his average horse to race the inferior one, and his best horse against the challenger's average horse. In that he won 2 of the 3 bouts, and the competition, you can read about it here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Let the Combat Begin. Chapter 180, Let the Combat Begin. Just as they finished speaking, combatants were drawing lots to decide which arena they'd be competing in. The result, the arena. Simple, direct, and most suited for precisely this sort of thing. It was the best arena for determining who had the greatest aggregate strength. The scene upon the giant screens changed, revealing the massive arena that would be their battlefield. 2 mecha appeared on either side. 2 names appeared on the screen in each corner, followed by a sanguine-colored bar. It revealed the condition of the machines. A third bar was also present, this one detailing the energy levels of the suit. Gang Yang's name was displayed on the left. On the right, one Zhou Qianlin. Gang Yang was piloting a black suit. By the looks of it, it was a close combat mecha, jet black, with thick legs and a spear in its hands. A pair of triangular metallic wings were at its back. Presumably, speed and maneuverability would not be a problem for Gang Yang. His opponent was the opposite. The mecha was quite slender, nimble, with a massive laser rifle slung across its back. Judging by the look, it was a powerful electron cannon. Once a weapon reached a certain level of power, rifle was no longer an applicable term. This was more akin to a cannon, and one direct blast from it was likely to obliterate most suits. It was a weapon best employed by snipers. The laser electron cannon was incredibly powerful, yes, but like anything it had a drawback, and it was a very poor rate of fire. Fire one shot, and you needed to wait for it to sufficiently cool before the second could be released. The enemy's advantage lay in those few seconds in between. For a sniper, this arena was likely the worst pick. Competitions in DreamNet needed no arbitrator. Its systems automatically kept things fair and even. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The countdown rang through the speakers, and the fight commenced. 30 minutes was set. After that, the match would be considered a draw. In more complicated terrain this was a possibility, but in the main arena it was unlikely to happen. As the match begun, Gang Yang wasted no time. In a flash he was airborne, all thrusters fiery like a nightmarish hurricane. Judging by the model and loadout of his opponent, getting in close was the best decision. The arena was 1,000 meters in diameter. It was enough that any long-distance combatant could work with it, and alternatively, was a chore for any close-range fighter due to the distances they had to traverse. They couldn't safely approach without a hail of laser fire. But Gang Yang was worthy of his emperor-grade training. He took advantage of his opponent's need to ready his weapon to launch himself forward without molestation. He rocketing forward dangerously. As expected, Zhou Qianlin's first move was to pull the weapon from behind his back and carefully take aim. A nearly inaudible buzz arose from Gang Yang's mecha, whereupon a dim gray aura began to emanate from it. This was an integral part of any high-level mecha confrontation involving close combat fights, magnetic disruption. Its purpose was simple, to prevent weapon locks. If a sniper wanted him down, he'd have to do with his own eyes and no computerized assistance. The black mecha shuddered in that moment. Its speed increased, zooming forward, and changed direction midair without warning. Disordered leap. Wang Hongyuan muttered mostly to himself as he watched the fight unfold from the safety of the bleachers. The basics of disordered leaping wasn't difficult. However, mastery in using it properly in a battle required quite a lot of practice, and no small level of talent. A necessary requisite for Emperor-class pilots, disordered stepping was considered when determining a pilot's ranks and fighting ability. Zhou Qianlin's mechanical arms were still as they trained the electron cannon, like he'd been immobilized in the same spot. Only its upper body moved, in the smallest increments. He was calm, deliberate. By all indications the sniper had no intention to evade the encroaching spearman. The 1,000-meter separation quickly became 500. Beads of sweat had already begun to appear on Gang Yang's forehead, as he fought the controls in the simulator pod. To those on the outside, he looked as though he already had the advantage. What they did not realize, however, was that the closer he got the more lethal his opponent became. Perhaps only Gang Yang realized the danger. His enemy had yet to fire off a single shot, but every time Gang Yang made landfall to jump again, Zhou Qianlin's weapon was half a second behind. It only took one shot to end it. If Gang Yang slowed even the slightest bit, it would spell the end. His adversary's calm could only be described as terrifying. It meant he was smart, waiting for that moment when he let his guard slip, slowed down just enough to land a shot. Just waiting, and watching, in almost perfect stillness. 1. Snipers were about specifics, just the right shot, and just right the distance, in just the right moment. He knew as well as Gang Yang, that a sniper's hit average increased exponentially the closer he was to his target. Up to a certain distance, anyway. Gang Yang didn't attack yet, though he was drawing closer. This was primarily due to the fear that his attack would telegraph his intentions. If the sniper knew where he would be, it was just as bad as standing still. Gang Yang clenched his teeth, and his hands sped faster over the control panel. The mecha raced forward in response, to the point where an illusory shadow of itself trailed in its wake. It was an indication of true disordered movement, ghost images. Of course, the faster the mecha went, the harder controlling it properly was. Only truly skilled pilots were capable of pulling it off. The directors of the competing schools were sat quietly in the VIP box, watching the exchange. Liar's Han Ruchao nodded sagely, then leaned towards Su Rinjian to speak a few words. Not bad at all, this student of yours, my friend. Employing disordered leaping to this level is an impressive feat, I'm guessing Emperor grade. Su Rinjian smiled ever so slightly. Compared to your own students, he hardly registers. The result of this bout is difficult to guess. Your sniper is as calm as I've ever seen. Han Ruchao chuckled, but did not continue the conversation. 500 meters. 400. 300. Only a few seconds had passed since the fight had begun, but already the distance between the fighters had dwindled to no more than 300 meters. For close combat mechas, this was enough for them to employ their entire attack arsenal. But, before Gung Yang could have a chance, the sniper was on the move. He dropped into a squat. Gung Yang's undivided attention was ever on his opponent, and his sudden movement made him assume he was preparing to fire. His figure shimmered, shuddered, until it was 3 identical figures jumping erratically forward. 3 sets of enormous metallic wings unfurled. However, what he didn't notice was the sniper's stance. It had squat, but not for cover. Instead, dual sets of cannon barrels stretched out from compartments in the legs. With a flash, 10 deadly bursts of laser fire launched his way. They were accurate, and as feared they raced towards the only path Gung Yang had to advance. Not a pure sniper? The float sent shivers down Gung Yang's spine. He heard a blast from the direction of his enemy, then everything was enveloped by a blinding red light. Boom! Zeta! The situation was clear to everyone watching from the stands. Gung Yang had dashed headfirst into a shell from the electron cannon. It was a perfect shot, right in the cockpit, that sent him flying to the other end of the arena. The familiar digitized voice of DreamNet followed. Direct hit, cockpit. At best, the pilot survives in a coma. Mecha damage exceeds 50%. Winner, Hua Qianhu 2. And thus did the first contest end. The entire match, from beginning to end, didn't last longer than 2 minutes. This included all the dancing around and delays Gung Yang employed. It was safe to say this was an embarrassingly short match. Hua Qianhu holstered his rifle, never glancing towards the smoldering wreck that was Gung Yang as it crashed to earth a few hundred meters away. Gung Yang sat in his simulator, viciously pounding his fists against the control panel. He knew immediately the fatal mistake that led to his demise. As he passed the 300-meter mark, he'd begun to grow nervous. What's more, after 500 meters he'd already stretched himself to the limits of his speed. It wasn't a situation he could sustain for long. When he spied Hua Qianhu move, he'd assumed it was an attack and put his all into the onslaught. But it was more than he could take, and for a split second his hands paused. As a result, his mecha lurched. That was all Hua Qianhu needed. Through the course of the fight, the enemy hadn't even employed their greatest advantage. Gung Yang hadn't lost from technological inferiority, but psychologically. His opponent was simply better and more experienced than he was. Gung Yang despondently pulled himself from the simulator. Tan Lingyun, the reputed savage goddess, said nothing to him. She simply patted him on his shoulder. Inwardly, though, she was just as depressed. Gung Yang's defeat completely ruined her strategy 3. Not only had they lost their best combatant, they hadn't even weakened the first challenger. How to proceed from here? Tang Mi and Tang Xiao both weren't up to the level of Gung Yang. This Hua Qianhu had barely used any of his energy stores, mechanical or physical. It looked like Liar's one student was going to eliminate all 3 of the NEUs. In the VIP viewers box, Han Ruchao sat with a smug grin on his face. Hua Qianhu was a lucky one. There wasn't any cover in there for him. If it hadn't been for that direct hit, things definitely would have gone differently. Typical. Such a victory and still he complains of the circumstances. This old bastard is as rancid as he ever was. Su Rinjian fought to keep his expression even. He continued to gripe. You agree, right? I guess luck, in the end, counts as a strength. 1. Snipers were always my favorite. 2. Well, so much for Tan's strategy, eh? 3. Told you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Flogging Corpses. Chapter 181, Flogging Corpses. Su Renjian's chubby face twitched at Han Ruchao's incessant, passive-aggressive whining. However, his voice was calm and even as he spoke. I disagree, it's a very different thing from actual strength. Gung Yang is still inexperienced, and in fact his mecha was more than capable of handling a blast or two from that cannon had he managed to succeed in the forward assault. Had he managed properly, that barrage wouldn't have given him pause. Had that first strike not pinned him in a kill zone, your student's victory would have been far from assured. But it was a clear indication of your school's dominance in this area, Ruchao. Han Ruchao nodded his head. Mecha technology is important here, but experience always trumps toys. Every week our university holds a small sparring session with real mechas. If their suits are damaged, they must earn study credits to repair it. Then, they can continue to participate. Rinse and repeat. We also offer a great deal of incentives in the form of rewards for a good showing. Under this sort of motivation, we foster a vibrant spirit of learning and competitive exchange. Su Rengjian shot him a glance, but did not speak. A lump formed in the pit of his stomach, the result of the depressed realization that this was destined to get worse. He didn't anticipate his students would ever pull out a victory, he just hoped it wouldn't be an ugly defeat. At present, it looked like he could only pit all of his hopes on Tan Lingyun in the instructor competition. With the first fight finished, the NEU's second challenger appeared in the ring. Tang Ni entered with a fiery gusto, ready to risk everything. She was well aware of the skill discrepancy between herself and her opponent, and that left her with only a single course of action. She would focus her strategies on consuming the sniper's energy reserves, in order to set up an advantageous start for her brother. If they could just get the better of this one guy, they'd be redeemed. Compared even to Gung Yang, she was a weaker pilot. However, where she had the upper hand was in her experience. This was a result of the Tang family's resources. The family was wealthy enough to properly outfit both she and her brother with capable mechas once they joined the NEU. As they grew and improved, so too did their suits. Hua Qianhu beckoned her forward tauntingly. As the losing party, she had the option of continuing the fight with the current arena or opting for a new one. Without hesitation, she chose to continue where they were. It was the best fit for how she intended to proceed. The suit she used now was not the same she'd employed in her fight against Nublet so long ago. Compared to Gung Yang's, it was a far sight flashier. The streamlined, golden mecha released a shimmering halo of light. By simply looking at it, it was impossible to distinguish precisely what the suit was specialized in. It resembled its pilot in many ways, long legs, crouched and ready for a fight. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The second contest began with the blow of an alarm. Like Gung Yang before her, Tang Ni's mecha began the fight by leaping upward, leaving a contrail of golden light in its wake. All thrusters burned as it tore through the air, and what's more, the mecha itself was surrounded in a gray halo and a golden shield of light. Disruption and defense. It was not that Gung Yang had forgotten to use a shield in his own fight. The constructed and loadout of his mecha was different from Tang Ni's. His particular choice wasn't properly suited for combat against long-ranged fighters like the sniper, even if he had used it. It would not have made any difference. The golden mecha barreled forward at incredible speed. Its right arm stretched out, and from the palm a blast of golden light fired towards the distant sniper. It wasn't straight, but instead traced an arched trajectory through the sky, spinning erratically like a boomerang. It rushed in almost sideways towards Hua Qianhu. The slender sniper mech dropped in a crouch. It was starting to look like his standard response to any attack. The golden mecha, like Gung Yang before it, advanced with disordered leaps. But unlike Gung Yang, Tang Ni's hand speed wasn't quite as developed. As a result, her advance, and the jerking motions of her disordered leaps, was visibly slower. There was no afterimage from her passing. The golden beam of light whistled over Hua Qianhu's head. The slender mecha stood, never moving from its spot. Still that same, terrifying calm. A pale pink light spread out from Hua Qianhu's back, stretching over him in a photomask. Dang! His shield came online, encompassing him in a rippling orb of pale pink light. It was quite the powerful shield. The suit must have had at least a C-rank gem powering it to maintain such an effective defense. Tang Ni fumed, both at the situation and in envy of his mecha. She quickly recovered, however. The boomerang of light hung in the air for what felt like an age before screeching a path once again towards Hua Qianhu. In the same instant, the deafening blast of the sniper's cannon rang out. A sizzling beam of red light lanced through the air with a frightening metallic roar. Miss! Tang Ni was attentive, and made adjustments as she watched the sniper move. Sure enough, the cannon's blast made landfall less than 5 meters from Tang Ni's golden mecha. It was indeed a miss, but in the space of a few seconds another thunderous blast was heard. A forest of deadly laser beams came crashing down from on high. Tang Mi coaxed her mecha to leap high overhead, while in the same instant the thrusters launching her forward went from gold to white. The mecha vanished in a flicker of light before appearing at Hua Qianhu's side. She got past the kill zone. The entire NEU section of the audience watched on the edge of their seat, fists clenched as their representative finally got within striking distance. As Tang Mi reappeared, her mecha had at some point produced two shimmering golden daggers which were now clutched in its mechanical hands. The matching armaments were a frightening pair, almost appearing possessed of their own intimidating aura. High-frequency blades 1. With these in hand, Hua Qianhu's shield was not as intimidating. The sniper certainly hadn't anticipated this golden mecha was capable of such speed. He subconsciously jerks his suit to the side, narrowly avoiding Tang Mi's deadly scissor slice. Lan Jue watched from within the crowd, and quietly shook his head. No one saw, for all their attention was fixed on the large screens before them. As the sword cut through the air, the golden mecha's chest was left exposed. However, as its arms spread wide in the follow-through, a glaring burst of light spat from its torso to launch at Hua Qianhu. It was a textbook, arrogant move. NPD, near proximity detonation. The striking distance was less than 5 meters, and though it was dangerous, the destructive power was increased as such close range, even beyond that of the sniper's electron cannon. Its utility was compounded by an increased blast radius. It was an important aspect of a close-ranged fighter's arsenal for countering snipers. Victory! Tang Mi swelled with pride and excitement. The NPD was too close for her opponent to dodge. Even his C-rank gem couldn't deflect the attack. But, did she really pull out the win? The sniper lay prostrate on the ground, but was still movement. The suit twitched and struggled. Its left hand clutched the cannon, and with a fierce thrust of its right the suit was upward once again. Just as the NPD-4's, Hua Qianhu's suit released two beams of light from its shoulder plates. It launched his suit backwards to mitigate some of the damage and push back from the hot zone. He caught the edge of the blast, but it was enough to violently knock him to the ground. The sniper mecha twisted while airborne, spinning directly above Tang Mi's head. Time almost appeared to slow as the cannon lined up directly over the golden mecha. He pulled the trigger. Boom! The golden mecha's head exploded in a brilliant shimmering display. When the dust settled, the suit's entire torso was missing. Pang! Hua Qianhu's sniper landed with a thud. It paused, looking over the crowd for a minute before continuing. He slowly walked around the wreck, placed a foot against it, and viciously kicked the remains to the floor. Shouts of indignation rose from the crowd as nearly every NEU student and faculty member balked at the display. That digitized voice returned, Tang Mi had been annihilated. Hua Qianhu was victorious. Wang Hongyuan was absolutely livid as he glared at the screen. Too excessive. He wins and then beats on the wreckage. Lan Jue said nothing, but his own face was a mask of displeasure. Liar University certainly was one to go too far. This was clearly provocative behavior. Su Ringjian's glowering face turned again to Han Ruchao. Director Han. Is this what your university teaches its students? Han Ruchao looked on as though nothing untoward had occurred. In combat you must never give your opponent an opportunity to. What is the suit is equipped with a self-destruct mechanism 3. Naturally we teach our future soldiers to avoid this risk. You can't feasibly expect us not to treat this like a battlefield, Runjian. Our instructors use simulation as a foundation, to prepare them for the real thing. It's common sense. I'm surprised you don't understand this. You? Su Ringjian's face was dark with rage. The crowds below bellowed their curses at the screen. There was a term for Hua Qianhu's actions in DreamNet, flogging corpses. It was specifically to humiliate the opponent, despite whatever training they touted, and was universally despised as a practice. And think of Tang Mi's reputation. She was one of the school's great beauties, and an emperor-grade pilot. She may not have had the same following as Zhou Qianlin, but she was still a school celebrity. This was especially true in the mecha combat department, where she was considered their muse. How could anyone suffer this sort of humiliation and keep a level head? The crowds raged and cursed, oblivious of the filming equipment quietly watching from a dark corner. Silence. Wu Junyi's commanding voice rang out, but even with his deterring presence he had to shout 3 times before he could elicit a response. Eventually he succeeded in curbing the vitriolic riot that was on the cusp of boiling over. By the time Tang Mi pulled herself from the simulator, her face was pallid and drawn. Those many days ago when she'd been dismembered by Nublit's Brunois assault, the only ones to witness it had been herself and that damn landmine. This time, however, 2 entire universities had witnessed her outrageous defeat. Tang Ni. Suddenly she felt herself enveloped in a comforting embrace. Your brother will avenge you. Tang Zhao's pudgy face was conspicuously absent of his normal teasing smile. Now, it bore the brutal expression of someone out for blood. He hugged her tight. He spoke to no one, did not even acknowledge Tan Lingyun. Wordlessly, he stuffed himself into the simulator and began the setup. Hua Qianhu shouldered his weapon. He stood proudly at his end of the arena, soaking in the jeers. A flash, and at the other end of the arena appeared his third and final challenger. 1. Weapons that oscillate at high frequencies so as to weaken molecular bonds. An example in regards to the MGS universe can be found here, http://metalgear.wikia.com/wiki/high-frequency_blade. 2. For real? Tang Ni was blown in half. You unbelievable. 3. Okay, he has a point. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Trainwreck. Chapter 182, Trainwreck. Hua Qianhu stared in silence at the third and final challenger. It looked like an average mecha. It was coated in a bright silver plating, with a stocky composition. It was a good deal sturdier than Gung Yang's, but of course the greater volume meant its speed suffered. A close combat mecha? Hua Qianhu sat comfortably in his simulator, a smug grin on his face. Hua Qianhu was the second strongest of the 3 mecha students that had been chosen for this competition, inferior only to Xiao Han. In fact, he'd already attempted the sovereign grade test once already. He'd only failed because he was lacking a little experience. Though a part of the competition from the beginning, his interests were never in the opposition or even his own teammates. His primary desire was to do well, so that the school could earn more prestige and thus more resources for development. After all, he was very nearly set for life. A student who reached sovereign status before even graduating was going to have a bright future, be it with an important family, a business collective or the military. Hua Qianhu was no fool. He knew precisely the strengths and limitations of his abilities. He was well aware that the power he craved wasn't going to come solely by his hard work alone. There was talent and effort, sure, but contacts and resources were just as integral. Case in point were the power gems a mecha suit employed to run. Expensive was an understatement, more than your average pilot would be able to afford. Luckily Hua Qianhu was a talented student, but he came from an average family. Where he got to now was largely a result of his own efforts, in a place where the university was giving him accolades. But even then, he still couldn't match up to those who came from a wealthy family. He was graduating in a year. Now he was fighting tooth and nail with himself, pushing as hard as he could. He was dead set on a single goal, all he wanted, to be a sovereign-grade pilot. The conflict between Lyre and the NEU was as old as the hills. It was a good opportunity for him to ingratiate himself to the dean. Xiao Han was strong, true, but that wouldn't matter if he never got in the ring. That would mean it was him and him alone that represented Lyre University's strength and superiority. He'd no longer be overshadowed. It was for these reasons that Hua Qianhu was taking this competition so seriously, painstakingly studying his tactics. The arena wasn't the most suitable to his strengths, but he had faith in his abilities. As far as he'd seen, there was no danger of running into a pilot that was his match. Zeta. Would you like to draw lots for a new map? The digitized voice rang through Tang Zhao's cockpit. Tang Zhao's face was cold and hard. He growled his response. No. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The third student battle began without delay. Were Tang Zhao to lose here, it would mean a crushing, humiliating defeat for the NEU. Losing 3-0 would be a humiliation that would be seared into the school's historic memory forever. Zeta. Han Ruchao sat languidly within the VIP box, content in the results laid out before him. He found the first 2 victories very agreeable, and Hua Qianhu to be performing exceptionally. He found the young man's demeaning actions particularly fun to watch. Altogether, the sniper mecha's power stores had barely been touched. It looked more than likely this was going to be a complete shutout. Su Renjian's own mood was, naturally, entirely contrary to his Lyre counterpart. The moment he'd seen Gung Yang enter the field first, he'd guessed Tan Lingyun's strategy. What he did not anticipate was that their best student would be eliminated so quickly. There was more than skill discrepancy there. Gung Yang also had to learn to better recognize opportunity, and the lack thereof. He'd anticipated Tang Ni's defeat, truth be told. But to lose in such a fashion, in front of the entire school, was a strike at the very heart of the university as a whole. If they lost again this time, the effect on their future recruitment would be catastrophic. Not to mention the strangled death of the entire school's moral, students and teachers both. But this was the reality he found himself in. What could he do? Who but he was at fault for their inferior learning in regards to Liar? Within the arena, the fight had already begun. Zeta. As this was the final bout, Hua Qianhu decided to switch up his strategy. Immediately his cannon was aimed directly at the silver mecha's head. A strong energy disturbance sizzled through the air as his weapon spooled. According to Hua Qianhu's estimation, the 1,000-meter distance between he and his opponent was enough for 2 good shots. All he needed was 1 solid hit. By now he was supremely confident in his marksmanship, and for good reason. Within his kill zone, even Xiao Han wouldn't dare get on his bad side. Tang Xiao began precisely how Gung Yang and Tang Mi before him had, with a direct rush. The instant the digital voice called for the fight to begin, he was off in a flash of light. In regards to speed, his direct assault wasn't much different from Gung Yang's, though perhaps slightly poorer. His blazing thrusters were clearly already at maximum power as well. Hua Qianhu was certain 2 shots was more than enough. With his extensive combat knowledge, he could read the result before it even happened. He grinned with satisfaction as his cannon beeped, indicating weapons lock. Weapon lock already, like he doesn't care? I guess he's mad and making mistakes. Hua Qianhu was surprised to discover there was nothing Tang Xiao was doing to try and prevent a lock from his cannon. This meant no matter where he shot, the shell would find its mark. It was a critical, catastrophic error on the part of his enemy. Boom! The sniper took its first shot. Now that it was locked, there was no need to wait. A smile was already spreading across Hua Qianhu's face as he waited for the hat trick. If this whole thing really was the result of his opponent's mistake, then all the better. He was already thinking of how to disgrace this guy in front of his friends. If, on the other hand, he managed to find some way to evade the strike, he still had time for his second shot. He had the dominant position no matter what. Ayo! A howling cry tore through the bleachers as the NEU onlookers collectively cried out. Not every student in the NEU was a mecha pilot, but all of them knew the process inside and out. A close combat mecha taking on a sniper with no protective jamming was painting a giant target on your own chest. Defeat was inevitable. The electron cannon's fiery red beam found its target. A virtual flash as the mecha exploded filled the screen. Tang Mi's dull, defeated face was turned up to watch the screen. Her pretty face was heavy with melancholy. Was this the result of her brother being too emotional, she thought. It didn't matter, it was over. Suddenly the cry stopped, as though someone simply turned off the volume. Everyone held their breath. They'd seen it true, Tang Xiao's mecha really had been struck by Hua Qianhu's cannon. However, as the fires of the explosion raged, an enormous figure broke through the wall of fire to rush forth. A mecha, silver, but now with a dim silver shield of light encompassing it. Were it not for the laser's blast, it would have been entirely invisible and gone without notice. He actually faced down the electron cannon's shell. Within the VIP box, both deans watched the screens very carefully. Han Ruchao looked incredulous. Su Renjian was absolutely shocked. Both university leaders were calculating the precise stopping power of an electron shell. Next was how much power the suit must have consumed to deflect the blow. And yet as they watched, the small line on the screen detailing Tang Xiao's energy reserves trembled only just slightly. Hua Qianhu's energy reserves were at 20%. The giant silver mecha barreled through the smoldering cloud where impact had been made, rushing headlong towards his opponent. But Hua Qianhu's training and experience kicked in. His stunned surprise lasted only half a second before he began to react. He was an ace pilot, he knew what had happened, he just hadn't been expecting it. This time he didn't remain locked in place as he had the previous 2 fights. He made a hasty retreat to the side. While his mecha twisted and raced diagonally away, its upper body remained stationary, locked still to face his opponent. His cannon locked on Tang Xiao for the second time. It was unfortunately Hua Qianhu was unable to see the harsh light of hatred in Tang Xiao's eyes, or the hard lines of his face as he scowled. His fat hands were a blur over the controls. The silver mecha jerked to a stop without warning. The thrusters at its back sputtered, and changed colors. The formerly incandescent light of the thrusters became a dazzling purple one. There was a flash, and the air was sliced by a shimmering violet contrail. Hua Qianhu blinked, confused by the illuminating display. Then, everything went black. Boom! Countless pieces of slag and debris tumbled from the simulated skies. The audience had seen it the clearest from the various screens overhead. The silver mecha had essentially turned itself into a cannon shell, a freight train that had obliterated Hua Qianhu while he'd been caught off guard. The deadly sniper was now no more than a pile of shrapnel. like he had been struck down by the hand of God himself. The silver mecha landed with a thunderous boom, skidding to a halt. It stood tall and unscathed, imposing as a demon. Its giant metal hand raised, and waggled its pointer finger in denial towards the Lyre University bleachers. 2. Hua Qianhu's mecha has suffered 100% damage. Combat complete. Victory, Tang Xiao. 1. Holy shit, that's not what I think it is it? 2. So awesome I get tingles in my giblets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Concealment, Assimilation Gems. Chapter 183, Concealment, Assimilation Gems. Finished? This match was even quicker than the last two. Sudden and violent. Lyre University's dean, Han Ruchao, shot to his feet faster than a llama on jet skis. His eyes were wide and round, utterly disbelieving the scene in front of his eyes. His expression was matched by Su Rinjian's own face, slack-jawed and dumbfounded. Behind at the edges of his lips, the ever-so-faint hints of a haughty smile started to show. He knew his students, knew Tang Zhao's abilities, or so he thought. How could this be? Everything was backwards, and Bai Qianhu's attacks didn't even scratch him. A simulator hissed sadly as the door opened. Bai Qianhu pulled his medium-sized build from the cockpit with a howl, his handsome features twisted in rage. Be bastard. How the hell did that happen? How did he go from a lumbering idiot to a damn lightspeed battering ram? The team's Lyre University instructor looked on. Surprisingly, he was young himself, perhaps in his 30s, with an unusually calm expression. After a moment his brows furrowed, just the slightest bit. You got flattened. This was the young man whom Lyre's teaching director, Shi Jojo, had treated with such respect. Su He. Bai Qianhu stared at him, fuming. You think his equipment was better than mine? Su He nodded, impassively gesturing towards the screens. Note his energy consumption. Bai Qianhu's head snapped up, or he was shocked to discover Tang Xiao had used only 3% of his energy stores. His eye twitched furiously. It had been such a short match, but in that time he'd had to ward off his opponents and lug that cannon on his shoulder. And here he was at 3%? He simply couldn't fathom what was going on, and his head nearly exploded as he witnessed Tang Zhao's energy reserves regenerating. His mecha was actually restoring itself. Cheating. They must be cheating. He shouted rancorously at the screen. Shut the hell up. 2 victories aren't enough for you? Xiao Han stood a small distance away, and spat the words accusingly. And what does that mean, Xiao Han? Bai Qianhu narrowed his eyes, glaring daggers. The two school celebrities exchanged heated looks. Xiao Han snorted scornfully. Listen and learn. My guess he's got at least 3 A-ranked gems specifically for energy management on that thing. A-ranked? Bai Qianhu turned his head to look back at Su He. The instructor was as before, expressionless and calm as the surface of a lake. He simply gestured towards a third student. Ming Han. You're up. Select a new arena. Use the advantage of your speed to keep him at bay, don't let him get a hand on you. Yes, Professor Su. The entirely average-looking youth jumped into the simulator. Bai Qianhu stood to one side, still pondering the situation. A-ranked power gems? C-ranked were the only thing he'd ever actually seen employed at one of these things. It was extravagant. After all, the cost of gems in DreamNet weren't even slightly cheaper than those in the real world. Next, Sui slowly turned his attention onto Xiao Han. Watch this match very carefully. Distinguish the particulars of his equipment. When it comes down to you, do not underestimate him. This student's mecha is a near match to yours. Upon his victory over Bai Qianhu, the vengeance and anger in Tang Zhao's heart eased. Steamrolled, of course. He thought back to earlier, to the things his teacher had lent him for the games. A cruel grin spread across his fat face. Bring it on, liar punks. I'll show you the fat man's ferocity. 2. The arena glowed with a flash of light, and Tang Zhao's second opponent appeared opposite him in the ring. His name hung in the space over his head, Bai Minghan. The newly arrived suit looked almost like a toy. It was small and frail, not a centimeter over 12 meters. A darter mech. Tang Xiao drew a breath. Bai Minghan elected for another map. The world around them shifted nauseatingly as the backgrounds underwent a series of rapid shifts. The flashes slowed until it settled on their new field of battle, the desert. Terrain, desert. Combat shall commence in 3, 2, 1. Begin. Tang Xiao winced against the sudden bite light and heat from the sand. It was a vast and expansive field, so close to reality it was difficult to tell the difference. The rolling dunes stretched for 5 kilometers in all directions, and the beating sun meant that anyone flying overhead would be lost in the glare. Tang Xiao was off, like he didn't even need to think. He was the first to react as the match begun, and took a step forward. The mecha plunged headfirst into the dunes. Within the cockpit, the controls were unresponsive, silent as a grave. The audience's omniscient view afforded them more information, like the dim yellow aura that hung over Tang Xiao's silver mecha. Sui watched the screens, and for the briefest of moments, his brows lifted in surprise. Xiao Han sneered at the screen, then called out to his instructor. An assimilation gem, right, Professor? Sui nodded slowly. C-ranked. Bai Qianhu stood to one side. His rage had begun to subside, and he was now more annoyed than angry. The mention of the assimilation gem brought him back to the battle at hand. He recalled the power gem's function as he watched the scene. Assimilation gems were able to force a mecha's environment to accept it as part of itself. In that way it resonated with the surroundings and fought off radar detection. The Achilles heel lay in the fact that it was too effective. If the pilot found themselves in an area of high energy output, like, say, a sun-drenched desert, it overloaded the electrical systems. Tang Xiao knew this when he hid himself beneath the sands. Restarting the mecha would take time. Lan Jue looked on from the bleachers, nursing a bitter expression. This damn fat ass. There hadn't been any assimilation gems in the kit Lan Jue had provided him. The only explanation was that it was Tang Xiao's own. It was like he was determined to depress the hell out of everyone. Half a second after Tang Xiao went down, Bai Minghan was on the move. However, they appeared to have been deposited a distance from one another. Seek and destroy would be the game. Bai Minghan engaged its radar acquisition equipment and began to scan for Tang Xiao's location. The darter's strength was immediately apparent as it raced over the sands fast enough to look almost ethereal. 2 ionized lightsabers sizzled in its hands. It was like a monstrous spirit racing through the scalding desert. The audience was able to observe both contestants on different screens, and by now many who had previously cursed Tang Xiao were forced to mutter praise. Luckily for him, the moment the assimilation gem shorted his suit and activated was the very moment Bai Minghan's radar sweep was passing over him. Was it not for that gem he'd certainly have been discovered and caught unawares? Tang Xiao made no effort to turn on his own scanners once the mecha was operational. He simply poked a hole in the sand to peer out of. Of course Bai Minghan was unaware of any of this. As a contestant he wasn't made aware of the situation as the audience was. And so he kept searching the dunes, wary of stopping for fear that Tang Xiao would do to him what he did to Hua Qianhu. His nerves were certainly on edge, ready to bolt and evade at a moment's notice. Sui's instructions were clear, if not direct. It wasn't important that he defeat Tang Xiao, but instead to drag out a battle. With any luck Tang Xiao would tip his hand, reveal his abilities, and consume some precious energy. The audience watched with bated breath. They saw Bai Minghan's own energy reserves begin to deplete as he raced around the desert arena at staggering speeds. Tang Xiao's energy levels had regenerated to full. The previous battles had been short and violent. This looked like it was going to be a different beast. The audience readied themselves for a knockdown, drag-out battle. 10 minutes passed. Beads of sweat dripped down Bai Minghan's forehead as he sat in the dark simulator pod. As the time stretched on, his nervousness only increased, and keeping up his mecha's speed was exhausting. Still his opponent was nowhere to be found, like he'd vanished into thin air. 20 minutes. Bai Minghan was grappling a growing impatience. He knew very well that Tang Xiao must be hiding, but where he couldn't fathom. How was it his radar detection could find absolutely no trace? 25 minutes. The time indicator on the screens over the audience's head began to flash red as the final 5 minutes of the battle began to tick down. Bai Minghan's eyes flashed down to the control console, where he saw the state of his energy levels. 20% gone, just from racing through the desert searching. The price of his high speed. Still, there was 5 minutes left in this fight, and a DreamNet competition was judged by damage to the mecha, not the amount of energy stored. If it continued until the end, the match would result in a draw, really, a loss for both sides. But since the NEU was already down 2 wins, it would mean their aggregate score would be lower. They'd lose the competition. This realization caused Bai Minghan to have a shift in thinking, focusing instead on self-preservation and protection instead of seeking out the enemy. He lifted into the sky, distancing himself from the battlefield so he could get a better view. 28 minutes. Only 2 minutes remained until the end, and yet Tang Xiao was still nowhere to be found. Was this really to be how it'd end? In a tie, a terribly anticlimactic finish. Bai Minghan suspected his enemy was still biding his time, concealing himself until the last minute where he'd reveal his strength. 29 minutes. Bai Minghan decided upon what he thought was the best option given the circumstances. He coaxed his darter mech higher towards the simulated cloudless sky. His mecha was specialized in speed, no slower even than Tang Xiao with his empowered thrusters. All he had to do was keep his distance, just for one more minute. That's all, then he'd done his job. The console beeped as Bai Minghan's radar caught a ping. The large silver mecha burst from within a sand dune, filling the air with choking dust. Bai Minghan sat slack-jawed in his simulator as a veritable meteor shower of particle beams filled his screen. 1. Whoa, this guy is dense. 2. Oh yes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, a 1% victory. Chapter 184, a 1% victory. Bai Minghan has suffered 1% damage. Tang Xiao 0%. Tang Xiao is victorious. The emotionless digitized voice hung in the air. The fourth student battle finished as the time ticked down to 0. Tang Xiao had won his second in a row, by virtue of a single minor attack. The entire audience burst into uproarious laughter. It rang in the ears of every liar student and teacher. A 1% victory was usually a display of luck, just barely winning over the enemy. But when it was intentional, as this battle was, it was more embarrassing than flogging corpses. Bai Minghan burst from the simulator, his face purple with rage. Even Hua Qianhu, whose mecha was absolutely obliterated, looked on him with sympathy. This fight wasn't lost because of any difference in equipment. No, he lost this one because he was outplayed. His enemy had more heart. Bai Minghan knew it was a lesson, and an image he wouldn't forget. Behind his eyes he could still see the curtain of red lasers filling the sky. The laser curtain was a weak strike, but it was an effective long-range tactical tool. It was called a pinning laser, and it was meant to force a target where you want. If you knew where the target would be, all you had to do was pull the trigger. Naturally, its damage wasn't much of a concern, and what's more, its distance and scale were prohibitively expansive. What was embarrassing was that this ploy was precisely what won Tang Xiao's victory. Zeta. Han Ruchao stared at the screens. His face was dark, and great huffs of hair were pushed through flaring nostrils. He snapped his head to his NEU compatriot. You're indeed quite the teacher, Runjian. Using tactics one would never actually witness on the field of battle. Easily tolerable. Su Renjian's response was even and unhurried. What is a man? A man is to endure, Ruchao. This was a fine showing. He waited until the last possible moment, so as not to give his enemy any chance at a reaction. I think that shows good battlefield tactics, don't you? He has been well trained. You, Han Ruchao only stared at him. Su Renjian smiled. Ruchao, excess anger will bring you health problems. Think of your heart. Su Renjian couldn't be any more pleased with this moment. These last two victories were a better showing from the NEU than any in recent history. They were unorthodox, true, but who cared? It was now time for the LU student body to glare spitefully at the victorious Tang Xiao. A few looked on the cusp of an outburst. Tang Xiao's little trick wasn't something entirely unheard of. Kids used these sorts of tricks to tease their friends. Everyone knew about it. It was a cruel joke to use it in an actual battle. But it wasn't just a trick now. It had snatched victory from Liar, turning the tables in a fight they should have won easily. It had changed the game. Su He frowned openly. He turned to regard Liar's final hope. Be wary. Do not get careless. This one, the cunning of a fox. Appearances can be deceiving. Xiao Han's face was solemn. He may have fought his way to the top of the school's power rosters, but he wasn't arrogant in this. I'll be careful, Professor Su. The teacher turned back to the screens. Choose another map. I will. Xiao Han wasted no more time. He strode to the simulator and pulled himself inside. The Silver Warrior's energy reserves were back to full. Tang Xiao's pudgy face bore a small smile. He thought about his sisters, congratulating himself on bringing vengeance to her assailant. Your brother's gonna upset the balance. This is a coup. I may be fat, but that's all strength. Hell, might even I get a girlfriend out of this. There was a flash, and the opposite side of the ring was host to a shadowy figure. The mecha was bright red, and the light danced across it like licks of flame racing along the metal. Judging by its construction, it looked like a melee mecha, big and burly, with a massive saber on its back. The blade was easily 10 meters long and 2 meters wide. Just seeing it brought a shudder to some witnesses. Selecting new map. The digital voice came from everywhere at once. New terrain selected, ocean. Once again the world around them flashed, shuddered, warped until it settled on a vast blue expanse of sea. Tang Xiao and Xiao Han hovered above the waves, just close enough to make each other out. Nearly every modern mecha was equipped with systems for underwater combat, but it was rare to find a mecha that specialized in it. So in a way this map was similar to the arena, and it was going to be a tough fight. Sui nodded his head ever so slightly, pleased with the result. Tan Lingyun, in the other sim room, frowned as she saw the terrain shift. Her eyes narrowed. She had seen Tang Zhao's explosive power in the first fight, and his trickiness in the second. However, this was going to be a much less hospitable battlefield, against a very difficult enemy. The silver mecha hung in the air, large and imposing. Slowly, its left hand lifted to give the distant challenger a thumbs up. But its wrist slowly turned as the arm extended, until the thumb was pointed down. Xiao Han's eyes flashed as anger shot through him. He's actually taunting me? The red mecha burned all the brighter, surrounded in a corona of red light and energy. 3, 2, 1. Begin! Xiao Han raced towards his enemy, the sound of his mecha loud as a jet engine. Bai Mingyan's mecha was considered a step up from Hua Qianhu's, but neither came anywhere near Xiao Han's beastly machine. Tang Zhao's silver mecha followed in kind, racing swiftly ahead. His thrusters blazed, but were absent the purple light from before. He was holding back. The two war machines closed, until it looked as though they were right on top of each other. Xiao Han's fiery red mecha's arm flashed, and the giant blade was in its hand. As the weapon was drawn, it flashed through the air. A sonic boom of energy raced outwards with the action. Energy blasts? Tan Lingyun's eyes narrowed. A sovereign-ranked pilot. Energy blasts were a staple of sovereign-ranked pilots. It was a different sort of strike, compared to a long-ranged attack. It was congealed energy, manipulated and controlled. It was powerful and frightening. Usually it required the use of a pilot's discipline to employ with ease. It wasn't something seen often in DreamNet. But this was Xiao Han's opening strike. The more astute among the audience noticed the red gem affixed to the massive weapon's pommel, that shimmered with a life of its own. The power flowing through the gem made it more obvious than it originally was. It was at least a B-ranked power gem. Very competitive equipment. In the face of Xiao Han's strike, the silver mecha collapsed. Not from a hit, but because the thrusters on its back all shut off in tandem. The enormous and hefty machine tumbled into the drink. Xiao Han's energy blast passed harmlessly overhead. He wants to fight in the ocean? Does he expect to hide under the waves? Xiao Han considered the possibility, but the fact the bout had just started and Tang Xiao was just in front of him meant that if it was an attempt at concealment, it was a very poor one. The audience looked on, confused. Suddenly, the silver mecha changed even as they stared on. The shoulder panels separated, and from the cavities therein extended two polished gun barrels. They fired without a moment's pause. Boom boom. Xiao Han's reactions were worthy of his status. He swept his buzzing sword and blocked the two shells with little effort. But half a second later, the silver mech burst from beneath the brine and tore into the distance. This time, however, it was now literally bristling with protruded weapon barrels. Long-distance fighter. Sui's face twitched as he fought the expression from his face. What kind of monster had the NEU created? It was built like a melee fighter to confound the enemy, but it was off. It had used a shield to protect itself from the impact that obliterated Hua Qianhu, but the most telling was the fact that it carried no weapon. The barrels lit up as a series of lasers raced back towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han was also surprised by the revelation, but his mecha manipulation didn't seem to suffer. To him, the machine was like his right arm. A piece of him. He stopped only long enough to deflect the beams with his sword, and then he was off again towards his prey. Tang Xiao released wave after wave of attacks as he raced into the distance. Xiao Han followed on his heels, dodging the attacks as they came. They raced over the water's surface, spraying up water behind them in a wake. This wretched bastard. Xiao Han's face was dark with anger. Lying from the outset. It was a thought echoed by no small number of those in the audience. It was a classic tactic from the games of old. The ranged fighter was kiting his close-ranged enemy, pulling him along, like a kite, and taking potshots as he did. And Xiao Han was happy to go along with it. Still, this was a crafty one, changing up tactics on the fly and spurting the purple thrusters on occasion to keep the lead. But really, as they chased each other over the waves, it looked more impressive than it really was. The silver mecha's blasts were flashy, but not all that powerful. Xiao Han blocked them handily with his weapon. It was catching up, without a single scratch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Miraculous Victory. Chapter 185, Miraculous Victory. Both mechas were seeing their energy stores in decline. However, as expected, the ranged mecha's energy was being spent faster than the melee's. The battle was shaping up to be a violent one, with a lot of back and forth. Not 5 minutes into the match and Tang Zhao's energy reserves were down 30%. Xiao Han was only missing 10%. Xiao Han raced towards his enemy, cool and calm. All the while he was carefully watching the wretched pilot darting in front of him, waiting for his next trick. He wasn't scared or intimidated. As far as he could see, it didn't matter what trick the guy tried to pull, his efforts would be futile one. All he had to do was wait his enemy out. When his energy stores were too low for high speed or other attacks, that's when he'd make his move. Tang Xiao began to circle around. His suit's power drained faster. Lan Jue watched from the audience, his face a glowering mask. He inwardly cursed his student. This wasn't anything he'd taught him. This was the kid's own design. He was fairly certain Tang Zhao's enemy now was the guy who'd been sniffing after Qianlin. A sovereign-ranked pilot with decent abilities and a decent punch. The tools he provided to shut down the kid's advantages still went unused by Tang Xiao. Instead he was falling back on his ultimately useless trickery. Still, there was a ghost of expectation as Lan Jue watched. He still bore a dissatisfied frown, but memories of the fatty's near victory from so long ago danced in his head. 15 minutes passed quickly. Already, the silver mecha was down to 40% energy. In terms of mecha combat, this was already in dangerous territory. Tang Xiao recognized this as well, hence his decision to stop using the empowered thrusters. Now, he only relied on evasive techniques and defensive strikes. Xiao Han was in no rush to close the gap, instead remaining just behind him as they raced over the waves. He was waiting until the silver mecha was drained. That way his prey had no opportunity for escape. Suhi watched from nearby the simulation pod. His features were once more the familiar calm he'd arrived with. His lips curled into a frown, suddenly, as though he'd just thought of something. No. He's been tricked. Both Hua Qianhu and Bai Minghan looked inquisitively towards their instructor. What do you mean, Professor? His brows furrowed as he spoke, his eyes never leaving the screen. His opponent's energy levels shouldn't be dropping this quickly. By what we saw in his fight against the two of you, his central power gem is likely A-ranked. His power stores would thusly be colossal. As would his energy regeneration. But in this fight it's obvious his reserves are draining faster than they should be. There's definitely something going on here. I just hope your compatriot recognizes this as well. His teacher didn't need to worry. Xiao Han was well aware of the discrepancy. In the beginning he hadn't noticed, but once Tang Zhao's reserves had dropped to 50%, it dawned on him. His own mecha used an A-ranked gem as its core, and his reserves were only down 30%. You wanna play games? We'll play games. When your energy drops to 20% and you don't have enough for your shields, that's when I'll move in. The energy he poured through his weapon extended the blade 100 meters. He wouldn't even need to get that close. The only person this silver mecha was going to mess with was himself. But Xiao Han was making a mistake that he could never have realized. He was trying to judge Tang Zhao's behavior against a normal person. He wasn't anticipating it was a total bastard that was piloting the thing. 20% remained. Tang Zhao's energy surplus was already in the red. His speed was visibly slower. There was a flash of red light, and a sonic boon of energy swept mere inches from the back of the silver suit. What was the ace of Tang Zhao's sleeve? Xiao Han chased his enemy, his heart filled with a nerve-wracking uncertainty. If you won't show me, I'll make you show your cards. Xiao Han's fingers danced along the controls like lightning. The red light surrounding his mecha dimmed somewhat, but not for lack of power, more like it was drawing into itself. Moments later, the red light burst out from thrusters behind it. However, despite expectations, the light didn't do anything to modulate his mecha's speed. Instead it transferred to the weapon in his hand. In the space of an instant, the fiery red sword in his grip flashed and became a dazzling gold. It flashed with a mass of congealed power. Xiao Han roared as he lifted the weapon overhead. The air around him sizzled with errant jolts of energy as he brought the great blade down onto his opponent. In the same instant, the silver mecha reacted. All of the thrusters and engines keeping it aloft sputtered and went dark. Once more he tumbled towards the briny seas in freefall. You think you can run away from me? Xiao Han screamed at him from within the simulator. He pointed his sword downward towards the spinning silver mecha, and a beam of red light shot down towards it with frightening speed. But that wasn't the end, for the second the beam of light issued forth, Xiao Han coaxed his mecha to pursue. Soon the strike and the mecha were barreling right towards the exposed silver suit. This was the end. By now the match had already stretched on for 20 minutes. Han Ruchao, Su Renjian, and all the onlookers could see no way in which the intrepid silver mecha could get out of this unscathed. What none could see was the smile creeping up Tang Zhao's pudgy face. Boom! The red beam cast from the empowered sword connected. Surprisingly, Tang Xiao had lifted his left arm to block the brunt of the blast. In this way he protected the most integral parts of his machine. The drawback was that his left arm was now a lump of slag. Half his suit was burned black and badly damaged. The sword's power was so great that, had Tang Xiao not blocked when he did, his suit would likely have been sliced right in half. Success! Xiao Han wasted no further time and hesitation. This was his opportunity. He was on his enemy in no time. His blade was moving again, another strike that set the air around it to undulating. The red beams of energy cast forth tore through the air in a Z shape. If it landed, Tang Xiao would be reduced to half a dozen mangled pieces. The silver mecha hit the water with a splash. His thrusters remained cold. He simply let himself sink into the water. Xiao Han's attack was ever so slightly off, however it was close enough that it struck. A silver, mechanical skull hung in the air where Xiao Han's strike had separated it from the rest of the suit. No one celebrated, not yet. In mecha combat this didn't spell the end of a match. The pilots weren't located in the head, after all, but safely nestled in the depths of their suit's chest. The fiery red mecha wasted no time, and was on his enemy once again. He hit the water and began to sink. The high temperatures of his suit elicited a massive cloud of steam to rise from around him. The only thing anyone could see was the steam, turning the simulated world into a blank white canvas. Before their vision could clear, first came a noise. It was an explosion, one so intense, so frightening that it was difficult to compare. It was like a strike from a starship, birthed from the arms of the ocean. Boom! The sudden and violent eruption was compounded by the steam, making vision difficult, fuzzy. Great, towering tsunami waves arose 1,000 meters high from ground zero. The water directly above where the mechas fell churned and boiled. Bolts of bluish-purple danced along the water's surface. The audience only watched, silent, struck dumb by the power of the strike they hadn't actually witnessed. What was going on? What was the result? Xiao Han's mecha has sustained 100% damage. Tang Zhao's mecha has sustained 48% damage. Victory, Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao victorious. It was both a blessed relief and a vicious gut punch. The students of Lyre University stared in utter horror and disbelief at the words plastered across the screen. They were all, to a man, utterly speechless. The water calmed, and from its depths slowly arose a busted-up, silver middle finger. The rest of Tang Zhao's mangled mecha followed, proudly brandishing its remaining arm and the risen finger as though raising a flag. You cheated! Han Ruchao shot to his feet, shouting impotently at Su Renjian at his elbow. Su Renjian sat, unmoving. Slowly he turned his head, and when he spoke his voice was hard as iron, and calm as the simulated ocean on screen now was. Come now, Ruchao. You're a dean, let's control ourselves, HM? You know as well as I that matches held in DreamNet are impossible to fix. If you have a problem with the way this fight was conducted, yelling at me won't solve a thing. Bring your grievances to the Guardians. Han Ruchao literally shook with rage. He fell resentfully into his chair. After a moment he leaned towards Shi Jojo at his other side and whispered something. Shi Jojo nodded, and quickly left the VIP box. The shock and surprise was fading. Suddenly, as though subconsciously communicated, the entire NEU presence in the audience burst into howls of praise and cheers of joy. The waves of emotion were so powerful it was almost as though the whole West Hill resonated with it. Victory! A real and honest victory. A miraculous victory. None could have expected that the thoroughly trounced NEU would turn the battle around with their last fighter. By virtue of a single fighter's power, they took out all three Lyre challengers. It was unthinkable. The jubilant cries were raucous, but there were few if any in the crowd who actually understood what was happened in the last three fights, especially at the very end. Lan Jue, of course, was the exception. He sat calmly amid the cheering crowds, with a small smile on his handsome face. Wang Hongyuan just looked at him. He leaned in and spoke softly, just enough for Lan Jue to hear over the din. How in the hell did he pull that out in the end? Did you see it? Nope, Lan Jue replied. No? So what the hell are you smirking about? You look so sinister. Wang Hongyuan glowered, afraid he was being kept in the dark. Lan Jue rubbed his face with a sigh. Agitation was clear in his voice as he spoke. What are you on about? This is a knowing smile, alright. Tang Xiao didn't win this fight from one strike, he won the mental war. Wang Hongyuan was still unclear. Mental war, what do you mean? Keep watching, was all Lan Jue would say. A voice cut them off, calling towards the audience from the main platform. Lyre University has requested an analysis of the final battle. We will be reviewing the footage. Battle review was one of the best advantages of fighting in DreamNet. It allowed anyone to view a fight from all angles. They could sharpen or slow the footage as much as they liked to pick out every tiny detail. But like anything, it cost money. No one cared about the price at this point. Everyone was dying to know what the hell happened. In the expansive simulator warehouse, 2 pods opened. Tang Xiao and Xiao Han stepped out as if in tandem. Tang Xiao's face bore a proud expression, which only grew more arrogant as he stuck his index finger high in the air. He looked for all the world like a returning, victorious general. Hua Qian has said the same thing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, What Wretchedness? Chapter 186, What Wretchedness? Ah. Tang Xiao proudly waggled his finger in the air, when suddenly a slender figure snatched him up in a bear hug. Tang Mi squeezed him as hard as she could and kissed him on the cheek. I love you bro, long live Tang Xiao. Mua. Love you. Tang Mi hugged him tightly, kissing him once again on each cheek before finally letting him go. Even Tan Lingyun, the famously sour savage goddess, stood a short distance away with a smile on her face. Tang Xiao's victories were not insignificant, and proud couldn't describe the whole of the NEU's feelings towards their student hero. It was fair to say their pudgy pilot had made history today. Years of suppression and shame had finally been rectified. Zeta. What was that? Sui's face was as close to an outright scowl as it could be as he stared at Xiao Han. The young man looked on the verge of tears. His red eyes glared ruefully at the fat bastard who'd bested him. He's an insufferable prick. He had the ability to end the fight from the very beginning. Instead, he went on to deliberately humiliate me. I'll kill him. Xiao Han stomped towards the distant Tang Xiao with his hands clenched into fists. Sui calmly reached out and grabbed the fiery young man by the collar. He yanked him back before he could get too far. Haven't you lost enough face? The competition isn't finished yet. We may have lost the first exchange, but that doesn't mean Lyre University has been bested. We'll make up for this embarrassment in the real battles. The fight recorded flashed up on screen as they spoke. Sui turned his back on Xiao Han as though he no longer existed, and began to study the playback. The video raced through the early moments of the fight. Onlookers were able to review the battle from all directions and angles. The first minutes were sped up. After all, everyone had seen clearly what had happened in the beginning. However, once the final moments of their exchange approached, the recording slowed. The silver mecha had yet to hit the water, and was flailing through the sky. But now, with the images slowed, it was revealed that his flailing was a ruse to hide him pulling a dagger from a compartment behind his back with his remaining arm. It was a strange weapon, one that was black as ink and seemed to drink the light. But beyond that there was something else, only barely glimpsed, a bluish-purple orb, clutched in his mechanical hand. As the frame slowly passed, they watched as Tang Xiao hit the water, casting brine and water vapor high into the air. Xiao Han's fiery red mecha was close behind. The spray and steam hid everything on the surface from view. Underwater was another story. The silver mecha's dwindling power reserves never changed, but from behind it the thrusters had burst to life and glowed a furious purple. In a flash the massive suit vanished, appearing directly in front of Xiao Han. The sudden change in environment had certainly had an effect on the red mecha and its pilot. He'd assumed he was in the dominant position, and rammed into Tang Xiao head first. In reality his reaction was the proper one, at least under normal circumstances. A red shield had sprung up around him prior to impact, and judging by the vibrant light alone it was clearly a powerful shield. The two mechas collided, and in that instant Tang Xiao's hand was in motion. The black dagger clutched in his grip lashed out, and from it sprang forth a caustic-looking black light. It cut through Xiao Han's shield like butter, and slashed a ragged hole in its chestplate. Sovereign ranked? It was a rhetorical question sputtered by no small number of shocked onlookers. Was it possible that the silver mecha was piloted by a sovereign-ranked pilot? Was Tang Xiao really that skilled? And why, then, did he appear so weak normally? The fight hadn't ended there. The knife had cut deep into the mech's chest, but hadn't punctured the cockpit. Xiao Han reeled back and swung his giant sword towards Tang Xiao. Had the silver mech continued the assault, he may not have been quick enough to escape the strike. So instead, the silver mecha did something strange. He pulled the dagger free and used the relatively tiny weapon to ward off the Buster sword. He let the weapon be knocked free, then reached out with his right hand and pushed Xiao Han away by the fissure in his chestplate. Tang Xiao's thrusters sent him reeling in one direction, which the thrust sent Xiao Han tumbling in the other. The film slowed to a crawl, and spun back a few frames. The images closed in on the silver mecha's hand. Now, slow as it was, everyone could clearly see precisely what the odd move was about. As the dagger was knocked away, the hand quickly fell and stuffed a small purple orb into the fractured armor. Rewind. The dagger had just sliced through the armor, and was being extracted to deflect the red mecha's sword. Xiao Han detonated, instantly reduced to debris. Tang Xiao managed to avoid the brunt of the explosion by disengaging early. Now they saw it, and the cheers from the NEU were almost entirely drowned out by the heated curses of the liar student body. Indeed, it was as Xiao Han had said. This fight could have been finished in the first minute. Sui's pupils contracted as he watched. His intonation was thick with incredulity. Soul Crusher. The Soul Crusher was a weapon. More accurately, perhaps, an ultimate weapon. It was a strike that could only be used once before it was consumed. It had the power to rival an A-ranked power gem. But what did it mean that he was using something so powerful, so extravagant, in a student exchange? And on a sovereign-ranked mecha? The Soul Crusher was a god-ranked ability, one which Tang Xiao avoided by sheer luck. It was such overkill that he could have won the fight in the first few seconds of the fight. There hadn't been any need for their air chase, goading Xiao Han on. All he'd needed was to be in close enough for the strike to land. Of course he hadn't done that, instead making Xiao Han chase him for his own demise. He wanted to draw him in, and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Or so he aimed to make it appear, but he'd had the bout won before it even started. What Suhi and the others couldn't see, was what made this particular trick of Tang Xiao's so downright rotten. When the Soul Crusher had been deposited in the broken armor, he'd placed it directly in front of Xiao Han's face, something Xiao Han saw very clearly. Were this a real fight, the little orb would have detonated in his embrace. The fight was finished. Xiao Han's anger and depression were understandable. He didn't know what the hell he was fighting until the very end. Tang Xiao's mecha wasn't meal, and wasn't long-ranged. It was an assassin. As for the rank, Xiao Han still wasn't sure what the hell he was. The audience was in chaos. The din was deafening as they milled about and shouted over the fight's conclusion. In the VIP box, Han Ruchao's chest rose and fell in angry huffs. He was like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. This was death by torture. Unbridled arrogance and humiliation. What's worse, they lost all of that equipment. All because of a single Emperor-ranked pilot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, I've picked a master. Chapter 187, I've picked a master. Xiao Han's heart was a tempest of hurt, depression, and anger. He was considered a rare talent, first in his family, and relatively well known from an early age. Even though he was so young, he was close to earning his own piloting alias. 1. It wasn't as though he'd never been defeated. He's faced stronger foes, certainly. But in those bouts it was a joy, exciting and challenging. That's how a pilot improved. But this was different. This was unprecedented, a shameful loss that filled him with rage and indignation. He knew the fat lard was weaker than him, possibly by a lot. And yet through those damn tricks, and that insane equipment, he was able to pull out a win he hadn't deserved. Unacceptable. I refuse to take this. How the hell could I lose to him? Xiao Han's anger threatened to consume him. Just then he spied the hateful fatty looking his way. He stretched out his hands with a shrug and a smile on his fat face, like nothing was wrong. Fatty Tang then rolled his eyes at Xiao Han dismissively. Tang Ni hung on his neck. You gotta tell me, bro, where'd you get such awesome equipment? What gem did you use to power that shield? And what's up with those thrusters? What was that orb thing? Tang Xiao whined as he tried desperately to extricate himself. You're gonna kill your brother. Let me go, I'll tell you if you let me breath. Of course Tang Mi knew precisely how strong a pilot her brother really was. It was no different in DreamNet. She knew her brother was stronger than her, at least, but this? This wasn't normal. Tang Xiao straightened himself up once Tang Mi had released him. "I've picked a master," he said with a chortle. "That stuff you saw, all of that was stuff my master gave me from his own DreamNet stock." Master? Tang Mi was surprised to hear the news. "No wonder you've been so secretive lately, you've been training with this master, right?" Tang Xiao nodded his meaty head. "That's right, dot." She cantered her head at him in curiosity. "Who is it?" Tan Lingyun was close enough to overhear, and the subject caught her interest as well. Tang Mi may not have been aware of the Soul Crusher, but she certainly knew all about it. The cost of that was astronomical. The number of people who could afford that she knew, she could count on her fingers. Tang Xiao smirked knowingly. "Remember that guy who beat you with the Brunoise assault?" "You're damn right I do," she hissed, nearly gnashing her teeth. "I remember how much I want to rip him to pieces. You said you were gonna avenge me, but instead came back looking like a tenderized ham." Tang Xiao nodded. "I actually did find him originally to get revenge, as you wanted. But then I lost, too. That's when I saw his ability with my own eyes, and asked to be his student. I've studied with him in DreamNet every day since." Tang Lingyun was next to question him. "What's this pilot's name? He must be a god-ranked pilot to have given you a Soul Crusher orb. There are only so many of those running around. Unfortunately, my master has hidden his identity. He's called himself Nublet." 2. Nublet. Tan Lingyun had no words. Whoever he was, he certainly had poor taste. His choice in names made that clear. Enough of that for now. Next is the real thing. "How are you feeling, Tang Xiao?" Tan Lingyun asked. Originally they had intended for Gung Yang to participate in the live exercise, but Tang Xiao's showing in the sim fights was absolutely remarkable. All the teachers and students of the NEU were more than willing to overlook his unconventional methods, so long as he kept winning. For the glory of the entire school. Tan Lingyun may have been inflexible as a person, but she wasn't an idiot. She knew an opportunity when she saw one, and was willing to make tactical adjustments as required. Gung Yang was also more than willing to give his place up to Tang Xiao, hoping desperately the fatty could pull off another miracle. "I've learned that I knew nothing. Now I'm starting to pick some stuff up," Tang Xiao assured with a chuckle. He cast a sizzling eye towards the distant Xiaohan. Tan Lingyun nodded her head. "Good, then you're our guy. Remember, victory or defeat aren't important here. Safety first." "Got it." Tang Xiao fumbled through a comical salute to his instructor. Zeta. Following a short discussion upon the main platform, things eventually quieted down. An announcement rang out once it could be heard. The simulated battle exchange between the National Eastern University and Lyre University has come to a close. The NEU had proved victorious. Next we will begin the live mecha exercises. Lyre University, having lost the last contest, may choose the field of battle. Each combatant will have access to a bare-bones, unmodified mecha for the duration of the fight. Choose them now. Combatant for Lyre University, choose your arena. They were coming to the main event. This was going to be a different circumstance altogether. After all, a simulation was, in the end, just a simulation. How much the human body had to bear in DreamNet was modulated to protect them. A real fight didn't have that luxury. There was always the possibility of serious injury, even death. Xiaohan's eyes were red from sadness and anger. Tang Xiao was smiling victoriously. There was even a hint of disdain in his face, and he didn't even pay Xiaohan any mind. Xiaohan fought against his own raging emotions, squelching them down. He was resolved, already determined to exterminate his competition by any means necessary when the real fight begun. During the fight, both of them would only be permitted to employ the very basic models of mecha suits. As a result, this fight wouldn't see any discrepancies in equipment. It would be a contest of straight piloting ability. Of course, this included their disciplines. That was the draw for real battles, the fact that pilots could employ their own strength in conjunction with their suit. Xiaohan was absolutely convinced Tang Xiao didn't have him beat in that department. His choice, a saber mech. In fact, both Tang Xiao and Xiaohan had chosen the same style of mecha. Xiaohan chose the normal gladiator arena for them to meet. He didn't want to give this fat trickster any sort of advantage in terrain. He would employ the simplest, most direct, and cruelest method he could wipe that smug smile off his fat face. In the audience bleachers, Wang Hongyuan reached out to Pope Lan Jue at his side. "How long you think Tang Xiao will be able to hold out in this one?" "Why hold out?" Lan Jue shot his friend a glance. Why not win? Wang Hongyuan's response was no nonsense. You saw the other guy. He's a sovereign-ranked pilot. Tang Xiao, at most, is an emperor. Maybe not even that. He's fighting in the arena with nowhere to hide or tricks to pull. This time, he doesn't look like he stands much of a chance. Lan Jue smiled at Wang Hongyuan's assessment. In this day and age, there's no shortage of miracles, he said sagely. Even in a ring like the arena. Wang Hongyuan lifted his brows in surprise. So you think he'll win it? Lan Jue nodded. Why? Lan Jue turned his head to look at Wang Hongyuan. His smile was wide, and his voice just loud enough for his friend to hear. Because he's my disciple. 1. Meaning, given a title like Zeus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Tang Zhao's Home Turf. Chapter 188, Tang Zhao's Home Turf. He's my disciple. Lan Jue's response was simple and straightforward. Upon hearing this, the surprise in Wang Hongyuan's face slipped away, and he nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. You're both a couple of bastards. Lan Jue frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Wang Hongyuan smiled ruefully. You're a god-ranked mecha pilot. Teaching etiquette. In a mecha research school. What do you think? Zeta. The two combatants entered the arena. They were two identical saber mechas, composed of titanium alloy plating. Beyond their standard loadout, there was nothing else for these suits to rely on. They were the suits used by instructors for teaching mecha control systems. As DreamNet was no longer employed as the judge, two new figures were enlisted for the job, Wu Junyi and Shi Jojo. The combat arena was a good distance from the audience bleachers, so again the large screens were turned on for a closer look. Wu Junyi's stern voice cut through the chatter as he delineated the competition rules. Remember that this contest is an educational exchange, for the purposes for mutual study. The moment your opponent surrenders, or their mecha is no longer able to fight, the battle's done. The NEU's resident arena and the one they'd seen in DreamNet were very similar. Both were roughly the same size and composition. Now, as the battle was starting, silence once again fell over the audience. They were even more excited than before to witness the class of these two remarkable students. Xiaohan settled back in his mecha, looking over the cockpit. He was well familiar with this sort of saber mech, but underwent a basic check regardless. Practice Mecha J1 is attempting to open a connection. HM? Xiaohan stared in confusion at the controls as the mecha's digitized voice hailed the call. He'd noticed his own unit number when he'd clambered in J2. Almost unconsciously, he accepted the signal. Hey bro, how you doing? The voice on the other end was jovial and sincere. Xiaohan wasn't familiar with the voice on the other end, but he knew immediately who and what this call was about. What do you think? He said impatiently. Tang Xiao went on, ignoring his tone. I actually wanted to apologize. I'm sorry. I actually didn't want to fight like that, but our instructors told us that's the way we should compete. You know how it's like between our two schools. Xiaohan spoke back, his voice hard in Chile. Whatever you say, it's too late. I will not show you any mercy. When Tang Xiao replied, his voice had changed considerably. Mercy? You got a brain tumor or something? I just called to ask if the rumors are true, that you have a room temperature IQ. 1. Xiaohan had no opportunity to reply. Their communication cut and Wu Junyi's voice interjected. Begin. Tang Zhao's saber mech was instantly off like a bullet. Xiaohan's reaction speeds were markedly slower, with Tang Zhao's taunts echoing in his head. He wasn't an amateur, though, and he put the thoughts away to focus on the fight ahead. Both suits were exceedingly simple, with no bells or whistles. Since their mechas were identical, the only discrepancies in speed would be from their personal ability. This meant Tang Xiao, having reacted first, had the upper hand. The two drew closer. A flash sizzled behind Xiaohan's eyes, and immediately the cockpit filled with a stifling power. The titanium alloy sword gripped in his mechanical hand pulsed with a deep red aura. The two mecha met, though it was not apparent at first glance whether Tang Xiao was employing his discipline. Suhi had returned to the liar side of the stadium. His eyes were glued to the screen, calmly judging every movement the two young men made. He was familiar with his student Xiaohan, of course. He knew his pride, the pride that came from being universally favored, had been hurt by the loss. It was sending his heart into chaos. Still, he was confident in his student's ability. He had the advantage in a real fight. And so, when Xiao Han had been preparing, Suhi had said nothing. This was an excellent learning experience for the young pilot. Tan Lingyun had also left the warehouse, and watched the screen with the others of the NEU. Like Suhi, she calmly watched as the battle began, though her eyes shone with something else. She was not afraid of a loss, the last 2 victories she considered a happy accident. No, she was worried the liar combatant wouldn't hold back if he saw an opportunity. There was a significant threat of harm, maybe even death, if they weren't careful. Sparks flew as the 2 giant titanium blades met for the first time. The first clash was a straight measure of strength. The mechas were the same, true, but that wasn't the final word. Tang Xiao had the advantage, and was on the offensive. However, Xiao Han's discipline was flowing through his weapon, covering it in a fiery corona of energy. Then, Xiao Han took his shot. At first it looked like a misstep. Xiao Han's mecha stumbled, but only just enough to stagger around Tang Xiao. As he did, the offending foot stamped solid against the floor, and a powerful fiery light was cast up from the ground. It raced towards Tang Xiao, crashing into him with a staggering impact. Xiao Han's thrusters burst, sending him careening forward with the point of his blade leveled towards Tang Xiao's torso. Dodge, blast, thrust. It was perfectly executed, masterfully planned. But Tang Xiao knew crafty when he saw it. His mecha rocked to the side as the blast came, deflecting it off the side of his suit. As he staggered backward, he rotated away from Xiao Han's deadly thrust. His own blade whirled around for an uppercut slash to Xiao Han's back. Liar's Chosen didn't slow down one iota. Instead he reverse thrust and sent his suit reeling backward. As he did, High Sword swept back at an impossible angle to deflect Tang Xiao's strike. The 2 mechas collided with a screech of metal. Crunch! Xiao Han's sudden increase in speed and change of direction caused the 2 to slam into each other unceremoniously. Like Tang Xiao in their earlier fight, Xiao Han's thrusters were empowered, becoming an angry red with the addition of his discipline. It sent his enemy flying, and he was right behind with both hands gripping his giant sword. Tang Xiao's suit had barely hit the floor before Xiao Han had caught up. But he wasn't alarmed or taken aback, instead hitting the thrusters on one side to push his prostrate suit out of harm's way. As he slid away from Xiao Han, his torso twisted, bringing the sword to bear. Spiral strike. Clang. Once more Tang Xiao was thrust away, but he brought his sword up just in time to block the blow. From the outset both fighters had been aiming for speed. It was simple, but in straightforward melee fights with these standard mechas, it was an integral part of gaining the upper hand. It was also the first time Tang Xiao was showing anything other than trickery, and it was real skill. He currently was at a disadvantage, true, but solid basic skills have kept his opponent from landing any strikes. Xiao Han saw his advantage solidified, then lashed out with a series of blows as furious as a storm. The fiery wall around him burst into bloom, and with each strike of his sword an explosion of power ensued. Tang Xiao lost ground, retreating under the barrage. His own mecha was beginning to grow hot and blacken. Parts of the armor were beginning to crack. Tang Xiao was holding on, but only just. Who could say how much more of this he could sustain? Defeat seemed inevitable. Zeta. Now, Tang Xiao, remember, in general, a DreamNet pilot of high rank will pick his mecha so that it complements his discipline. So that means, during the sim battles you better be observant. You might be able to tell their discipline by the mecha they use. Also, try your damnedest to make sure your own discipline remains a secret. Now with these things I've given you, there's no way in hell you're losing. Then you'll have the real fights, and it's more than likely you'll run into that Xiao Han guy again. From what I could read from his energy, he's just about to break 8-level talent. But he isn't there yet, so in that you don't have a disadvantage. However, he's probably a sovereign-ranked pilot. When it comes to combat maneuvers, you're probably facing an uphill slope. With all this in mind, you only really got one shot at victory. Utilize the fact your enemy won't know your powers. Then, at just the right moment, explode right into him. If you can find a way to make it sync with the environment, that'll help your chances too. Remember, you're trying to goad him into a mistake. And every pilot is at their most careless when they think they've clinched the win. Zeta. Bang. For the third time Tang Xiao flew through the air, engulfed in a ball of flame. Parts of the suit had begun to fuse, glowing gold with intense heat. Xiao Han launched himself into the air, blade raised high. Let's finish this. He shouted. Meteor strike. 2. Wow guy, you sure did prove it. IQ of a cool autumn night. You're actually calling out your maneuvers like an anime character? God sure did make you special, huh Adonis? A beautiful unique flower. Xiao Han's rage had slowly been building with each vicious attack he'd lain on Tang Xiao. But upon hearing the taunts from his fat poisonous tongue, his face blanched. Unconsciously, Xiao Han poured every speck of his power into the burning titanium blade. The intensity of Xiao Han's discipline was so intense it drew every eye. He fell directly towards his foe, indeed like a meteor tearing through the atmosphere. Tang Zhao's suit smoldered. It had already sustained quite a lot of damage. Presently, the most serious was a malfunction in the right leg. It looked like there was no way for him to block or avoid the deadly strike. And then Tang Zhao's mecha was yanked forcefully to the side. It slid along the metal as though it were being pulled by some invisible hand. Boom! Xiao Han came crashing to the ground in a fiery detonation. The arena's metal alloy flooring was left with a sizzling metal crater. There, in the aftermath, Xiao Han sat in his cockpit, eyes wide. He knew immediately he'd committed the most rookie of mistakes. He'd overextended. His fingers flew over the controls, coaxing his mecha to flight. But all he heard were teeth-grinding screeches. He didn't move an inch. What the hell? Under normal circumstances, he'd never have made this many mistakes. But anger had clouded his judgment, and he'd forgotten a single crucial detail. The suit he rode was not the sovereign rank mecha he was used to. It was a simple thing, and simple things couldn't be expected to sustain having that much discipline channeled through them. Already the metal had begun to soften. Or was that the floor? He couldn't believe it, but before his eyes the alloy arena floor was swallowing the feet of his suit. He was stuck. Xiao Han viciously kicked and slashed at the floor. He would soon be free. But most times, it only takes a second to grasp an opportunity. 3. 1. The Chinese here is interesting, though I had to make something else up cause it doesn't translate. What he wrote was you are the second in command of both the number and letter kingdom. The second number is 2, the second letter B. 2B in Chinese is internet slang for a stupid C******. 2. Holy shit you guys, it's Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. 3. So sorry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Wisdom and Cunning. Chapter 189, Wisdom and Cunning. By this point, Tang Zhao's mecha had risen to its feet. The giant sworded boar swung in a dangerous arc, glimmering with a strange pure white light. Xiao Han was still stuck in place, but his torso and arms were still functional. He twisted and brought his weapon up to stave off Tang Zhao's blow. Clang! The two blades met with an ear-splitting clash and a shower of sparks. As they did, Tang Zhao's glimmering sword seemed to almost grow longer. Then it buckled at the point of impact, twisting around like it had a mind of its own to swipe at Xiao Han's back. The liar challenger was perplexed by Tang Zhao's mecha, which at this point was humming with power and emitted a pulsing white light. Much to his surprise, all the damage the suit had sustained prior to this point was gone. Like it was a whole new foe he faced. Tang Zhao swept around his immobilized target. His sword flowed, and danced through the air leaving streaks of blinding light in its wake. Still Xiao Han was unable to free himself from the strangely animate metal flooring, but despite that he was managing to keep himself safe from Tang Zhao's vicious strikes. With a great surge of his power, Xiao Han wrenched his mecha free of the constraints. Pitiful. Make a crater and hide in it. Guess that's the liar way. See ya. Tang Zhao's cruel and taunting voice crackled through Xiao Han's cockpit speakers. His suit filled with the sound of steel grating on steel. He looked down, surprised to find that the floor that had held him fast was the same pure white color of Tang Zhao's restored mecha. It stretched for 20 meters in each direction, with him in the very center. A giant target. The floor was alive, roiling like stormy sea waves. It washed over the feet of his suit, grinding maddeningly as it did. He had the discipline necessary to melt away the grasping metal, he knew. But he was also keenly aware of the fact that his suit likely wouldn't be able to handle it. He watched in impotent horror as a single writhing tendril of white metal wormed its way into his central command system. Bastard! Xiao Han screamed until his lungs burned. Blood flung from his lips, mingling with spittle. His body, locked within the confines of the suit, burst into a frightening display of golden red fire. Then, he exploded out from within the mecha, launching himself at Tang Zhao in a raging tempest of fire. You think I'm scared? Shit! The giant silver mecha's mechanical fist whistled as it tore through the air. Boom! The entire arena shook from the force of the impact. The air sizzled and turned red as the explosion lit the skies. Tang Zhao's mecha reeled back a step, its arm now a melted ruin. Xiao Han floated in midair, surrounded by the heinous flames. No small amount of blood dripped from his mouth, making him look like a madman. And perhaps he was, for his greatest strength over Tang Xiao was in his piloting expertise. In terms of discipline, he and the fat guy weren't much different. What's more, Tang Xiao actually had the upper hand considering the metal construction of the arena they fought in. And he was smart enough to stay in his mecha. Tang Xiao's thrusters burst to life, sending the mecha tearing forward at full speed. He lifted his sword high and dash. Hold! Two commanding voices cried out in unison. Immediately, Tang Xiao brought his mecha to a halt. The match was done. He lifted his one remaining arm high, fist clenched. Victorious! The audience erupted into chaos. Great cheers of joy shook the arena and echoed off the surrounding hills. Zeta! Disappointment flashed across Sui's eyes. He quietly shook his head. By the end he'd clearly seen his students' shortcomings, but in fact, Xiao Han had lost this fight way back during the simulated battles. He hadn't lost from a lack of power or ability. He'd defeated himself. In the end it had been made clear, these NEU students were tactically superior to the pilots of Lyre. Be it smarts or spunk, they came out on top. Xiao Han's humiliating defeat in the simulated battles had forced him to reveal his discipline. Tang Xiao had played the weakling, goaded his enemy into an ignominious position. Xiao Han had lost control. As Tang Xiao mentioned, he dug himself into a hole. The fatty used that instant to employ his own discipline, and secured the victory. Undoubtedly this young man would grow to be successful. Any who underestimated him, deceived by his appearance, were sure to suffer terribly. Sui looked at the celebrating Tang Xiao with a blank expression, but he was quite impressed with the kid. Though he was wicked, that word didn't do him justice. No, this one was a special mix of wisdom and cunning. Zeta. Just the slightest miscalculation lost him the match. It was well fought, Director Han. Su Rinjian's words may have been apologetic, but the smile on his face was anything but. Han Ruchao said nothing. He only sat, his hands clenched into fists, trembling in his lap. He'd lost. In a situation he absolutely should have won, he'd actually lost. Gradually, his hands relaxed and loosened. When he spoke, his face was calm and his voice even. Your schools make some incredible strides in the last year, Renjian. I hadn't expected such a sound victory. You must certainly have a rare talent on staff, to teach your students so well. I look forward to seeing, whoever it is, competing in the instructor competitions. Su Renjian twitched, apprehensive and yet at the same time excited. Yes. Tang Zhao's performance today well outstripped his normal capabilities. He knew Tan Lingyun's style and abilities, and this way not it. What Tang Xiao achieved today was by no means a product of Tang Lingyun's instruction. This wasn't even considering the soul crusher he'd somehow obtained in DreamNet. Certainly not Professor Tan's. No, the only explanation was there was a master in the mecha combat department, one that was keeping his cards close to his chest. Xiao Han was on the ground, propped up by one knee, the very picture of defeat. He supported himself with his arms, panting heavily. His chi and blood were in chaos, his discipline fluctuating wildly from the strain and damage he'd caused himself. His eyes were not just bloodshot, but a deep crimson as the power raced through him. He growled through gritted teeth. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The one-armed mecha's chest plate cracked open with a hiss of escaping air. Tang Zhao's stout constitution as revealed as he jumped out. His two pudgy arms were held high in the air, triumphantly pumping his fists to the chorus of cheers from his fellow students. He was their hero. No, in this moment, he was their patron saint. Xiao Han shot to his feet, lurching forward to rush at Tang Xiao. A slender hand then lay on his shoulder, its owner completely disregarding the roiling flames surrounding the student. His forward charge abruptly stopped, and he remained where he was. The young man was furious, on the verge of exploding into a rage. An icy voice played contrast. Why did you lose? Upon hearing the calm but accusing voice, Xiao Han shivered. Professor Su. Answer me. Why did you lose? He stared at his student dispassionately. His eyes were like a pair of scalpels, cutting past to see directly into him. A cold shudder went through Xiao Han's spine, but he did manage to calm his anger. I got careless. I let my emotions get the better of me. He hung his head in shame. Sui's quiet voice replied. Remember this well. What he gave you today wasn't humiliation. It was a gift. Let me worry about the glory of our university now. Go back to the lockers. Yes, Professor. Xiao Han's respect for his teacher was obvious and intense. His tone was low and subservient as he answered. The flames around him died, and he left the arena with his head hung low. Su He did not follow. Instead, he made his way to the center of the arena. Tang Xiao was there, celebrating, but he was also carefully watching the competition as always. He took pride in his ability to infuriate Xiao Han, leading him to his defeat. But he was surprised that this professor, who looked so young, could calm him down and rein him in with just a few words. Now he was coming his way. Tang Xiao wasn't frightened, though he pretending not to notice the man's approach. He continued to thrust his fists in the air towards the cheering crowds. Sui slowly made his way towards the overweight student, stopping not far away. He looked towards the audience for a moment before speaking. Next are the instructor battles. Our side will have only one competitor. Please tell the NEU to select 3 teachers, and I'll meet them in DreamNet. If any of them can beat me, it'll count as a total loss. Select 3 for the real fight as well. They may all engage me together, if they prefer. His voice was calm, almost quiet. It was strange, for even despite the boisterous cries of the crowd, and without any microphone, his voice was quite clear. In fact, the whole audience could hear him as though he was standing right beside them. Eh? Tang Zhao's arms dropped as he stared at Sui. Su Rinjian and the other NEU administrators sat in stoic silence, their brows furrowed and eyes narrowed. Arrogance. Exceptional, humiliating arrogance. He was boasting that he could single-handedly defeat the best the school had to offer. The joy in the NEU students' victory, and the pride in their school, had yet to be spent. It swelled as their indignation flared. Let's kick these liar punks all the way back to where they came from. This one's got some sort of mental problem. Yo! You need some antipsychotics. Someone bring him to the nurse. Suhi was beset on all sides from the angry calls. In only a few words, the young teacher had managed to anger the whole of the NEU. Su Rinjian shot a cold glance towards Han Ruchao. What's the meaning of this, Dean Han? We've gathered here for a friendly educational exchange, not to provoke the ire of our students. If this is what our exchange has come to, I see no further benefit in proceeding. Han Ruchao smirked at his colleague's distress. Now, Dean Su. You're making mountains out of molehills. There's been no provocation here. Just a part of the game, that's all. You have to understand that studies have been stringent lately, and this is doubly so for our illustrious instructors. Ultimately, we could only convince Su-He to participate. It's fine, Dean, as Sui said, if he loses then you have bested our school in this area as well. Su Rinjian took a deep breath. After a moment, he put back on his business persona, and set aside the indignation his companion was clearly trying to instigate. It wasn't just them here in the VIP area, but luminaries from Skyfire as well. Were things to turn violent, or out of control, surely they would lose face as the hosts. In a way, that would be as much of a loss in and of itself. Sui allowed his eyes to sweep over the crowd, staring them down for a moment. Afterwards, ignoring the jeers and hard stares, he sauntered back towards the lockers as though nothing had happened. He was as emotionless as the mechas that surrounded them. Zeta. Lan Jue scowled openly from the audience, following the teacher as he left the arena grounds. Him? Beside him, Zhou Qianlin turned to look inquisitively up at her teacher. She was competing tomorrow in the research portion, so she and the other 2 competitors were at Lan Jue's side to prepare. What's the matter, Professor Lo? You know that man? With a cold, dignified expression, Lan Jue nodded. When he spoke, he ever took his eyes from the Su-He. His deep voice was only just audible. This is trouble. I have no idea what he's doing at Lyre University, but it doesn't bode well. He's arrogant and aggressive, for good reason. With him here, our chances at winning the instructor portion are dire, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, I beg you to help Professor Tan. Chapter 190, I beg you to help Professor Tan. Zhou Qianlin was surprised. Could he even be a match for Professor Tan? Lan Jue nodded. His name is Su-He. Have you heard of him? Su-He? You don't mean the East's famous Su-He, do you? Qianlin's eyes opened wide at the revelation. She stared at her professor, flabbergasted. Once again, he nodded. I haven't the slightest idea how Lyre managed to convince him to join. It's quite the problem. Even I'm impressed with the man, and I'm a hard one to enthuse. And unless I'm mistaken, we'll be against him tomorrow for the research competition as well. Big problem. No wonder they agreed to it, with him on their side, but he was an academician at the Eastern R&D University by the age of 26, and a sovereign-ranked pilot. He should be around 33 now, about the same age as me. Differences in ability, however, are hard to determine. We participated in a competition before, and I envied his practical knowledge. In my youth, he was about the only person I truly admired. Qianlin looked concerned. What should we do, Professor? A familiar, bitingly cold female voice rang through the arena. If this liar university puppet is so vehement about it, who am I to deny him? If he beats me, they win, just like him. He won't gang up like they want us to make us look cheap. Lu Ziqian patted his forehead in frustration. This temper of yours, Lingyun, he said with a sigh. I understand her thinking, but it's misguided. 3-on-1, we might have stood a chance. In an even fight, though. He trailed off, lost in some secret thought. He piped up again suddenly. Yes. This has to do with our dean, Su Rinjian. Dean Su's research group is always in contest with Su He's, and in fact the two are the largest in the alliance, with two radically different views on the subject. I fear Su He is here for one purpose, and that is to challenge Su Rinjian's authority. That is why he's with Liar University. Qianlin thought in silence for a moment before replying. Do you think he'll take it too far? Lu Ziqian's answer was delivered through a bitter smirk. I like to think I understand the man, at least a little. Ordinarily, the most striking feature about him is his calm. Almost apathetic. But this guy's conceit runs to the bone. The student Tang Xiaobeat was more than likely his little apprentice, so their fight will be about him regaining face. As for Lingyun, he lapsed into silence, anxiety clearly written on his face. Zeta. Wang Hongyuan leaped to his feet. Lan Jue tried to yank him back down. What are you doing? Hongyuan slumped back in his chair. Such an arrogant bastard. He wants to go 3-on-1? Let me show him what pride gets you. He'd barely finished the sentence before Tan Lingyun's voice filled the arena. A cheer went up from the audience around them. Lan Jue only smiled. The savage goddess gumption really is impressive, eh? Lingyun is strong, Hongyuan conceded, but do you think she's strong enough to beat that punk? Lan Jue shook his head. Wang Hongyuan gave him friend a scalding look. You look down on her that much, eh? She's an 8th-ranked disciple and a sovereign-class pilot. You still don't think she's capable? For him to propose this sort of contest, he must know more than the liar leadership lets on. Plus, I know that man, and he's undoubtedly stronger than Lingyun. His name is Su He, Lan Jue remarked. Su He? Wang Hongyuan wasn't familiar with the name. Lan Jue stared at him blankly. Professor Wang. You're not from the Eastern Alliance, are you? Unless I'm mistaken, I'd say Western. If that's the case, it's no surprise you don't know him. Wang Hongyuan's brows narrowed. And that's the reason for his vanity, I suppose. If Tan Lingyun should lose, I'm not sure this punk will stay his hand. Lan Jue opened his mouth to speak, when suddenly that familiar warmth arose against his chest where the soul-collar gem rested. Qianlin, you think you could help Professor Tan? That guy from Liar is supposed to be very strong. Lan Jue, how am I supposed to help her? I don't know. I'm begging you. Ag. Are you unable to? Fine. Is that your answer? NGH. Thank you. No problem. It's been a long time since I've seen this guy. I'd be interested to gauge his progress. Ha? Lan Jue said nothing further, and the soul-collar gem cooled. I have to visit the restroom. Excuse me. Lan Jue rose, and meandered his way through the crowd. Wang Hongyuan watched him leave from the corner of his eye. A smile spread across his face. Jin Yan poked him. Where's Professor Lan go? The bathroom, he answered. Call of nature, he'll be back in a bit. Zeta. Tan Lingyun cut the connection on her communicator. She watched Lu Ziqian's name fade from the screen. Su He. Tan Lingyun's pupils contracted. Lu Ziqian's revelations hadn't deterred her, in fact only strengthening her resolve. She looked up, surrounded by Wu Junyi and no small number of instructors from the Mecha Combat Department. Professor Tan. Wu Junyi took a step forward. She took a deep breath. I apologize, Director. I was impulsive. I should not have represented the school in that fashion. If we lose, I'll bear the consequences. You'll have my resignation. Wu Junyi shook his head, smirking. Alas, the dean asked me to come here and tell you, you've done well. Your decision is the school's decision. Win or lose, just keep our school's positive momentum going. Tan Lingyun's pretty face lit up in a rare smile, and she nodded her head. She settled on the floor, crossed her legs, and closed her eyes. She had to mentally prepare for what was to follow. Wu Junyi wordlessly waved to the others, and the small group dispersed. There was a 30-minute interval between the student and teacher battles. It was sufficient time to reset and prepare. Zeta. Lan Jue leaned against a wall, tapping a number into his communicator. Jewelry Master? What are you calling me for? The voice that answered sounded less than pleased to hear from him. I need a favor. Lan Jue said, smiling at the reaction. No. I haven't forgotten how you guys treated me the last time. The man sounded decidedly displeased. Remember that women don't like petty men, Lan Jue cooed. You aren't a petty man, are you accountant? Indeed, it was the accountant, and he remembered just as well as the poor man the way they left him stranded. Ostensibly the excuse was that there wasn't any room in the car for him, the Amazons and Zeus all together. So they just left him there to find his own way back. The accountant's angry voice shot back at him. Don't give me that crap. Introduce me to one of those ladies that follow you around, then, and maybe I'll help. Lan Jue's voice adopted a scornful tone. You're asking me to help you chase skirts. Just the fact you're saying it makes your grandpa lose face. Are you going to help me or not? I can always ask someone else. Your grandfather definitely must know someone with the expertise I need. Someone who wouldn't refuse a comrade in arms. You will not mention any of this to my grandfather. The accountant suddenly sounded flustered. Then stop talking nonsense. So what's the answer? You're like a damn slave master, the accountant lamented. I'm recording this. What the hell do you want? Zeta. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su He and Tan Lingyun strode to their respective simulators and began running diagnostics. The simulated combat competition between the National Eastern University and Lyre University will begin shortly. The combatants shall be, from the NEU, Professor Tan Lingyun, from Lyre University, Professor Su He. Would both challengers please prepare? The combat map shall be chosen at random. Tan Lingyun's hands darted over the simulated controls, tapping away to their own rhythm. The screen flashed with each command. She was ready, at her best, and anxious to get underway. The map for this battle shall be Sky. An air battle. In truth, the Sky Arena wasn't entirely in the air. There was cloud cover, for instance, and more. They changed the necessary tactics and flow of a fight. In the end, the differences between an air and ground fight were as different as night and day. It opened up entirely new avenues of strategy, however, there was a higher reliance on pilot control. In the next instant, two mechas appeared in the map. Tan Lingyun's suit was a pale green, which rose 18 meters tall. Just by the look of it, it was clear dexterity was its focus. This was affirmed with the two small metallic wings bolted to its back frame. The whole thing was surrounded by a faint green light, undoubtedly a characteristic of a powerful gem at its core. Sui's suit was yellow. It was taller than his opponent's, with a streamlined construction that made it look more aerodynamic. A massive laser cannon was strapped to its back. Like Hua Qianhu before him, this one looked like a sniper mecha. 3, 2, 1. Begin! The digitized voice rang out, and with that the deciding fight in the instructor combat exchange commenced. Elite the NEU had cinched the student battles. Winning here, and in the real fights, would mean an unequivocal victory for the research school. But they were only halfway there. The entire audience sat on the edge of their seat. Every eye was locked on the giant projector screens. As soon as she heard the word begin, Tan Lingyun's mecha was on the move. The pale green suit emitted a cocoon of disruptive energy as she raced towards her opponent. However, a close look would reveal that her seemingly straightforward rush was actually punctuated with precise jukes and dodges. It was a step above disordered movement, a style they called anticipative advance. The tiny movements deterred ranged combat, while still optimizing forward momentum. A high-level tactic used primarily for snipers. This fight was going to be an intense one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, Miracle? Masterstroke. Chapter 191, Miracle? Masterstroke. Tan Lingyun burst forward in a speedy dash the moment the bout began. Her anticipative advance was near flawless. Her speed and control made it clear, she was a solid sovereign-ranked pilot, but the difference between her and Xiao Han was expansive. Xiao Han was only just crossing the sovereign threshold. He was learning the basic techniques, largely from textbooks and indices. Tan Lingyun, on the other hand, was old school. What's more, she was the most capable pilot in the NEU, at least, as far as they knew. Her sovereign experience was extensive, comparatively. Even in the whole of the Eastern Alliance, she was a name that was recognized. But her opponent was not so easily cowed. As Tan Lingyun raced forward, Sui's reaction was unexpected. Instead of dodging or racing away, he chose not to make an escape. There was no attempt to keep their distance fixed, nor did he heft and aim his weapon. Instead, he urged his mecha to dart head-on towards the oncoming savage goddess. What was he planning? Countless confused stares followed the yellow mecha, unsure of the tactics at play. The two mecha drew ever closer. Tan Lingyun sat in the dark simulator, the full intensity of her focus on the screen before her. Like the others, she wasn't sure what Sui was doing by charging her. But her indomitable will was stronger than the metal her suit was made of. She refused to be intimidated. The green mecha's arms splayed out to the side, and with them the small wings spread wide. Its mechanical hands flared, and a pair of 3-meter-long spikes protruded from the palms. They were clearly close-ranged implements, and as they appeared the savage goddess coaxed her suit faster. The thrusters keeping her aloft changed from an angry red to a dazzling white. Less than 100 meters remained between the two fighters. She tore ahead like a green hurricane. Sui's yellow suit stopped just then, hovering in the air. It seemed somehow fuzzy. Crash. The crunch of impact as the suits collided rang from the screens. Sui remained where he'd stopped, but Tan Lingyun's forward momentum had her reeling another 100 meters away. Onlookers noticed, then, the weapon the yellow mecha bore. They had appeared at some point before impact, and the wicked-looking thing stretched from hand to shoulder, wrapped around his arm. It was an odd item that originated from the suit's elbow. Close combat? He had the giant cannon on his back, but appeared to have chosen to engage Tan Lingyun in close. Professor Tan had, by this time, swung her suit around her another pass. As she did, the audience could clearly see 2 deep gashes along her shoulders. She was already damaged. In fact, were it not for her energy shield, she'd likely have been cut in half. At first, this looked like a simple hand-to-hand fight, but this was a shock to everyone. Most onlookers couldn't clearly discern what happened when two mecha collided. All they saw was that, suddenly, Tan Lingyun's mecha was damaged. Sui's yellow mecha was on the move once again. But it was in no rush, no charge or tricky advance. It looked more like a leisurely jog. Once it drew within about 100 meters, the mecha flickered. At first it looked like a glitch, or maybe some malfunction of the suit, but as the audience watched the screens they saw a ghost image of the yellow fighter appear, for just a split second. What the hell was that? Everyone was at a loss. It was a normal reaction, for only the highest level mecha pilots would have an inkling. Ghosting? Wang Hongyuan gasped in alarm. He twisted his neck to talk to Lan Jue, but found the seat beside him empty. Lan Jue apparently hadn't yet returned from his bathroom break. Wang Hongyuan turned his eyes back to the screen, his heart fluttering. Of course he knew it was ghosting. It was the result of intense speed, or a pilot's thrusters were engaged and shut off so quickly the mecha appeared in 2 places at once for just a moment. It was a god-ranked pilot ability. DreamNet simulations were calibrated for safety. That meant that abilities and attacks were only employed to where the pilot could stand it. If they couldn't, the simulation forced them to stop for safety. So, in DreamNet using the ability was somewhat easier due to the calibrations, but even then it was well beyond the ken of a normal pilot. Wang Hongyuan wasn't capable of the feat himself, since his hand speeds weren't fast enough. Ghosting also had different levels. At the highest levels it was said the afterimage was persistent, like it really was a doppelganger. An attacker couldn't distinguish the real one from the copy. The very best pilots were reputed to do just that, with distances up to 10 meters between the real mech and the ghost. Sui wasn't at that level, and the images he cast lasted so briefly it was hard to notice. Still, it was there, and nearly half his torso long. That was an accomplishment most pilots could never achieve. The tactical benefit of the maneuver was misdirection. Making determinations on target, direction and more were made infinitely more difficult. Even radar couldn't pick it up. It was traditionally used versus snipers, but this time the sniper Sui was the one using it. Tan Lingyun watched from the simulator, her mind blank. The crowds couldn't see clearly, even with their eagle-eye view, what had happened. But Tan Lingyun, she should've. Should've, being the operative term. The moment before impact, her green suit had been launching towards Sui, spikes bared like animal claws. For a moment she thought she'd landed the blow, but before her eyes she saw the spikes go through him, and then he vanished. He stood just slightly out of harm's way. In that same instant he had mauled her. Had she not instinctively poured full energy into the shield, she'd have been reduced to scrap right then. Tan Lingyun was stunned, and took stock of the situation. She was fast, with a hand speed that was more than sufficient for her rank. On average, a sovereign pilot required 20 moves per second. She was capable of 25, which in and of itself was an impressive feat. But in that split-second confrontation with Su He, she was already well aware of her disadvantage. The young man's hand speed was around 40, nearly double her own. 40 combat maneuvers in a second, that was what she faced. Wang Hongyuan was able to distinguish the ghosting method, so of course Tan Lingyun could as well. He wasn't a god-ranked pilot, but damned if he wasn't close to it. It was over. She'd already lost, it was just that simple. To the uninitiated, the difference between a sovereign and god-ranked pilot seemed surmountable, just a single rank difference. However, in reality even 10 sovereign pilots didn't stand a chance against one god. That's why they called them that. In the world of mecha piloting, the higher you climbed the greater the differences between peers. Once one became a god-ranked pilot, there were no further ranks to attain. But that didn't mean all pilots were the same there, either, and those in the know understood that there could be vast differences in ability from one god to another. MMHHHHZZZZZ. A powerful sense of dizziness washed over Tan Lingyun. In the next instant, she was assailed by the unpleasant sensation that she was being pulled apart. Even here in the simulation, she was forced to employ her discipline to stave off the terrible feeling. She lost? This was the feeling one had when they were being obliterated in DreamNet. It was a feeling she hadn't encountered in quite some time, she thought bitterly. She brought her powers to bear, to fight off the evil feeling. However, she couldn't shake the dimness that was suddenly clouding her vision. She was struggling to even see the controls in front of her. Her body and eyes weren't working in tandem. Impossible. This was a simulation, not a real mecha fight. And if her suit was destroyed, the fight would have ended already. What was going on? Tan Lingyun took a deep breath, and tried to regain her composure. She focused her attention back on the fight at hand. Outside, the audience was in an absolute uproar. Zeta. It was indeed an uproar. Students and teachers alike gaped at the screen. They hollered and gesticulated, stunned by the display. What did they see? A miracle. In the moment Sui's yellow mecha split into its double image, those pilots in the know felt their hearts sink. But their depression was short-lived. The green mecha that was their mecha blurred before their very eyes just before the Sui approached and landed his blow, and split in half. It hadn't been cut in half. Instead, it appeared to miraculously change mid-flight until it birthed a second copy. An identical mirror image. Sui's strike had passed right through the phantom mecha, but the true one remained. This is what the crowd had witnessed. A miracle? No, a masterstroke. And the people stared on with eyes wide and mouths agape. Was this even possible for a pilot to do? Before this moment, no one would have thought such a thing possible. Wang Hongyuan was among them. He had just been bemoaning Sui's ghosting ability. But this was real ghosting. It had birthed an actual phantom image. And it was their own savage goddess who'd pulled it off. He suddenly felt like an injection of blood rushed through his mind. He was on his feet, overflowing with excitement. Seeing something like this was a memory that would etch itself on your spirit forever. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Lei Feng. Chapter 192, Lei Feng. A yellow projection and a green doppelganger faced each other in the sky. The moment had passed in an instant, barely the blink of an eye. But it had lit a fire in the hearts of the entire audience. Sui sat calmly within the sim pod. His features were peaceful, though there was a cold light in his eyes. And then his eyes went wide, he couldn't believe what he'd just seen. Clearly he had the upper hand in mecha control, or so he thought. But then, it was real ghosting. What could this mean? He understood probably more than anyone. Godly. Only god-ranked pilots could do what she did. For Sui, his afterimage could stretch about 3/4 the length of himself to any direction. It was the height of his abilities, constrained by his hand speed which hovered around 46. As everyone knew, hand speed was very important to a pilot. However, training it wasn't exactly easy. Specifically, getting it above 10 moves a second wasn't all that hard, but every inch of progress beyond that was a fight. Second-class Emperor pilots needed a fixed speed of 12 movements per second to be considered as such. First-class pilots needed 14. Sovereign second grade required 18, while first class was 20. For pilots, reaching 20 commands was a watershed moment. There was good reason they said the difference between a god and sovereign pilot was an immeasurable gulf, and the hand speed required for it was a fair indicator as to what that was. A god-ranked pilot required a hand speed of 40 to even be considered for promotion. It was the most basic requirement, and one the vast majority of pilots would never achieve in their lifetimes. As such, the number of registered sovereign pilots outnumbered their godly counterparts by several hundred times. In all the three alliances, the total number of sovereign pilots hovered around 10,000, whereas there were only a few hundred god-ranked pilots. Zhou He himself wasn't yet a full-fledged god-ranked pilot. Although his hand speed was sufficiently fast, he was still lacking in several of the other criteria. Still, he was confident he'd have his title in less than 3 years. He was proud of his achievements, and confident in his abilities. In fact, as very nearly a god-ranked pilot, he rarely encountered anyone that was a challenge to him. Xiao Han, it could be said, was his half-student. He'd trained him some since coming on for the competition. And although on the surface he was calm, inside he was a torrent of rage at the loss his pupil suffered. His presence now the arena was to hurt his enemy's pride, as they had hurt his. However, the moment he saw the ghosting image of the green mecha appear before him, he knew he had to swallow his indignation. His spine was straight, and a cold shudder passed along his spine from head to tailbone. He was determined, no more hesitation. Zeta. The nimble green mech had miraculously employed the perfectly cultivated ghosting maneuver to avoid Zhou He's attack. But since neither had made a move to advance, they were separated by 500 meters of air and clouds. They hung in the air, regarding one another. It wasn't just the crowd that had been startled by the events of their fight. Tan Lingyun, alone in the dark of the sim pod, was just as stunned. Mostly, though, her surprise lay in the fact that she was somehow still in the fight. She had no idea what had just happened, or why her opponent was giving her such a wide berth when he had the upper hand. Why wasn't he smashing her suit into little bits? She reached out to urg her mecha forward almost unconsciously. The was not yet finished, and her own pride and willpower wouldn't allow her to give up. She knew the chances of her losing her great, but she wouldn't give the liar bastards the satisfaction of seeing her quit. Her fingers danced over the controls. And nothing happened. At first she thought maybe she wasn't pressing hard enough. She banged on the keyboard, but nothing happened. Her mecha simply wasn't responding. What was going on? Was there a problem? Was her suit broken? Systems crash? No, her suit wasn't some cheap slap-together thing, but an expensive combat machine. It was an excellent quality suit, one in which she'd never encountered a problem before. A deep voice rang through the simulator. If you want to win this fight, then you'll sit there and not move. Concentrate, and watch closely. Huh? Tan Lingyun was absolutely struck dumb by the circumstances. Who are you? She blurted out without thinking. The voice answered softly. In ancient China, there was a man, a hero, who dedicated himself to serving the people. His name was Lei Fengwan. I suppose that's what you can call me. Serving the people? Lei Feng? Tan Lingyun could only repeat the words. She was at a loss. But she had no time to dwell on her confusion. Zhou He's yellow mecha was moving, brandishing its massive laser cannon. Almost instantly there was a dazzling red blast. Snipers were experts at being adroit, nimble. This was paired with skill and speed, so that at the highest ranks a sniper didn't need any form of radar or even aim once their target got within a certain distance. They could discharge their weapon based on feel. It had a name they'd taken from the old days, gunslinging. Also in this moment, Tan Lingyun again felt that intense discomfort as dizziness flooded through her. However, this time she was quicker, and her discipline flared up in defense. Her eyes remained clear, this time, and she was shocked at what she saw. An image of herself, standing not far away. Ghosting. The first time the audience saw this move in action, it was exciting. This time, the onlookers nearly exploded in uproar. The two green figures merged, without her input, so He's deadly laser skimming harmlessly past. God ranked. Now, Zhou He had no doubt. His opponent was actually a godly pilot. Having a hand speed of 40 moves per second didn't automatically mean one was a god-ranked mecha pilot. However, if a pilot's speed reached 50 moves, 50 effective moves, then there was no question of their status. But that wasn't the whole story. Tan Lingyun's shadow was entirely separate from the original mecha, and that meant 50 moves was the absolute minimum. By what he saw, the afterimage was also stable and persistent, that meant 55 moves. Twice now she'd employed the ghosting method with flawless execution. She'd revealed herself to be a masterful pilot, with a frightening speed of hand. For the first time, Sui's mind was blank. Zeta. Not far from where the teachers fought and the students observed, a tall white building peeked over the hill. It was the sim warehouse for the mecha combat department. It was abandoned now, like the rest of the campus, as the competition continued outside. But there was one pod nestled among the many dark simulators that was powered on. Zeta. Skyfire Avenue. The room was full of clutter. Various books and pieces of electronic equipment were strewn hodgepodge with no particular system. Many of the books looked worn and well-read. A figure with tousled hair was perched atop a chair, cross-legged. His eyes were wide as he watched the screen before him, the lollipop in his mouth nearly falling free. Images of the exchange competition flashed across the screen, illuminating the area around the man. Alright, so DreamNet itself is impossible to hack into, its processors and servers are simply too strong. Those sim pods at the school, though, are nothing. You're gonna owe me a favor for this one, Jewelry Master. But damn is he fierce. I didn't see the actual fight last time when we were in the Starfields. I had no idea he was this fast. Is he even a human? He's even fast than me. Bang bang. A knock rattled the door. Who is it? The scruffy-looking man shouting towards the visitor begrudgingly. Master, the Lord would like to see you. What's that old man up to? I'll be there in a moment. The man shot to his feet and ran his fingers through his mess of hair. As he rushed out of the room, it was clear he held this lord in high regard. Zeta. Sui's eyes lit up as something popped into his head. It was the look of a man who'd discovered something invaluable. There was something else there as well, hard to define, a sort of fervor. A god-ranked pilot. At last. Excellent, simply excellent. By now he'd already forgotten his mission here. He'd forgotten about the thousands of eyes that watched. Right now, in this moment, all he wanted was to pit his all against this worthy opponent. He knew well that the fact he hadn't broken into god rank yet was closely related to the fact that he hadn't any suitable challengers to spar with. At his level of ability, it was difficult to find things that stretched him. It was pressure that forged a great pilot. This was a chance he couldn't afford to waste, no matter the circumstance or consequence. The yellow mech launched into motion. However, this time it wasn't directly towards Tan Lingyun. Instead he went upwards, getting lost in the clouds and mist. The green mecha was also on the move. The wings at its back constricted, and thrusters sputtered to life. A glimmering contrail remained as Tan Lingyun raced towards Suhi. The green mecha made no attempts at dodging or concealment as it charged ahead. It seemed as though the pilot were entirely unconcerned with potential attacks from the sniper. However, nestled in her simulator, Tan Lingyun saw this was anything but the brazen calm her mecha displayed. Through her heightened perception, she could feel the simulator rocking, though its movements weren't as fierce as they had been moments before. Still, the frequency of the shutters were about the same. What this meant was that, even though the mecha looked to be flying straight, it was moving around at such speed and frequency that the yellow mecha couldn't use its instrumentation to get a lock. They were similar to the ghosting maneuvers, but doing so while charging forward was in another class entirely from doing so while standing still. It was undoubtedly the sign of a highly skilled pilot. Tan Lingyun didn't even know if there was a name for it. She was full of curiosity at her predicament. Just as the voice had commanded, she knew the most important thing for her to do in this moment was watch carefully. Memorize every detail. She knew her future improvement depended on it. 1. Link to Wikipedia article about the man, a PLA soldier and cultural hero. Lei Feng is the premier people's hero, a man whose exploits, likely largely fictitious, were always entirely for the benefit of the working man and the communist government. He's the Chinese version of Mother Teresa, though I'm convinced he was built up to be an icon of communist propaganda. But that's a discussion for another time. The important cultural reference is that his life is celebrated every year. During the celebration, young people in schools are forced to participate in community beautification projects like planting trees, or told to stand on street corners and help the elderly. The result is that the fine public improvement campaign is marred by constant pro-government rhetoric and disenchanted youngsters who are upset they have to stand in the scorching heat. People will espouse the virtues of a life like Lei Feng almost by rote when national pride is brought into the equation, but largely disdain the holiday and the thinly veiled government propaganda that's attached to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, This is God Ranked. Chapter 193, This is God Ranked. The difference in equipment quality for the two mechas wasn't much. As such, the green mecha wasn't significantly faster than the yellow. Before long, Sui's mecha dipped into the cloud cover. The stately green predator followed half a second behind. Here the benefits of a sim match were made apparent, for as they drilled through the clouds and missed the spectators' screens, filtered them out and revealed a crystal clear picture. Now, they could see every minute detail of the fight despite the environment. Sui did not pause as he penetrated the clouds. He became distorted and difficult to pinpoint, with a fuzzy gray light hovering around him. He looked very much like the clouds he hid in. More importantly, however, this aura he exuded hid the fluctuations of his mech and discipline power. Slowly, he lifted the laser cannon to his shoulder. He continued to move backward through the mist while carefully aiming for the encroaching green hunter. The suit stopped. Tan Lingyun felt the vibrating of the sim pod come to a halt, and although she couldn't see Sui, she was immediately filled with dread. What was this person doing? Why were they stopped when a sniper likely had their sights trained on her, especially a sniper as strong as this? It was an opportunity Sui couldn't afford to miss. With a sizzling bang, the laser cannon released its first shot. The clouds turned an angry red as the sizzling laser raced towards its target. But what happened next was a strange turn, for just as the laser was set to obliterate Tan Lingyun, a powerful green aura gushed forth. The nimble mech sidestepped ever so slightly, as the verdant light congealed into a thick layer before its chest. The laser burst into a fiery explosion, but the brunt of its force was avoided with the juke. The rest was deflected by the intense shield. The impact force caused the suit to spin around. Sui saw how his attack was mitigated until it was useless. In surprise and frustration, he began the procedures to ghost his suit once more. He knew God-ranked pilots didn't do anything unless it specifically granted them a combat advantage. There was definitely a reason the green mecha had stopped to suffer the strike. As expected, the moment his shadow appeared, he saw a green flash streak by. He broke out in a cold sweat. The light had been one of the suit's spikes, fired from its hand at incredible speed. Sui stopped on a dime, refusing to let inertia pull him to the side. It was a poignant display of his mastery. The sudden change in trajectory saved him, for as anticipated, a second flash of green raced past. Had he kept going, that spike would have impaled the cockpit. Sweat had already soaked through Sui's flight suit. The intensity was oppressive, and an underlying fear crept through his brain as he continued to narrowly avoid destruction. Zeta. In the sim pod. Tan Lingyun watched the exchange on her screens, absorbed in every tiny detail. Though she wasn't the one piloting the suit, she was nevertheless full of a deep satisfaction. Her observations were interrupted when that deep voice from before filled her cockpit. The reason for leaving myself open for the blast was to resolve this fight as quickly as possible. He's got a very powerful shield defense system installed in his suit, capable of blocking our radar. Add in the cloud cover, and he's practically invisible. Nearly all high-level snipers are outfitted like this. So, the best way to determine a sniper's location is to have him take a shot. The precondition, of course, being that you're confident you can avoid or block the shot. As the voice was instructing, she did indeed see Sui's mecha partially concealed in the clouds. Sui had indeed avoided the two attack, but in the course of evasion was forced to stop his retreat. In the same instant Sui's location was revealed, the green mecha launched forward at top speed. Spin, launch, sprint, three actions that blended seamlessly into one. No movement was wasted. By the time Sui reacted, trying desperately to turn and flee, the green mecha was already hovering directly in front of him. However, Sui's training was immaculate, and his estimation of the situation appropriate. He knew that running at the needed speed would take time he didn't have. If he tried, his enemy would catch up quickly, with his back exposed. What's more, though his cannon was a far sight better than his students', it still needed time to cool before another shot could be fired. There wasn't time for him to fire one off before Tan Lingyun could land a fatal strike. So he didn't run. Instead, his hands relaxed around the grip of the laser cannon, allowing the powerful weapon to fall away. His arms rose and warded him, the blades wrapped around them dull against the gray clouds. Close combat was his only option, now. The green mecha was unarmed, having fired its spikes earlier. Finally, the two mecha met once again. The audience watched with bated breath, throats tight with anxiety. The green mecha stuttered. Ghosting? No, or yes. It appeared as though there was some problem, that the maneuver failed. Though there was the hint of a phantom, it wasn't as expertly executed as before. The image was only partially separate from the real thing, not unlike Sui's own attempts earlier. But Sui saw something else entirely. Indeed, the ghosting image didn't entirely separate, however it wasn't two mechas he saw. It was three. 3? Damn. What is his hand speed? Suhi was thunderstruck, and excitement shone in his eyes. He held no fear for such opponents, only anticipation. His fingers danced over the controls fervently. The yellow mecha's torso began to rotate at intense speed. The weapon stretching from its elbow sockets became a blur. He became a wall of whirling steel. Suhi was not one for defense. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen a sniper mech for the battle. Right now, though, he had no choice. He faced 3 enemies now essentially, and he had no idea where the next attack could come from. Nor did he know what manner of attack it would be, considering his opponent's abilities. All he had to rely on was his ultimate defense. Suddenly, a giant mechanical fist appeared in front of his face. She seemed to pay the spinning blades no mind. Is she crazy? This was Suhi's first thought. After all, those weapons he wielded weren't ordinary alloy blades. They were high-frequency concussive steel, the best you could buy. It was for this reason that Tan Lingyun's shields had failed to deflect the attack, and the strike had still managed to damage her suit. And it didn't even have any weapons, resorting to fists. She was asking for death. Suhi didn't know what his enemy was planning, but he did know that hesitation when fighting someone of this caliber was a death sentence. So he punched buttons on his keyboard, and the whirling weapons exploded outward like a deadly metal dervish. They swiped mindlessly, viciously at his attacker. The terrible humming blades captured his adversary's fist between them. Did she have time to retreat? No. Nor was there any trickery. The green mecha planned to eat the attack straight on. Tan Lingyun cried out in alarm, watching from within the dark sim pod. She couldn't understand why this person who called themselves Lei Feng was acting so recklessly. Crunch! The sounds of impact reverberated through the air. The yellow mecha went flying, arms flailing, and chest plate dented. The green mecha's thrusters fired at full strength, as the suit dissolved into a piercing ray of light that shot forward. He caught up, and the 2 suits stopped in that heavy cloud cover. A moment later. Boom! The yellow mecha exploded in a fiery inferno. Suhi's mecha has sustained 100% damage. Victory, Tan Lingyun. Not a sound arose from the audience. They sat in silence, disbelieving, unsure of what happened. How did you do that? Tan Lingyun asked quietly to the darkness of the simulator. She didn't care who this Lei Feng actually was, she just had to know how he'd taken victory. It had all happened too fast for her to see. Zeta. The VIP platform. Han Ruchou and Su Rinjian were comical mirrors of each other, staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed at the screen. Suhi's defeat had turned his earlier threats into a joke. He'd lost, and lost terribly. Their one-on-one bout, engaged at his request, ended up being a gift to the enemy. Renjian, did you see how your instructor won the fight? Han Ruchou couldn't help but ask his NEU counterpart, asking the question almost unconsciously. Su Rinjian shook his head. I didn't see it clearly. The 2 suits were of about equal power. It looks like she won with her bare fists, though Suhi's defense should have deflected them. Somehow the strike must have landed, and then, empty space. Han Ruchou sucked in an angry breath. You're certainly a sneaky one, Renjian. Keeping your cards very close to the chest. If this were some accident I could accept the loss, but you must introduce this miracle pilot of yours to me later. I had no idea your university had managed to lure a god-ranked pilot on staff. Su Rinjian shot his rival a bitter smile. I am pleased at our victory, Ruchou, but I am just as confused as you are. As far as I knew, Tan Lingyun was a sovereign-ranked pilot one. I have no idea when or how she's managed to make such a leap in power. It was quite the surprise, I assure you. Surprise doesn't even describe it. Su Rinjian shook his head, his face jiggling. He had to let go of his disbelief, for he'd seen it true. He went on, his face a mask of seriousness. I suppose we should settle the terms of our wager, then. Han Ruchou's face twitched as though in pain. As straightforward as always. Su Rinjian huffed disdainfully. And if you'd have one? We're all adults here, admit when you've lost and pay up. 1. Admitting to cheating, are we? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Lei Feng appears. Chapter 194, Lei Feng appears. The sim pod opened. Suhi pulled himself from the dark and stuffy simulator. His face didn't display any of the things you might expect, no depression or anger. Instead, he looked excited. Whether from emotion or the drama of the fight it was hard to say, but it was so intense that his hands were shaking. He ran across to Tan Lingyun's pod without hesitation. However, the teachers and students had learned their lesson from watching Xiao Han. They warded Su He's advance. "What do you think you're doing?" Tang Xiao gave the young instructor a hard look. "Nothing," Su He replied. "I have a great deal of respect for your instructor. I just wanted to properly introduce myself." Finally, Tan Lingyun's pod opened, and the savage goddess pulled herself free. Her face was a mask of calm, like nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. "Greetings, Professor Tan," Sui greeted with a nod of his head. Tan Lingyun acknowledged him with a nod. Sui took a breath, then spoke up with excitement clear in his voice. But there was also a pleading undertone. "Professor Tan, I am well aware that my own abilities are far inferior to your own, but I am very excited to watch your artistry in the physical battle. I am very fortunate to be able to learn from your instruction." Tan Lingyun was understandably stupefied. The mighty woman, in this moment, was intensely afraid of being discovered as a fraud. It was evident that, had Lei Feng not intervened, she would never have been a match for Su He. The battle had been a profound experience for her, one in which she got to experience fighting on an entirely different level firsthand. But the real fights were next, where discipline and mecha combined. How could she maintain this ruse then? However, under the watchful eyes of her students, she had to keep it up. If she acted in accordance with her nature, she'd absolutely have told the whole truth. However, in this moment, it wasn't just herself involved. She represented the entire School 1. What's more, the God-ranked battle still had a hold on her heart, challenging her self-control. She may have only watched the exchange, but that didn't mean she didn't learn something. At the very least, she came away with a God-ranked pilot's thought process. Her mind was still mulling over just how her green mecha had managed to defeat Su He's in the simulation. Tan Lingyun brought her attention to the present. "Impressive close combat abilities. But answer a question for me, do you know how it is you lost the fight?" The onlookers watched as their champion spoke. She seemed possessed of a mysterious and profound disposition, her words instructive rather than inquisitive. For all the world like a professor teaching a student. Su He answered. "I know a part of it. In the moment when your suit collided with my defense, you most likely employed oscillation. The frequency of your fist and the vibration of my blades must have been at similar rates, nullifying my weapon's advantages and dispersing their force. The Russian strike sent me flying. It broke my defense, leaving my chest exposed. That's when your second rush finished me." Students and teachers on both sides were enlightened by the explanation. Finally, they understood how the green mecha had achieved victory. Tan Lingyun also understood, then, what had happened. She nodded. "Let's prepare for the next round." Everyone there bought it. Everyone, that is, except Tang Xiao. Something nagged at him. Oscillation? Professor Tan was capable of the maneuver? A God-ranked pilot? Something wasn't right. Tang Xiao knew only one person who could employ such a skill. And what a skill! Employing oscillation at just the right frequency to nullify those frightening blades. Could Professor Tan really do such a thing? Tan Lingyun walked towards the combat arena, calm and unhurried. There was no sense of hesitation or concern in her. The circumstances of their victory had been strange, but it opened up a whole new realm of knowledge to her. It wasn't every sovereign pilot who had the opportunity to witness a God-ranked battle firsthand. It was an experience she knew was absolutely invaluable. Oscillation. And the ghosting maneuvers earlier had shaken the simulator something fierce. To control the mecha despite that movement was an incredible feat in and of itself. Was this a glimpse at the power of God-ranked mecha pilots? She honestly didn't know whether she'd have an opportunity to reach anywhere near that level in her entire lifetime. It wasn't just the masterful control of the suit that was inspiring, either. Watching the God-ranked pilot's battlefield domination was also amazing. From the very instant He entered the simulated arena, he was fighting for survival, and though his reactions were appropriate for every situation, the green mecha was able to adjust at every turn to maintain the advantage. That was true ability. God-ranked pilots really were in a class all their own, she thought. Tan Lingyun's excitement was no less than Su He's, though she kept it under wraps. She had been loath to leave the simulator, anxious to get more instruction from the mysterious Lei Feng. She strongly believed that further instruction from this master would see her skill skyrocketing. That deep voice was seared into her memory. She may have walked away calm, but her heart thudded wildly in her chest. It was a wonderful sensation. When the fights were finished, she planned to return to the pod. With any luck, Lei Feng would still be there. She arrived at the arena before she knew it. It was time to pick her suit. Su He had arrived as well, though he had yet to pick his machine. He waited silently, watching Tan Lingyun approach. He offered her a respectful bow, then climbed into a rifleman mecha. Tan Lingyun took a deep breath. Whatever she was to face, she would face with grace. Indeed, she didn't care whether she won or lost in their next encounter. Already her success and that of the Tang Xiao before her was an incredible leap forward for their university. Her sole fear was that she couldn't live up to the showing in DreamNet. She was afraid it would raise questions. Of course, simulated battles and real fights were markedly different. They were using the most basic mechas available, and discipline would also play a role in this fight. The fight and its tactics would be entirely different. All were excuses she could rely on. So if she lost, she thought, then so be it. As she pondered the circumstances, she walked over to the closest mecha, a saber suit. She had a preference for close combat. Pick the second suit. That deep voice rang in her ear, as though he were standing right beside her. She stopped dead in her tracks, eyes wide. Yes. It was Lei Feng once again. He's asked me to pick another suit. Does this mean he has a way to help me? Is this even okay? Though her heart was filled with surprise and delight, she constrained herself and did as instructed. After all, her opponent was not one to be trifled with. Was a second miracle in her cards? These simple practice suits weren't equipped with fancier equipment like tractor beams or transporters. As such, she had to rely on ladders. She pulled herself up with little effort, and hit the power button for the suit. The chest plate hissed as it snapped open. The inner cockpit was revealed. These suits were possessed of only a small, factory-standard cockpit. There was only just enough room for the pilot. And there was already someone inside. It was him? He was Lei Feng. He was dressed in strange clothes, like they were from the former era, and a golden mask. The only thing she could see was a pair of electric blue eyes. The various students following her, however, saw no one. The masked Lei Feng gave her a wave. Then patted his lap. Wah dash. Get in and sit on his lap? Her face blazed red, unsure of how to proceed. You better hurry if you want to win this fight. The deep voice called out to her. She couldn't afford to hesitate, not with everyone watching. She grit her teeth, and climbed in. What to do? What to do? Tan Lingyun tried to keep herself dignified, but all of that fell away when she pulled herself into the cockpit. Never in her life had she had to contend with a situation like this. The masked man reached down and pulled her up by the arm. To Tan Lingyun, it was like some great unseen force was yanking her into his arms. The chest plate shut under the masked man's command. The cockpit felt intensely cramped. The man's hands were under her armpits, adjusting her position so that she had her back to him and her butt on his thighs. The seat harness swept past and clicked, pressing her against him. She felt his warmth against her, the strength of his torso. She felt heat rise up within her as well. Here she was locked in a small room, pressed tightly against some man. One could imagine Tan Lingyun's anxiety. Who are you? Lei Feng. It's you. Tan Lingyun's heart fluttered. Her shyness and curiosity about the man diminished somewhat, and she tried to crane her head back to get a better look at him. Interesting. This makes cheating okay? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Don't Move. Chapter 195, Don't Move. Don't move. Lei Feng's body stiffened. He was seated in close quarters, embracing a beautiful woman whose pert backside was nestled firmly in his lap. Beautiful suffering. And it only got worse the more she squiggled. Oh. She stopped. So what next? Lei Feng's deep voice replied. Later, when I tell you to employ your discipline, make sure you exude it outwards. Follow my instructions to the word, and pay close attention to what happens. Remember everything you see and feel today, because this is what will improve your abilities. Who the hell are you? Tan Lingyun blurted out. Lei Feng was silent for a moment. Not important. All you need to know is that I'm here to help. But why are you helping? We're about to begin. Concentrate. Su He was already in his suit, and moving towards the arena. Two long arms stretched from around Tan Lingyun's tiny waist. Slender fingers settled on the suit's controls. Her heart skipped a beat. Unconsciously, she dropped her head, and saw the pale hands as they worked. They were thin, but not bony. Pretty was how she would describe them. Pretty indeed, especially for a man's hands. She found it curious a man could develop such feminine fingers. She also spied the strange green ring on his left little finger. The diamonds, sapphires, and that strange triangular jadeite, all twinkling in the cabin's dim light. It was the ring that struck her most. She didn't understand why, but it felt familiar. Where she might have seen it, however, she couldn't say. Were this any other man with such a ring, she'd look upon him with contempt. However, this ring, on this man's hand, was somehow different. It filled her with suspicion. Those hands became a blur as they danced along the controls. Their movements didn't affect Tan Lingyun at all, as though she weren't even there to impede them. Lei Feng was doing his best to sit straight, with arms stretched forward to reach around her. It was very much like her was holding her in his embrace. She felt his breath at her ear as he craned his head to one side of her neck, in order to watch the screen. His warm breath, proximity, and indeed even his aura caused her face to redden visibly. The saber mech lurched into motion. Large steps swept the suit through the prep area, following on the rifleman's heels. Professor Su. Please choose the arena. Wu Junyi called out towards the sim match's loser, giving him the opportunity to choose the battlefield as per their agreed-upon rules. He, along with Sir Jojo of Lyre, were the acting referees for this fight just as they were for the students. Arena. Sui called out his choice without indecision. Indeed, the arena would be his natural choice. It was the simplest and most direct terrain to experience his opponent's god-ranked mastery and discipline. That was his aim, to witness and experience the powers of a god-ranked pilot, to challenge himself under such pressure too. He was almost sure the struggle would lead to a personal breakthrough. What he didn't know was whether this god-ranked pilot he faced was going to apply enough pressure. To Tan Lingyun it felt like her heart was beating 160 times a minute. She could hear its thud in her ears. What are you thinking? Pay attention to what I'm doing. Listen for my command to use your discipline. His voice snapped her back to the present. She was the savage goddess, she reminded herself, a woman whose emotions were far better managed than the average young woman. She bit the tip of her tongue, hoping the pain would quell her discomfort with the situation. She fixed her glimmering eyes on the hands in front of her. The audience outside was buzzing, both with excitement and anticipation. As the battle neared, so too did the fervor of the crowd rise. The screens overhead were replaying the recently completed sim battle. They watched once more as Sui's yellow mech first displayed its ghosting abilities, humble though they were. Then came Tan Lingyun's display, shocking them all over again. It proceeded to the battle within the clouds, culminating with Sui's oblivion. The fight hadn't been an overly low or long one. The entire thing had been over in around 10 minutes. The audience watched as the replay continued in slow motion, though they were surprised to find that, even despite the slower speeds, it was still difficult to clearly determine what was going on. The primary reason for this was that the suits were incredibly fuzzy when employing their ghost techniques, even at greatly diminished frame rates. It was a poignant testament to just how fast they really were. The students of both universities couldn't pull their eyes from the screen. For them, still in school, they knew the opportunity to watch an exchange of this caliber was a rare treat. It left a deep impression on every single pair of eyes that watched the screen. Who wouldn't want to reach such levels of mastery, after all? Of course their desires were tempered with the understanding that only an exceptionally few people ever reached that level. For the vast majority this was the closest they'd ever get to God-ranked, and they drank in every moment like a fine wine, savoring it. This was especially true for those in the know, who could recognize the fighter's level of ability and illuminate the fact to their peers. They were the ones who got the passionate responses going. Yes, it was a treat for all that they could watch such a high-level exchange with their own eyes. It was largely this fact that resulted in Lyre University's dean, Han Ruchao, change in mood. He sat in quiet reflection, wondering whether he should work to mend the strained relationship between their respective learning institutions. They had a God-ranked pilot, after all, but there were probably only 3 universities in the whole of the Eastern Alliance that were capable of possessing a God-ranked pilot on staff. Only 2 saw their preeminent pilot involved in any actual teaching, and only rarely. If word got out about this pilot, Han Ruchao mulled, the NEU would certainly enjoy a much higher enrollment rate. Worse, they'd adopt the attitude that came with being a famously strong university. It was no wonder, then, why Poseidon had chosen to hold his concert here. Han Ruchao suspected and feared his presence was likely due to the fact they had a God-ranked pilot here among them. And a beautiful woman, no less. Su Renjian, unlike his Lyre counterpart, wasn't consumed by the gossip. As the dean of the NEU, he was absolutely clear on the abilities of his school and staff. This was especially true for Tan Lingyun. He could even say he watched her grow up. She held herself apart, was often cold and prickly, but was in the end a very fine young woman. She was frank and dutiful. Were she truly a God-ranked pilot, she wouldn't have kept that a secret from him. He had been present every step of the way, as Tanglin had grown and progressed. He'd never heard any indication that she was such a talented pilot. There was a great chasm between a God-ranked pilot and a sovereign. It was a chasm that was famously difficult to cross. This he knew. So what was going on? Tanglin, despite all he knew, most definitely displayed the mastery of a God-ranked pilot in the simulation. Su Ringjian's confusion roiled within him. He certainly had to find Tanglin when all was said and done, and ask her about this whole situation. Zeta. At one corner of the bleachers, Zhou Qianlin sat among her peers, biting her pink lip as though deep in thought. Is that him? I'd asked him to help Professor Tan, was this his work? But how? And now here, in the real fight, there's likely little opportunity to help her. How can he adopt? She was suddenly assailed by a pang of regret. Of course she wanted to help her class leader, to save her from embarrassment. However, she was also afraid of having her bodyguard reveal himself. If he revealed his true powers, it would be impossible for them to maintain their close proximity. He wouldn't be able to pick her up or drop her off, or protect her at all. Every spectator watched, their moods as numerous as they were. They waited in anticipation for the fight to begin. The two mechas entered the arena, one swordsman, one rifleman. Every soul present watched the screens before them, especially those in the mecha combat department. The last fight had been hard to imagine, with their high-level mechas and the separation of DreamNet. But these were suits these students used every day, about to employed in ways they could only dream. What could these machines do, in the hands of top-level pilots? Not to mention the discipline employed by the powerhouses. The students of the NEU all knew their Savage Goddess was an 8-level talent, and would become stronger when paired with the suit she commanded. The two suits lumbered in, then separated to opposite sides of the arena. Sui pulled his laser ripple into his hands, and fixed his shining eyes on the distant challenger. The saber mech's stride was slow and easy. There was nothing in the gait that revealed its pilot's frightening proficiency. But was that so? For Sui, that was not the case. He could see that each step of his opponent was covered by subtle defensive maneuvering. Each step was just as capable of defense as explosive attack. He had no doubt Tanglin could coax her suit to its top speed in the blink of an eye, any moment she wished. As the young instructor looked on, the statistics and information of their respectful suits danced through his mind. Considering the suit statistics had reference value, however, a pilot's discipline had to be taken into account. It was that variable that made determining the enemy's power and speed almost impossible. Ready to start. Lei Feng's deep voice hummed in Tanglin's ear. She felt a nervous twinge rattle through her. Her eyes rose to the screen, and her hands rose to grip the harness that pinned her to the masked man. Her predicament forced her into a demure posture she wasn't used to, but there was clearly excitement at the prospect of what was to come. Suddenly, a powerful attractive force arose from behind her. Tanglin yelped, as she felt herself pressed tighter against the wide, warm chest of her benefactor. It was an electric attraction, somehow forcing the two of them into tighter proximity. Her presence in the tight cabin made it infinitely more difficult for Lei Feng to control the suit. The motion of the suit during combat was also likely to set her off balance, or cause injury. Lei Feng anticipated this, and pressed them together until they were practically one body. 1. Let's be honest, she looks on any man with contempt. 2. We should all try to cultivate this kind of attitude. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Diffusing Blade. Chapter 196, Diffusing Blade. Begin. Both suits ground and clanged with the sounds of metal on metal as Wu Junyi's voice rang out. Sui's rifle was in his hands and firing before the director even finished. The air sizzled as the angry flash rapidly closed the distance between Sui and Lei Feng. And yet, if he was aiming for the suit, he missed his mark. The more astute in the audience, however, knew his plan. He had aimed for where Lei Feng would be, instead of for the suit itself. This would force the encroaching saber mech to stop, pinning it in place, at least for a time. But Lei Feng was not foiled. He recognized the point of Sui's early engagement, too. In response, his metallic leg shot up, and the momentum had him reeling to the side. It was well executed. Not only was the laser strike avoided, but the juke had him charging directly towards where the rifleman was sidestepping. After the gun had fired, Sui coaxed his suit diagonally backwards. The saber mech was close behind. Sui grit his teeth, fighting the discomfort that had begun to fill him up. His opponent was simply too good. He was dodging, but wherever he went his enemy was hot on his heels. Each passing moment made the pressure in his chest worse. The rifleman planted its metal foot, suddenly changing directions. In the same moment he fired off several blasts from his laser rifle. The shots spread wide, but despite their random appearance, were in fact aimed specifically towards the routes Lei Feng would have to use to advance. His shots were still defensive, attempting to create some distance between him and his enemy. And once again Lei Feng saw it coming. The hulking saber suit stopped, and refused to move closer. This was one advantage of the arena, at least for long-distance fighters. While there were no obstacles in the way, forward mobility was difficult without any cover. Still, Lei Feng seemed disinterested in closing the rapidly spreading gap. Tang Lingyun saw within the tight confines of the cockpit, staring raptly at the hands tapping away in front of her. The slim fingers tapped away at the keyboard, moving along as though it were the most natural thing for them to do, like they were a part of the machine itself. She couldn't make out what keys he was pressing, exactly, but she could sense the rhythm in his keystrokes. Indeed, they did have a special sort of tempo. His hand speed didn't even appear too fast, really sort of relaxed. And yet the suit moved and stopped as though it had a life of its own. Everything was smooth like running water in a stream. It looked like his hand speed was hovering around 10 maneuvers a second, according to Tan Lingyun's calculations. But despite the low number, the moves were executed with frightening precision. She couldn't see what he was doing exactly, but she could tell, along with everyone else, that there wasn't any wasted motion in anything this Lei Feng did. This was an indication of true ability, of a master pilot. She couldn't pull her eyes away, silently praising her benefactor's skill. Guess. What do you think our opponent's discipline is? Lei Feng's voice called to her. Tan Lingyun thought for a moment. I'm not sure. But I can guess since he has a long-ranged suit, his powers revolve around energy promotion and precision. It could also be tracking or concealment. It must be within one of those categories. Lei Feng nodded. You're right, he said softly. But he's a pilot of higher class, who's still deciding to stick with a sniper. We can't discount his close combat capabilities. This means it's even more likely his discipline involves energy manipulation, which we know is a very explosive and powerful ability. If that's the case, one well-placed strike from him can end the match. Whether in practices matches or real fights, make sure you keep a close eye on these sorts of pilots. They're capable of sudden and frightening strength. By now Sui could also feel something wasn't right. A faint red aura sprang up around him. With the addition of the strange light, Sui's suit adopted a more nimble gait. Its retreat was faster and more fluid. What's more, as it fired again, the laser blasts had turned an angry red, distinctly more empowered than the white flashes from moments before. The rate of fire had increased, too. Pure energy control? Tan Lingyun muttered thoughtfully. No. Not that simple. Energy injection. It's time for us to reveal our hand, too, and finish this quickly. The suit dodged the rifle blast with little effort. An undulating green light began to emerge around the saber mech suit. Zeta. Su Rinjian's brows furrowed as he saw the green light appear. Natural energy manipulation, that was certainly Tan Lingyun's discipline. Could that mean she really was a god pilot? The saber mech adopted its own nimble stance, like a cheetah waiting to strike. It raced to the side, whereupon the audience gasped at what they saw. The suit was going so fast it dissolved into a flash of green light. The beam shot through the arena faster than the eye could follow. It would appear for half a second as the light changed direction 3 times, but would vanish again just as quickly as it appeared. Somewhere in the interim, Lei Feng had drawn his alloy sword. Low-end suits of this caliber weren't suitable for maneuvers like ghosting. The construction of the suit wasn't suitably strong enough to handle it. Not only would the suit fail to execute the ghost properly, the pilot could actually shake their suit apart in the process. However, under the protection of the strange green light, the saber mech had achieved speeds nearing that necessary for ghosting. It advanced with frightening speed, and before they knew it, the audience could see Tan Lingyun's mecha closing into striking distance on Sui. 50 meters remained between them. Lei Feng brought his sword-bearing right arm up, slashing viciously towards his opponent. A sonic boom of green light tore through the area between them. Sui dove to the side. His suit wouldn't be able to sustain a direct assault from the close combat suit. But the moment he did it, Sui knew he'd made a mistake. It wasn't a sword slash that Lei Feng had lashed out with. It was a burst of energy not 10 meters long. The fighter mech took advantage, lurching forward to intercept the marksman. 10 meters remained between them. Bang, 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 bang. It's common practice for a pilot to use the forward momentum of their roll to swing them back onto their feet, but Sui didn't do this. Instead, half on his knees, Sui fired off another volley of lasers. With only 10 meters of separation between them, the shots didn't have to go far. His enemy was using a close combat fighter, but a basic model. Without the ability to use ghosting or other such dodging maneuvers, how could he manage to avoid being shot when he was only 10 meters away? Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. That's what it looked like. Premature advance. This was the first thought that raced through Tan Lingyun's mind. She may have still had a long way to go before she reached God-ranked, but she was still an 8th level talent. By her estimation, their opponent was of similar strength in that regard. Maybe even stronger. And now here she was, facing the full power of the marksman's blast. All she saw was the massive disadvantage. There was, of course, the fact that the dense lasers could overheat her enemy's weapon. But if they were going to take advantage of that fact, they'd first have to survive the volley. The Sabermech's forward advance was brought to a screeching halt, and stood straight and tall like a nail hammered in place. The green aura surrounding it pulsed outward, emitting waves of gentle light. Red versus green. Their collision was brilliant and colorful. Red light filled Tan Lingyun's vision, as the laser strikes spread out all around her. Had Sui missed on purpose? But as she watched those fingers dancing along the control panel before her, her eyes went blurry. The whole suit began to tremble tremendously. Countless slight but violent shakes set her teeth to rattling. She felt like she was being shaken apart. Thankfully, the attractive power pinning her to Lei Feng strengthened in that moment. She felt herself go numb. The shaking was so intense that she saw 6 hands tapping the controls in front of her. They looked like little more than 6 trembling shadows. Swing. One, the long sword stretched outward, the green light flashed. Sui's marksman suit was pinned to the arena floor, a shimmering green alloy blade running it through. The main control systems had been severed. What? How did? It was the sim match all over again. Everyone had seen it, but no one understood what had happened too. How could the rifleman mech miss at 10 meters? Lei Feng pulled his sword free, extracting it with a flourish. Each motion was trailed by a streak of green. He walked back to where he'd started the match, casting a large shadow behind him. Sui's breathing was rapid, as he sat in the dark cockpit. He remained in the darkness, unmoving. The last few seconds played over and over again in his mind. Diffusing blade? She used the diffusing blade, In that instant he had seen dozens of swords approaching, flashing, and leaving an afterimage as they tore through the air. Green flashes of power followed wherever they moved. Each swipe of its sword was so precise, they deflected every single laser round. It had taken his enemy a fraction of a second. Just like that, like it was the easiest thing in the world. Then it was over. This was how you crushed someone's spirit. From beginning to end, Sui hadn't the slightest opportunity available to him. Though he didn't know it, the Saber-Mech's ability to use diffusing blade meant no shot from his laser rifle would find its mark. He would have been more effective fighting bare-handed. A bitter smile slowly spread across Sui's face. There will always be those stronger than you. It was a phrase he knew well before leaving university himself. But to really encounter that person, his excitement couldn't be quantified. However, his ultimate, impotent failure tore at his pride viciously. He was little more than a roach in the face of this master. In this moment, faced with someone stronger than he, Sui came to a crushing realization: he still had a lot to learn. 1. I know. Shut up. 2. Seems like that would make it no fun, right? Like, I don't watch rugby cause I don't understand what the hell is going on. If no one gets how these strikes are crazy good, how are they gonna enjoy it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Biting the Hand That Feeds. Chapter 197, Biting the Hand That Feeds. With a fight like this, who won and who lost was practically an afterthought. The entire VIP box stood, the 2 deans, the school administrators, even the Skyfire luminaries who attended. As one, they bowed respectfully toward the distant saber mecha. How did you do that? Just now I couldn't make anything out. You operate too quickly for me to follow. So what did you do? Tan Lingyun was as frustrated as she was curious. I'd have been faster if you weren't holding my arm in a death grip. Lei Feng's response was audibly irritated. Tan Lingyun looked down, surprised to see her hands tightly squeezing Lei Feng's forearms. She didn't remember doing this, but it must have been to stabilize her at some point during the match. Almost like she wanted him to wrap his arms around her. The vacuum force that kept her in place relaxed. Finally, she felt some relief, though she couldn't help but notice the cold she felt without that wide chest behind her. Her own back was slick with sweat. I used the sword to deflect his laser shots. The sword? She said it almost as an afterthought. She wriggled on his lap, trying to find a more comfortable position. But as she did, Lei Feng's voice from just before the match rang through her head with that cautionary command. She sputtered apologetically. I'm sorry. Something was poking me. 1. Lei Feng's body went stiff at her words. It's fine, the competition's over. You still haven't told me how you used your sword to deflect the attack. She still wasn't satisfied, and so fired the question without second thought. You've heard of the diffusion blade maneuver? A swordsman technique. This is a simple suit, as you know, and can't sustain strenuous movements. But if it's just the arms, it can manage. It'll still certainly need some maintenance when you put it back. Lei Feng elucidated her in calm tones. Diffusion blade? Tan Lingyun swallowed hard. Of course she'd heard of the move. It had its own reputation. It was developed about 30 years ago, by a pilot who spent his life seeking out and challenging the best there were. He only ever fought with a sword, and trained until he had reached the very peak of mastery with it. During his time, he created several specialized techniques to use with a sword before finishing. But according to Tan Lingyun's own knowledge, most god-ranked pilots couldn't use the technique properly, much less an average one. Manipulating a sword so that it creates an after-image wasn't hard, but being so fast that your phantom strike's actual had substance, could damage your guard, that was exceedingly difficult to pull off, for anyone. The suits had been removed from the arena. Tan Lingyun's suit slowly lumbered towards its starting position in the mecha hangar. When you leave, you mustn't tell anyone I was here. I don't want anyone to know. You are the one who won the match, understand? Lei Feng's voice was deep and commanding. MHM, Tan Lingyun nodded. Can you tell me your real name? No. Tan Lingyun thought for a moment before speaking again. Well, will I be able to contact you somehow? We'll meet again if fate determines it should be so. Why did you come to help me? At the request of someone else. For me? Have we met? Lei Feng had begun to grow impatient. You certainly have a lot of questions. We're here, time to get out. Remember what I told you, otherwise I can guarantee you'll never see me again. The suit's chest plate loosened with a hiss, and spread wide to reveal the cockpit. A deafening cheer arose once the audience saw. Can I study mecha piloting with you? My call number is. She quickly relayed the information to her benefactor, then scrambled clear of the suit. Lei Feng was finally able to move, and squirmed uncomfortably in the pilot seat. Tan Lingyun quickly shut the cockpit door behind her, and locked the outside panel. She then slowly, soundlessly descended the ladder. Gung Yang, Tang Xiao, and Tang Mi were waiting for her at the bottom. The other competing students and teachers surrounded her the moment her feet touched the ground. Cheers resounded through the entire arena. Long live Professor Tan! Long live our goddess! The cries came again and again, shouted from the lips of the entire gathered NEU body. Zeta! On the VIP platform. I've lost. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Tomorrow, once the academic portion of the competition is completed, I'll have someone deliver your power gems. You're quite impressive, Dean Su, even just in being able to cozy up to a god-ranked pilot. How about we go down and congratulate our latest champion? Su Rinjian chuckled good-naturedly too. Dean Han, I'm afraid now might not be the most opportune time. As I'm sure you know, the comfort and condition of a school's god-ranked pilot is their first priority. We don't have a chance to speak with her just now. Also, if I may speak frankly, a pilot who reaches the god ranks traditionally bears their own peculiarities. I wouldn't want to upset her, wouldn't you agree? Han Rukeo's face grew hard, but just for the space of an instant. In no time, he was smiling again. Indeed, indeed. That's fine. I suppose that concludes the day for us, then. We should head back and relax, ourselves. We'll see you tomorrow for the academic competitions. Take it easy, Ruchao. Yup, no need to send me off. 3. The two gentlemen shook hands, and locked eyes. Each bore smiles, but their eyes told a different story. Deep in their hearts, they spat the same curse at the other. This old fox. 4. The atmosphere all around the NEU was jubilant. Today, they had been lucky enough to bear witness to two heroes. The display had inflamed their enthusiasm and school patriotism. Tang Lingyun wasn't quite so bad as her peers. After all, the savage goddess had a reputation to maintain. And now, that reputation included the fact that she was a God-ranked pilot. She was surrounded already by adoring fans. Tang Xiao was the first to rush over, warding his instructor from the rush of students and teachers. In this moment, she was thankful for his wide girth. He was the only thing keeping her from being washed away in a sea of excited students. Zeta. The spirit caller gem warned. Zhou Qianlin, that was you, wasn't it? Lan Jue, what do you think? Thank you. You are our school's hero. I can live with being a nameless hero. And it wasn't just because of your request that I helped. Tan Lingyun has a famously bad temper, but she deserves respect. Moreover, I'm as much a part of this school as you and she. Only, there's a problem. What problem? It looks like the savage goddess here has decided to bite the hand that fed her. She locked me in the suit. What should we do? It's fine. I have my ways. I'll see you by the university gates in a little while. I'll send you home. Oh, no good. Tomorrow we're competing in the Mecha Science and Technology meet. I'll probably have to be here until very late. Alright, then I'll head back first. For goodness sake, don't tell anyone what went on today, I don't want anyone to know. Neither do I. Nothing. Seated in the dark and silent cockpit, Lei Feng's hands shimmered with electric blue light. Gently, he placed them upon the metal of the cockpit's frame. Little by little, his body dissolves into electricity until he vanished from sight. Zeta. Suhi was pulled free of the destroyed mecha by Shi Jojo. He got to his feet, but it was clear by his expression he was still dumbstruck. The two fights he'd participated in today had left him with a very deep impression. Winning and losing had never been terribly important to him, but what had crushed him was the huge discrepancy in power he was forced to face. God-ranked. He knew he was on the cusp, slowly advancing to God-ranked himself. But he'd never have expected there was still so far to go, and so huge a difference. It was true that he hadn't used the suit he was most comfortable with, but what about the other? Surely it was the same for her? If his opponent had been able to use a suit they were adept with, he feared the fight would have been over much faster. Lyre University Dean Han Ruchao stood within the arena, waiting for Suhi to regain his bearings. The older gentleman motioned him close, then patted him with grandfatherly affection on the shoulder. You fought admirably, Professor Su. There was no fault in your performance. Your opponent was simply too strong. Sui slowly shook his head. Such a huge disparity. There is no doubt that I was the inferior pilot. I never had a chance. It's all right, Han Ruchao interjected. We have the next round tomorrow. We're still depending on you, Professor Su. If we win those, then we can walk out of here with our heads held high, as equals. Suhi managed to smile with some effort. You all head back first, Dean. I'd like to be alone for a little while. Very well. He patted the man on his shoulder once again. Lyre's Dean shot Shi Jojo a meaningful glance before turning and walking from the arena. A little while later, Suhi was walking by himself along the pathway. The road connecting the arena to the main campus was a lengthy one. He didn't mind. Everything he'd seen and felt during the two fights swam through his muddled brain. The memories were as distinct and visceral as when he'd first experienced them. His trek continued in this fashion until someone called out from a few yards ahead. Mentor. A simple greeting, but the words had a strange sort of power. Sui put away his thoughts and looked towards the voice. He spied a young man, with his back against the trunk of a nearby tree. His face was lit up with a beaming smile. You talking to me? Suhi lifted a brow. Yup. The young man responded. Suhi quietly regarded him for a moment. Have we met? His accoster chortled. A long time ago, yes. I'm not surprised you don't remember. Lan Qing is my older brother. Sui's whole body shook and stiffened at the super soldier's name. He looked incredulously at the younger Lan. Your older brother is Lan Qing. That means... Lan Jue? Suhi sounded more surprised than anything. Lan Jue nodded, that smile still on his handsome face. He walked closer, until they were face to face. What's up? I imagine you're feeling a little down after that loss. Lan Jue said. Suhi was an exceptionally intelligent man. Suspicion welled up within him as he asked, do the fights today have something to do with you? Lan Jue's response was calm, calculated. I was your opponent, mentor. Do you think there's anyone in this university who'd be able to handle you so easily? You? Sui pinned Lan Jue with his bright eyes. When he spoke again his voice was hard. You. 1, I swear, that's what he wrote. 2, sure, 'cause he won. 3. This is the penultimate Chinese departure. A small exchange, everyone stands, and attempts to send the guest off as far as they'll let them before they refuse to move an inch until their hosts go back to their house. Of course, the more you like someone, or the more respect you have for them, the further you send them off, and the more effort you put into ignoring their pleas for you not to. 4. A fox is considered a trickster or troublemaker in China. They are simultaneously respected for their wily nature, and despised because it always comes at the expense of another. Calling someone a Xiaohuli, or little fox, can be pretty insulting if you don't know the person well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, The Old Man Beckons. Chapter 198, The Old Man Beckons. Lan Jue nodded his head. It's not breaking the rules, either. When you threw down the proverbial gauntlet, you called for anyone from the school. I am a part of the school. Suhi looked at him in surprise. You're a teacher here? Yup, Lan Jue replied, though I'm only really interested in an easy and carefree life. You helped us a lot back when we were schoolmates in university. I've been wanting to see you for a while, in fact. Now, I'm going to need to ask for your help in keeping this secret. Suhi's breath had quickened since the beginning of their conversation. Lan Chang and Lan Jue. To him, the two names were like a curse. Memories of days past crashed against his brain like a tidal wave. The memories ran deep. He recalled being young. Lan Chang and Lan Jue had just entered into the university. He was a national scholar in his school, and already a sovereign-ranked pilot. He stood out from the others in his class as exceptional. At that time his school had a policy, in which upperclassmen were expected to take care of and show around newer students. They would lead them around, and acclimate them to university life. Suhi had been assigned to Lan Chang. A name that would forever be branded on his mind. Everything Lan Chang did, he did with supreme concentration and care. It took him no time at all to get right in the swing of things. It was easy, as all he did every day was study religiously. Suhi still clearly remembered that the young Lan Chang was often asking for help and advice. His response had been to be aloof and superior, sometimes even arrogant towards the new student. However, Lan Chang didn't seem to mind. He poured all of his energy into his studies. This continued until one day, when Suhi told him not to waste his life with those books and notes. If he wanted one day to be a strong pilot, then he needed to get out there and experience it for himself. Suhi then brought him to the sparring arena. That was when Suhi's nightmare began. He saw it in his mind's eye like it was yesterday. 3 matches, with worse results even than he'd suffered today. 3 terrible defeats at the hand of that quiet underclassman. He never had a chance. Like Suhi, Lan Chang was also a sovereign-ranked pilot, but he had only just enrolled in classes. Worse still, the entire debacle had been recorded by the school and kept for posterity. It was for good reason, for not 3 years later Lan Chang was a God-ranked pilot. A God-ranked pilot, still in college. His college. From then on Lan Chang didn't attend any of the national scholar classes, in fact leaving school entirely. It was said he left for a very important reason, one which attracted alliance-wide attention. If that had been the end of it, it would have been fine. However, a year before Lan Chang left, his younger brother had also enrolled in the same school. Whether by the university's design or cruel coincidence, Suhi was selected as Lan Jue's chaperone as well. By that time, he was already preparing to graduate from the scholar program. Once again Suhi bore witness to the inconceivable. In precisely the same amount of time it took Lan Chang, Lan Jue became the second God-ranked pilot in 4 years to graduate from the university. Like his brother before him, he never entered into the National Scholar Program, and left school. He, too, left a legend. What Lan Jue did after he left, Suhi had no idea. His brother, though, everyone knew Lan Chang's name. The Onluan super soldier, hero of the East. The great protector, who saved a whole planet, and thus the alliance. Suhi thought back to his lengthy time as Lan Jue's chaperone. He was even smarter than his brother, from what he could remember. Both were equally mysterious. No one knew where they'd come from, but their talent and strength were still spoken about in that school to this day. I never would have thought I'd run into you here, much less that we'd meet in the ring again. I appreciate you showing mercy. The last few words seemed difficult for Suhi to spit out. However, now that he knew it was Lan Jue he just faced in the arena, everything started to make sense. Without a doubt, he did get off easy. My classmates' abilities have improved tremendously since the last time we met. Still, there are some limitations. Suhi fixed him with a stare. What do you mean? My dear classmate, Lan Jue began, you still haven't recognized your biggest failing. And that is, you're too fixated on your genetic talent. Unless I'm mistaken, your talent is explosive energy. It's an incredible talent, which even though you're 8th level can contend easily with many other kinds of 9th level disciplines. And yet even back then, you were convinced you would have a difficult time reaching God ranked, simply because you weren't 9th level. I was still young and inexperienced then, and so had no way to contradict your belief. But now I can, and I must tell you that your thinking is flawed. I've met several 7th and 8th level talents who achieved God status. You must stop pressuring yourself in this. Focus on your mecha ability, let go of your old mindset, and strengthen your self-confidence. Mentor, your greatest fault has always been a lack of confidence. Lan Jue's words were like a thunderbolt. He simply stood there, staring at him. His former classmate smiled, waved, and left. Sometimes the slightest scratch could change the view from a window. Sometimes even the slightest chance can bring a revelation. Suhi had long been preparing for God status, but it appeared now that he had been taking the longer road. Lan Jue did not return to the school once leaving Suhi, it was too rowdy. Presumably everyone was still excited over the upset the NEU pulled. More than that, he was also afraid he might inadvertently run into the savage goddess. He may have been wearing a mask in disguise, but the trouble that would ensue if she still managed to find out would be catastrophic. He just wanted to go home and change clothes. Zeta. Tan Lingyun eventually and with great effort managed to extricate herself from the throng of excited faces that penned her in. She convinced them to disperse, and only once the coast was clear did she return to the mecha warehouse. Once more she climbed the ladder to the Saber Mech's cockpit. She gently rapped on the metal chest plate, and when she spoke her voice was apologetic. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lock you in here, I just thought it important that we talk. As she spoke, she coaxed the cockpit open. That was when she discovered it empty. Lei Feng was gone. Zeta. Beep beep beep. The ring of a communicator demanded attention. Ah, accountant. What? Lan Jue spoke into the device on his wrist. What's with the mood, Jewelry Master? Still trying to burn bridges? The accountant's voice was thick with irritation. Lan Jue just laughed. Nothing. I actually wanted to thank you. When it comes to hacking, you're a wizard. This seemed to placate the ornery man. Well, yes. There was actually something I wished to discuss with you. What is it? I was just speaking with the old man, he began. I'm likely going to visit your university. As I understand it, you're currently host to One Liar University for an educational exchange? Yup. Lan Jue looked surprised as he spoke into the communicator. The old man actually pays attention to such small things? The accountant huffed. Of course he doesn't care about some educational exchange. But someone, I don't know who, called and asked if he could speak with him about the most recent research and development news from the last few years. The old man has me going in his place, already got me a temporary student ID and all. The problem is that I'm not familiar with the campus. The keeper said that, seeing as you're already there, you could help me around. So you can bring me with you tomorrow morning. Curiosity welled up within Lan Jue, and he couldn't help but speak up. Did the keeper tell you to meet with someone named Sue? That's right. The accountant's excited voice bubbled from the communicator. I guess he already spoke with you about it? Lan Jue could only sigh helplessly. All right. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Actually, if you're free, the keeper said he wanted you to come and see the results of some research he's been undertaking. That thing you brought back from Taihua, in fact. Lan Jue was stunned at the revelation. All right, I'll head there now. Zeta. As was customary, Skyfire Avenue was calm, quiet, and deserted. Lan Jue walked down the small street, surrounded by the classical architecture he'd grown to love. His footsteps rang against the stone blocks that constituted the walkway, lending to the quaint atmosphere. Whenever Lan Jue came back, he was always struck with how fresh and pure everything felt. This is what it felt to have a family, he thought. Still, Lan Jue's pleasant mood was developing cracks. The reason was obviously what the accountant had revealed about the research results. The traumatic experience of Taihua was still with him, and probably always would be. It wasn't about the beasts, despite their capabilities. At full strength he was confident he could have dealt with that massive sea creature himself. What was troubling was their enigmatic origins and purpose. Their ability to devour all life around them was terrifying. His own powers were sufficient, yes, but it would take a prepared team of average mecha pilots to handle such a threat themselves. When paired with the information he'd received from Pao Hong and DreamNet, it made matters all the worse. This was an issue that threatened the safety of the entire human race. It took him very little time to arrive at the Skyfire library where the keeper did his work. By the time he did, the accountant was waiting for him by the door. "Why are you waiting for me outside?" Lan Jue inquired. The accountant didn't repose, instead rubbing his hands together lasciviously. "So, Jewelry Master, are there a lot of female students at the university you work for?" "Tons," he replied. The squirrely man's eyes lit up. "Look, I've been under the keeper's strict thumb since I was small. Any measure of freedom is hard to come by. In some regards I'm still a blank sheet. So you think you could help a brother out?" 1. Lan Jue stared at him, speechless for a moment. "Help you? Chase skirts? That you can do yourself? Can you even teach this sort of thing? 'Cause in fact, I'm no good at it either." The accountant looked indignant. "No good? You expect anyone to believe that? Like you aren't surrounded by beautiful women all the time?" 4 of them." Lan Jue patted the smaller man's shoulder and sighed piteously. "I've never chased a woman in my life. They all chase after me." 1. I know, the Chinese actually does say this, but in English it has different connotations. I kept it this way because a skinny, socially awkward pervert saying this paints a perfect picture of the accountant in my mind's eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Results and Hypotheses. Chapter 199, Results and Hypotheses. For a moment the accountant just looked at him. Soon, however, he was grinding his teeth. "You know, you're a spoiled kid in need of a spanking." Lan Jue chuckled. "If you like we can head to the Reaper's arena and you can give it your best shot? I'd be down for that." The accountant's expression changed. He adopted a faux dismissive air. "We shouldn't keep the keeper waiting. Let's head in." The first impression when one walked into the library was scholarly. Most of the reading in these places was in line with modern technology, which meant it was largely populated with electronic media. Paper books were considered luxury antiques these days. It's reputedly said that material from the famous writer Tang Jiasan Shao, author of the masterwork Dalua Dalu, rivaled the cost of a high-class high-alt verticar. All of the books in Skyfire's library were paper, though one might come to expect this from the Avenue. The aggregate worth of everything gathered here was beyond measure. The accountant brought Lan Jue directly to the library's third floor. They pushed their way into what looked like a very Spartan room. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and the center of the room was dominated by a classic-style wooden chair beside a window. The window was open, allowing a cool breeze to waft through among the leather-bound volumes. The tall tree outside rustled incessantly as the air caressed its leaves. The keeper called out, waving towards Lan Jue as they entered. "Ah, you're here," he said. "Have a seat." Lan Jue did as instructed. Meanwhile the old man waved his helper away. The accountant shot Lan Jue a begrudging glare before exiting and closing the door behind him. Lan Jue watched, then raised a brow towards the keeper with a grin on his handsome face. "What is it that's so important the accountant can't be allowed to hear it?" The keeper coughed, his frail body jerking with the effort. "Too fidgety. Unreliable. Still a lot he doesn't know well enough. This is to avoid an extreme reaction, so no face is lost. If someone is always looked at like a child," Lan Jue began, "how can you expect them to learn to walk on their own? You shouldn't look down on him so. He's young, but capable." The old man grinned. "Didn't he just ask you to help him find a girl? If you could it might actually help the poor child." "Ah?" Lan Jue stared at the keeper, surprised. The old man's yellowed, rheumy eyes regarding the young jewelry master. "And you may call me the keeper, not old man. Once young men reach an age, they're nothing but walking tubs of hormones. They all need to unwind, release. Besides, I only have the one grandson. I hope that he'll continue the family line. And here in the Avenue, his prospects either aren't suitably talented, or the age difference is too great. Only you two are similar, and you've got a much more stable head on your shoulders. So I leave him in your hands. I ask that you help me by taking him around with you. It's mostly for this reason that I've asked him to follow you to the NEU. He needs more experience out in normal society." "All right. If it'll help you feel better, I'll look after him. With me he'll grow up in a hurry." Lan Jue shot his old friend a lopsided smile. The keeper nodded, then changed the subject. The results of our experimentation with the sample you brought back from Taihua is ready. Unfortunately, it causes more trouble than it solves. Lan Jue sat a little straighter in his chair. Already he was feeling nervous. What were you able to discover? The keeper delivered his report, not unlike a professor lecturing a classroom. This is a beast that has never been recorded in any of the three great alliances. The piece you brought back had an enormous amount of life still in it, and energy reserves to rival an S-ranked power gem. But where this life, this vitality in it keeps it going, it's a virulent toxin to us. So were a man to take this energy into himself, he'd see his natural life energies increasing. However, it would also mean suffering the debilitating effects of the poison, which rapidly lead to death. To these beasts, however, this poison is not an issue. Nor is this energy present created by themselves. As you've seen, they obtain this through a sort of phagocytosis. They assimilate the vital essence of their surroundings, and convert it into power they can use. Through our research we've managed to reach a hypothesis. The most likely possibility is that the progenitor you encountered in the ocean was the only outside visitor to Taihua. When it arrived, it wasn't that strong, however it expanded in size and power through incessant phagocytosis of the surrounding vital energies. Once it obtained a certain baseline of vitality, it began producing ovum. The gestation period between asexual conception and hatching is remarkably fast, though it relies on consumption of its surroundings to do so. We've come to assume that the progenitor's ultimate aim was to deploy its children throughout Taihua, and use them as gatherers and providers for its own sustenance. It condenses it into the energy core you brought back. If this creature is permitted to continue this process unhindered, it would eventually consume the entire planet. I've already discussed this with the wine master. He says he believes the beast travel through space. We can then assume once a planet has had its vital essences depleted, these creatures migrate elsewhere to continue their voracious advance. Without any more samples to experiment with, we currently have no way of testing its phagocytic abilities in depth. We can't tell how long or how quickly its transformative phases last. We can assume, however, that it is quite fast. The more beasts the progenitor creates to sustain itself, the more frightening this process becomes. Lan Jue nodded his head thoughtfully. Fortunately, the progenitor's powers were limited, according to what we discovered fighting it. If we're capable of discovering them quickly, they won't be much of a problem. A single shot from a battleship would do it. The keeper chortled with grandfatherly admonition. Beware of blind optimism. How do you know this creature is the strongest of its race? What if it only serves as a transporter? It's best to acknowledge the possibility that there are more challenging subspecies we've yet to encounter. Will your theoretical battleship be able to contend with that threat? You never make a point without some motive. Tell me what you've discovered, Lan Jue replied. The keeper shrugged. Nothing discovered. Simple deduction is sufficient. One only need recognize the stupendous amounts of energy present in the sample. Were that creature left to its own devices for much longer, killing it would have been substantially more difficult. To put it another way, the creature itself was unable to completely utilize the power it contained within itself. So what does it need so much for, precisely? The simplest explanation, to leave it room to grow. Lan Jue took a deep, slow breath. If that's the case, we're looking at a serious problem. And other than us, everyone else remains entirely ignorant of the threat. These are troubled waters, the keeper muttered sagely. Our ancestors espoused these potential problems even before the age of space exploration. Inevitably, they claimed, we would encounter the multifarious denizens of an ever-expanding universe. Among them may very well be creatures stronger than us, smarter than us. Creatures that wish to impede our progress and annihilate our species. In the universe as it was in the old world, the rules are the same, survival of the fittest. If a species seeks survival, seeks expansion, seeks a firm foothold in the vast galactic expanse, they must rely on their own strength and the strength of their peers. This is especially true for the human race. Our enemies are potentially limitless, their strength incredible. However, humans have their wits and drive, and our incessant forward march of progress has seen a solid foundation developed. We have bastions and motherships. The chances of encountering anything that can contend with the likes of that are small. For that reason, we can take heart and ease our worry. As we continue to expand, to explore, as we continue to encounter the unknown, the most important thing we can do in the present is make ourselves better. The wine master, clairvoyant, and I know about the DreamNet competition, and for the reason we all stand behind you in full support. Of course, this matter is yours to deal with as you see fit, but rest assured we are here should you need our assistance. Do you understand? Lan Jue smiled. I do. The keeper humped once again, as he leaned back against the old wooden chair. He looked tired, somehow older after their exchange. The expression in Lan Jue's eyes changed. He'd met with the keeper several times since arriving in Skyfire Avenue, but it was the first time he'd seen the all-powerful paragon like this. "Is something bothering you?" Lan Jue asked. The keeper's wrinkled face broke in a bitter smile. "Bothering is an understatement. If it were simply a bother, it wouldn't have perplexed me for these many years." Lan Jue blinked. So, he felt that, since he said that much, the keeper still had more to tell him. The keeper sighed. "You know, I'm not the founder of the Skyfire Library. It was someone else. Many of these volumes were here before I took over." Of course Lan Jue didn't know this tidbit of information. He continued with curiosity. "So you mean, you weren't the first keeper?" The old man shook his head. "No. The man who owned this place before me wasn't called the keeper. They called him the bookworm. A fellow who loved books more than life, and the most renowned scholar of his day. I originally came to Skyfire Avenue attracted by the clairvoyantess fame. I had questions I needed answers to. Suddenly, I found myself in possession of another man's book repository." You sure about that, boss?" "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 200, The Keeper's Request. Chapter 200, The Keeper's Request. There is no master among intellectuals, and no losers among soldiers. I trust you understand this truth. With so many books, this place attracted my attention. As a result, after I had asked the clairvoyant my questions, I decided to stay. I hadn't been here a month and, eager to show my prowess, I read and commented on the collected works you see here. Around that time, I met the bookworm, and immediately he and I launched into an academic tirade. I was young then, and confident in my knowledge of all subjects. So our arguments continued, off and on. Before we'd known it, a month had passed. We had a healthy respect for one another. We'd known each other for only a short time, but had already become good friends. In our world of academics, books and learning are the only thing we care to concern ourselves with. That short time, surrounded by books and intellectuals, was of great benefit to me. It's plausible to surmise that, had my life been absent this exchange, it's very unlikely I'd have reached the magnitude of success I enjoy now. Around the middle of our second month of discussions, we discovered a significant discrepancy in opinion regarding one academic issue in particular. Both of us were combative, irritable, each unwilling to concede to the other. It became so fervent, so combative that we decided it could only be settled with a wager. Should the bookworm lose, he would relinquish the library to me, and remove himself from the avenue. Were I to lose, it would be my task to pursue and deliver books equivalent to the aggregate cost of those already in stock. More than 50% of those would need to be unique volumes, not copies of those that were already owned. To be frank, I was already in love with the avenue. I agreed on impulse. Immediately we set about soliciting input from every luminary the academic world had to offer. Many came to participate in our intellectual battle. At this point in his story, the keeper paused. His eyes betrayed a look of disappointment. Of course you can guess the final result, considering I'm still here. He chose exile. Even prior to his exodus, I harbored deep regret even in victory. I told him to disregard our wager, that he could remain as before. But he had a terribly sour temper, and ignored my pleas. He left in silence, alone. We didn't see him again for 30 years. And then one day he came back. He sought me out, and once again challenged me to a competition. The wagers would be the same as our first encounter. By that time, by virtue of my learning, I had already reached paragon status. As ever, he was no challenge to me. He lost again. By then his shortcomings were clear to me. I knew that intellectually he was more than capable of competing with anyone, however physically he was constrained and unable to realize growth. As such, I held the advantage. What happened between he and I, even all these years later, is still a regret that lies heavy on my heart. I often wonder how deeply I wounded him by taking his precious library. This was why I had hoped so desperately for him to return. But I never saw him again after that second encounter. We spoke by communicator, once. He told me he would never be able to better me, no matter how long he studied, even if he spent his entire life in the pursuit. But he made me promise, one day, if his pupil were to defeat mine, that I would pass the library unto him once I died. He would inherit this place. I agreed. Perhaps I felt as though I owed him still, but the hope he would remain never abated. I've tried to follow in his footsteps since then, to do and study as he'd have done. As my knowledge and experience increased, I put his theories to work. The more effort I put towards it, the more I admired the bookworm. Although our experimentation methods were in opposition, the end result was the same. I wasn't wrong. And neither was he. The keeper seemed more fatigued than before, going so far as to close his eyes. Still, with his knowledge he's certain to have found a way to prolong his life, as I have. An invaluable treasure for anyone, but especially a scholar. Lan Jue took advantage of the lull to ask him own questions. What do you need from me? Lan Jue knew the old man wouldn't have shared this story with him if he hadn't needed something relating to it. The keeper smirked, bemused by his young compatriot's tact and intelligence. Wait until the academic competition at the NEU has concluded. Once it has, I'd like you to spend some time with the accountant. Go with him to the bookworm. I'll be giving you something I'd like you to deliver. Tell him he was not wrong all those years ago. Tell him I've nearly reached my time, and he should return to claim his library. Lan Jue nearly gasped in alarm. Keeper, your health. Suddenly the old man broke into a fit of laughter. I thought you were smarter than that, he said with a grin. These small tricks are inspiration. I could sit and wait for him to show up, but give him a little incentive and the chances increase exponentially. Lan Jue heaved a sigh of relief. He was well aware of how significant the keeper was to the whole of the Eastern Alliance. This wasn't just due to his paragon status, but also due to his immeasurable scientific knowledge. He was a treasure of the academic world, and if something should happen to him, it would be a great tragedy. He took a small computer chip offered by the keeper, shooting the impossibly old pedant a grin. Don't worry. I'll make sure to be just as convincing when I deliver the news. The keeper nodded. Go then. If he should have any questions with regards to mecha combat, I'll leave that to you. And as for my impetuous grandson, help give him some stability if you can. I imagine he'll be of some considerable use to you. I'll find someone to substitute your classes while you're away. Lan Jue was helpless to deny the old man, but inwardly he cringed. Off again. He could count the number of classes he'd taught since taking the job on one hand. The keeper was astute, and saw Lan Jue's reservation written on his face. Not to worry, it's close. You'll be back in no time. At most you'll miss one class. I hear you've acquired quite a reputation at the university already. Though I can't imagine what benefit this class of yours has on the student population, I have faith you aren't abusing your position or taking advantage. Anyway, you're busy, I won't take any more of your time. Ah yes, and do help my grandson find a woman willing to look at him. Lan Jue couldn't express how much respect he had for the old master. However, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head at their parting words. His certainly was a unique personality, the jewelry master mused. Lan Jue said his goodbyes and left. The keeper lazily rose to his feet as the young man exited the study. Like a candle sputtering in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished, he hobbled his way to the open window and looked out over the avenue. I'm here waiting, old friend. It's my hope things go back to the way things used to be. You must know, I've done so much, prepared so much, to give to you. How could you pass up an opportunity like that? Come quickly. Zeta. Lan Jue returned to the jewelry store. During the trek down the avenue, Zhou Qianlin told him through the soul caller gem that he needn't come back for her tonight. She was to remain at the school and study. He wasn't bothered by the news. Lan Jue went to the underground, where Huali and Xu Chang were practicing. He didn't go immediately to meet them, however. Instead he went to the store front. Boss. Mika greeted her employer with a smile. Hey, Mika. What do we have available in our power gem inventory? How many A-ranked specifically? 23 in storage currently, plus or minus a couple. As per your instructions, we've been holding on to A-ranked gems, barring special circumstances. Lan Jue nodded. All right. Pick out a few that complement you and the other girls' discipline. Distribute them as needed. As to what precisely, I leave to you ladies to figure out. Mika's eyes lit up. Planning to take us for another adventure, boss? Lan Jue smirked. Always thinking about going out to play. In fact, I will have to make a trip in a few days, but I won't need all of you to come along. Xiaoxiao and Guigui will be enough. You and Kur should stay here and look after things. Mika immediately stuck out her lower lip in a petulant pout. You don't like me, boss? Why aren't you taking me? She whined. Lan Jue gave her a flat look. Cut it out. You're the boss down here, so act like it. No matter the circumstances, our store can't have its doors shut all the time. I'll take you and Kur the next time. Also, representatives from the Dark Tower and the Pontiff's Castle will be visiting soon. Take that into consideration when you're selecting what power gems you need. 1. The tone in her boss voice, and the news of the 2 Western powers coming here, struck her like a brick. Her coquettish belligerence was gone, replaced with a stoic frown. She nodded. They'd best not provoke me. Lan Jue patted her shoulder. This is Skyfire Avenue, not the West. There's nothing to worry about. Alright, well it looks like these guys are gonna be in there a little while still. I'll head back. Guagua, we depart day after tomorrow. Yes, boss. Lin Guagua was jittery with excitement. Lan Jue made his way back to his personal apartments. He took up position, cross-legged on his bed, and began to meditate. He tried to remain diligent after his experience on Taihua. And there yet remained many areas where he wasn't operating at full capacity. He still needed to keep himself steady. Zeta. The next morning, Lan Jue was rattling along the road towards the NEU campus. It was a familiar scene, but for the fact he bore a different passenger. The accountant beamed in childish wonder at the antique bicycle he sat upon. Smiling, he cried. Jewelry master, this bike of yours is a museum piece. Very interesting indeed. How long have you harbored such childish interests, I wonder? Forsaking verticars for this novel contraption. Very curious. Brings you closer to nature, Lan Jue explained. This way you can actually experience it. Good views and a low-carbon lifestyle. The accountant giggled his tittery laugh. Yes, a very good indeed. Next time I'll fetch one for myself as well. We'll ride together to school. What, are you planning to stay and take classes after the competition? Lan Jue inquired. The accountant nodded, saying of course. I'm an excellent student. I'm only here, really, to experience the lifestyle. As he was not carrying Zhou Qianlin today, there wasn't any reason to stop at their usual corner. He drove instead directly to the gates, and stopped. 2 others were already there, looking anxiously at them. 1. Let me just express my respect for that paragraph, but especially the final sentence. Well done, TJ, I tip my hat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.